Chapter 8:21. The newcomer's speed was very fast and his aura was very strong. Everyone was shocked by this loud voice and stopped what they were doing. The people of the Flowing Sun sect all revealed expressions of ecstasy and stepped aside to make a path for them. A few words flashed through Lu Kun and Guanchang's minds. There really is a mystic the Arch? Most 5th grade sects would at most have a half-emperor, but there was no lack of mystic thearchs. However, when they reached this level, they would announce that they had such a super expert in charge. Firstly, it was to show off their strength, and secondly, it was to make others fear them so that they wouldn't dare to have any ideas about them. On the way to the Flowing Sun sect, Lu Kun and the rest had a rough grasp of the sect's strength. They knew that there was a half-emperor in charge, but they had never heard of a mystic the Arch. The sudden appearance of a mystic the Arch had indeed shocked them. However, this wasn't enough to make them panic. There was only one person. One of them was a low-level mystic the Arch, and the other was a mid-level mystic the Arch. Unless a mid-level or high-level mystic the Arch came, no one would be able to get away with it. The newcomer was obviously not a high-level mystic the Arch, nor was he a mid-level mystic the Arch. He was just a super expert who had just stepped into the mystic the Arch realm. However, this person looked very young, as if he was in his 30s. He had a resolute appearance, eyes like the sun, and an imposing aura. He wore a set of battle armor that emitted a strong fire attribute. His head, shoulders, chest, legs, every part of his body was wrapped tightly. This was a very complete set of battle armor. This young man didn't carry any weapons. He sat on a low-level 7th grade fire cloud lion. The man in lion looked very majestic, giving off a powerful and shocking feeling. "So, you succeeded?" Lu Yu looked at the newcomer with a face full of surprise. The young man nodded at Lu Yu and said, "Yes, Lord Father. So, didn't let you down and finally broke through to the Arch realm. Good, the heavens are really blessing our Flowing Sun sect." Lu Yu exclaimed with a face full of joy. This young man was Lu Yu's son, Lu Su, the future successor of the Flowing Sun sect. If the name Lu Su was mentioned now, perhaps no one would recognize such a monstrous genius. He actually broke through to the mystic the Arch realm at such a young age. Why was he a nobody? Actually, the name Lu Su had once caused a stir in the Central Territory. However, he was like a shooting star that flashed by and quickly vanished without a trace, and no one paid any attention to him. 50 years ago, Lu Su's name was like Ling Zhao's, being talked about enthusiastically by others. It was all because Lu Su had almost created a miracle similar to Ling Xiao in the Imperial Rankings tournament, and he'd practically seized the position of the first emperor from the young geniuses of the 18 great powers. Unfortunately, in the end he still fell short by a little and was forced to take second place, becoming the Imperial Exterminator. At that time, Lu Su did not mention which faction he was from. In the Imperial Ranking tournament, he had also completed the mission alone, while the champion of the Martial Spirit Court had completed the mission with a team. In comparison, Lu Su had proven the value of his strength. At that time, Lu Su received the pursuit of many major factions. Many factions all threw out branches to him, hoping to be able to recruit him. But Lu Su did not accept these factions' good intentions. After the Imperial Rankings tournament ended, he chose to enter seclusion alone. In less than 2 years, Lu Su achieved middle-stage Empyrean strength in one stroke. Not only that, he even slayed the encirclement of over a dozen Empyreans with middle-stage Empyrean strength. Among them there were even 2 high-level Empyreans. This battle established Lu Su's awe-inspiring reputation, and it also made people feel that Lu Su had combat strength that overwhelmed those of the same generation. It was just that after that battle, Lu Su vanished from everyone's sight, and there was no news of him anymore. At that time, everyone felt that he might have been killed by enemies, or perhaps he chose to take refuge somewhere. Nobody knew that Lu Su just returned to the faction he was at, the Flowing Sun sect, and secluded himself to cultivate. In just a few decades, Lu Su actually went from middle-stage Empyrean strength to low-stage mystic the Arch cultivation in one go. This speed was truly like sitting on a rocket, and it was so fast that it left people speechless. Lu Su was only around 100 years old now, and an emperor rank expert at such a young age was rare even in the Central Territory. Even if it was amongst the 18 great powers of the Central Territory, it might not be able to easily foster such an outstanding and monstrous genius. Why did Lu Su have such outstanding achievements at such a young age? Besides his own outstanding Tenbin, it was naturally related to his fortuitous encounters. Since he was young, he was tested to have a physique that was infinitely close to pure fire attribute, and his cultivation of Tenbin was definitely quite high. Moreover, as the son of the Flowing Sun sect master, The cultivation resources he obtained were naturally very abundant. This allowed him to attain the strength of a high-level earthly sovereign when he was in his 40s. Reaching high-level earthly sovereign at this age was in the range of geniuses, but compared to the younger generation of the 18 major factions, it was not particularly dazzling. However, when he suddenly achieved the title of the second killing emperor, second only to the first martial emperor with his own strength, then his dazzling point was highlighted. Lu Su did not have such a monstrous speed of advancement from the beginning. Instead, he had other encounters in the chaotic abyss of war and obtained a precious inheritance, and also separated the inheritor's memories. This was the reason why he could reach his current realm in just a few decades without relying on any elixirs. The central region was vast and boundless, and secret realms were not uncommon. There would always be a few who were favored by the heavens and obtained fortuitous encounters. Ling Xiao obtained fortuitous encounters, and his combat strength was astonishing. Yuan Zhantian was also the inheritor of the sacred battle ape, and Wu Bufan possessed the chaotic battle physique. The three of them were all favored by the heavens, but it was not just them. Lu Su was also one of the favored by the heavens. He had the ability to fight above his cultivation level, and everyone in the Flowing Sun sect knew that his prestige in the sect far exceeded that of the sect master. Now that he had broken through to the mystic the Arch Realm, their reverence for Lu Su had reached a state of blindness. "Who are you? How dare you invade my Flowing Sun sect?" Lu Su coldly looked at Lu Kun and the others and shouted. A violent flame spread out from his body, and the people around him had to quickly retreat far away. The scorching flame was unbearable, and the powerful aura caused the surrounding air to tremble slightly. Lu Yu said, "They are from the proud Smiling Palace. They want our Flowing Sun sect to become one of their subordinates. We did not agree, so they used force." What kind of power is the proud Smiling Palace? Lu Su did not understand. He had been training hard and rarely paid attention to what was happening in the outside world. Naturally, he did not know about the proud Smiling Palace. It is a new power, but it is quite strong. I will tell you after the enemy is repelled," Lu Yu said. Lu Kun slightly frowned and said, "Our palace master's combat strength is outstanding and he is majestic. He is not even afraid of a power like the Sha Tiangu family. He is also a rank 7 alchemist, and it won't be long before he becomes a saint alchemist. It is your honor to submit to our palace master, so why are you so stubborn?" The Flowing Sun sect was already a top rank 5 sect with the Arch Realm Master. If it had 2 the Arch Realm Masters, it would be a rank 4 sect. If such a power became a subsidiary of the proud Smiling Palace, it would be extremely beneficial to the proud Smiling Palace. "I don't care how powerful your palace master is, our Flowing Sun sect will not submit," Lu Yu said firmly. Their Flowing Sun sect still needed to be passed down to his son, so how could they become a subsidiary of someone else? "Since that is the case, then don't blame us for being impolite," Lu Kun said. "Father, all of you step back. I want to see how impolite they are." Lu Su replied coldly. Lu Kun was just about to attack when Guan Chang spoke from the side. "Leave him to me. You aren't a match for him." As a mid-stage mystic emperor, Guan Chang was able to sense how extraordinary Lu Su was, so he volunteered to fight. "Both of you come at me together. If the 2 of you can defeat me, then why can't our Flowing Sun sect submit to you?" Lu Su spoke in an extremely arrogant tone. As soon as he finished speaking, it was like a blazing sun had gradually risen behind him. He was like the son of the sun, and a vast aura descended towards the surroundings while the energy of his world surged out in all directions. 9 brilliant suns, 9 different colors, and a myriad of gorgeous rays of light illuminated the world like the light of Buddha. It was so dazzling that everyone couldn't open their eyes. What kind of world energy is this? It is actually so terrifying." Lu Kun spoke with an astonished expression. Guan Chang revealed an expression of extreme disgust as well. Such a vast righteous sun was the bane of his darkness element. "Attack!" Guan Chang grunted coldly, and then balls of black mist transformed into countless demons that enveloped Lu Su. Zizi. It was just that when Guan Chang's world energy came into contact with Lu Su's world energy, it was immediately burned by that powerful blazing energy until it shriveled up. "Both of you come at me together. Otherwise you won't have a chance," Lu Su said very confidently. Right now, a small sun appeared on his forehead, and it was like a supreme battle pattern, making people feel that he was incomparably mighty. Lu Kun also didn't stand on ceremony. He didn't deduce the power of his world as he directly brandished his long sword and slashed out streaks of incomparably huge cyan sword chi, which attacked Lu Su, who was in the middle of the 9 brilliant suns. Guanchang also withdrew his world energy as he slashed out with frightening black saber astral saber. Every saber had the power to destroy mountains and split rivers. Just in time, I can use you guys to test my moves. Lu Su revealed a maniacal smile. His battle-intent soared as he drove the power of his world. Streaks of brilliant suns descended from the sky. Red, yellow, blue, 9 streaks of different colors blasted towards Lu Kun and Guanchang's powerful moves from different directions. Rumble. A series of deafening booms rang out incessantly. Streaks of elemental power kept splashing out, and the two groups of people in front and behind retreated a long distance for fear of being affected. When the people of the Flowing Sun sect saw that Lu Su was fighting 1 against 2, their eyes were filled with worry, but more than that, they were filled with excitement. And the 100 people who came with Lu Kun also revealed a look of shock. They didn't expect that the Flowing Sun sect was hiding such an expert. Faintly, everyone felt that this trip might have deviated from the result they wanted. Chapter 822. Lu Su was once determined to have a body that was closest to the pure Yang body. He had 95% of the fire attribute. Since young, he had an endless supply of resources to temper his body, allowing his body to improve to the next level. His cultivation speed was extremely fast, and he was fully deserving of being a prodigy in the Flowing Sun sect. However, what truly made him incomparably strong was the miraculous encounter he had in the chaotic abyss of war. As for what kind of miraculous encounter gave him the ability to fight above his cultivation realm? 100,000 years ago, the Kim people's empire had a subsidiary kingdom called the Mingri Kingdom. The royal family had a supreme divine technique called the 9 Sun Burning Heaven technique, which was second only to the ancient emperor's divine technique. Once the 9 Sun Burning Heaven technique was cultivated to the highest level, it would be able to deduce 9 different blazing suns. It would possess unparalleled might, able to incinerate the sky and evaporate the sea. Apart from obtaining the 9 Sun Burning Heaven technique, Lu Su had also obtained a complete set of low-grade Saint Artifact defensive armor. At the same time, he had a pair of middle-grade Saint Artifact gloves. With the 9 Sun Burning Heaven technique, Lu Su had the confidence to fight 2 at once. A set of divine technique gave him the ability to fight above his cultivation realm. In addition to a set of Saint-grade battle armor, ordinary people would not be able to break through his defense. It would be rather difficult to defeat him. Lu Su was like the son of the sun as he continuously launched the 9 blazing suns at Lu Kun and Guanchang. Lu Kun was of the wood attribute while Guanchang was of the dark attribute. Both attributes were suppressed by the fire attribute. Lu Su's strength did not seem to be as simple as a low-grade mystic the Arch. The blazing power of the 9 blazing suns was simply unbearable for them. Lu Kun was barely able to withstand 3 blazing suns while Guanchang was able to withstand 6. The different colored blazing suns were constantly changing positions and bombarding the two of them, causing them to be in a difficult situation. This cannot go on. Brother Guanchang, you deal with these 9 blazing suns first. I will go and kill him later. Lu Kun's body flashed with thousands of green radiance as he forced the 3 blazing suns away, following which, his entire body flickered as he attacked Lu Su, who was behind him. Any world strength was deduced by the martial artists themselves. Once the martial artist was forced to the point where they could not cope with it, the world strength would naturally disappear. Guanchang knew what Lu Kun was trying to do. Without thinking, he released all his strength. The mid-stage mystic Thearka's world power wrapped around the 9 suns. The black mist was like chains, entangling and corroding the 9 suns. However, the bright yang energy continued to restrain the dark attribute, incinerating the black fog lock. Guanchang kept increasing the strength of his encirclement. His forehead was covered in sweat. He was a middle-stage mystic Thearka's world power, but he was actually forced into such a state by a low-stage mystic Thearka's world power. This was something that could not be helped. Lu Su's world force was not ordinary. At the very least, it could be evaluated as a low-grade emperor world force. It was normal for him to be able to resist 2 ordinary world forces. Lu Kunqiang's move went straight for Lu Su's face. The cold sword chi was like a tide pouring down rapidly. Lu Su faced Lu Kun's killing move with a look of disdain. You dare to behave atrociously in our Flowing Sun sect with just this bit of strength? You are not qualified. After speaking, he made his move. With a simple punch, a bright sun was blasted out by his bare hands. The energy was blazing, the light was dazzling, and the might was oppressive. Rumble. The green sword chi and the fist that was like the bright sun clashed, emitting a bright and dazzling light. The sound of the explosion reverberated continuously. The surrounding people retreated again and again. Seeing the battle between the three emperors, their horizons were greatly broadened. So powerful. That person can actually withstand the combined attack of two grand elders. I never thought that a mere 5th grade sect would have such a powerful existence. That's right. It looks like it won't be as smooth as before. If the two elders lose, what should we do? That won't happen. Even if the two elders can't win, they won't lose either. This person is so young. I wonder who is stronger between him and the palace master. Bastard, how can you compare the palace master with someone from such a low-level power? The palace master is definitely stronger. Lu Su's world force had obviously weakened a bit due to Lu Kun's crazy attacks, and the pressure on Guanchang's side was greatly reduced as well. However, he was still unable to disperse the 9 suns in one go. Suddenly, the power of the sun flourished in the place where Lu Kun and Lu Su were fighting. A fiery fist seemed to tear through the sky as it blasted out. The powerful and unparalleled power was shocking and dazzling. A figure flew out, and a mouthful of blood was like a resplendent summer flower, drawing a beautiful parabola. The figure that flew out was Lu Kun. Guanchang was shocked. He gritted his teeth and used his most powerful strength. At the same time, he detonated his world force and completely destroyed the 9 suns. At the same time, he took the opportunity to flash out like a ghost and blast towards Lu Su, who was about to chase after Lu Kun. Numerous black blade energies slashed down courageously towards Lu Su's head. Lu Su could only give up on Lu Kun and turn around. He swung both his fists at the same time, and every single punch carried a brilliant sun. Shockingly, their strength wasn't much weaker than a mid-stage Mystic Emperor's attack. For a time, Guanchang and Lu Su collided incessantly with each other, and formidable energy sprayed out incessantly. Lu Kun obtained a chance to catch his breath. He looked at Lu Su, who was fighting intensely with Guanchang, and he knew that the mission this time would probably be difficult to complete. Lu Kun hesitated for a moment before he turned around and shouted to the people he brought along, "All of you return to the palace immediately and report this matter to the palace master." Subsequently, Lu Kun joined the circle of battle once more. The three of them exerted all their strength to the limit, and rays of different attributes exploded incessantly in the sky. When the people Lu Kun brought along heard his orders, they didn't stay any longer and immediately turned around and left hastily. Lu Kun and Guanchang were their greatest reliance. If even 2 Emperor Realm experts couldn't stop them, then how could they go against the experts of a sect? Don't let them escape. Kill them. Lu Yu immediately shouted when he saw the situation, and he ordered the people of his sect to chase after the group from the proud smiling palace. For a time, the situation was completely one-sided. The Flowing Sun sect had 2 quasi-emperors, and their speed wasn't something a heavenly venerable could compare to. They mercilessly slaughtered the members of the proud smiling palace. They already had a super expert like Lu Su, and they felt that the proud smiling palace wasn't terrifying anymore. So they didn't show any mercy when they killed them. Numerous miserable cries resounded incessantly in the sky, and smears of blood dyed half the sky red. This battle was bound to end in a crushing defeat for the proud smiling palace. Even though Lu Kun had joined forces with Guanchang, he was still unable to suppress Lu Su. His fist technique seemed to be simple, yet it contained an extremely great force. Coupled with his saint-rank defense, it caused the injuries he suffered to be negligible. Lu Kun and Guanchang's hearts were in turmoil. They didn't expect that a low-level Shin Emperor could have such an abnormal combat strength and defense, which made them feel powerless. Moreover, the 2 of them heard the miserable cries of the people they had brought with them, and they became even more anxious. "Lu Kun, you go first, I will stop him," Guanchang said faintly. "No way. Even if we lose, we can't let our palace lord lose face." Lu Kun was also stubborn, and he refused without thinking. Before they came here, Ling Xiao had given them a strict order that they must complete the task. Now they couldn't even defeat a low-level Shen Emperor, and if they ran away with their tails between their legs, it would be a disgrace to the proud smiling palace. Well said. It's good that the proud smiling palace has such a loyal person like you. If I have the chance, I really want to see what kind of person your palace lord is. Lu Su praised and then said, "Enough playing, let's stop here." After saying that, his expression became incomparably stern, and his whole body's momentum rose again. Both of his boxing gloves were covered with a black flame, which looked particularly strange. The 4th style of the 9 suns burning heaven art, Black Flame of the Sun. The strange black flame carried 2 suns as if they had been swallowed by a heavenly dog, and it pressed towards the two of them. The surrounding air was burned, and the scorching heat was unbearable. Facing Lu Su's powerful killing move, Lu Kun and Guan Chang didn't dare to hold back, and they both used their own killing moves. Bah! The collision of the powerful moves seemed to want to shake the heaven and earth to the point of smashing. Dazzling light of attributes splashed out incessantly, like beautiful fireworks blooming in the sky, appearing especially beautiful and unusual. The sound of the battle lasted for about an hour, and then it began to stop. A young man who looked like the son of the sun, wearing a set of majestic armor, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking dignified and extraordinarily handsome. The two old men were like dead dogs, and they were smashed into the ground thousands of miles below, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. A cold smile appeared on Lu Su's face and he said indifferently, "The strength of an emperor is really strong." Lu Kun and Guan Chang were defeated, and they were defeated before they could even hurt Lu Su. This was a crushing defeat. A low-tiered mystic the arch fighting against a low-tiered mystic the arch and a mid-tiered mystic the arch at the same time. This kind of courage was not something an ordinary person could compare with. Furthermore, he emerged victorious in the end. If this battle result was to be spread out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Everyone would be amazed that another monster had appeared in the central region. "Take them with you, they still have some value," Lu Su said indifferently, and then he turned around and returned to the Flowing Sun sect. Lu Yu looked at his son's imposing figure, and his heart was indescribably excited. With a son like this, our sect can naturally shine. Congratulations, Sect Lord, the young Sect Lord will definitely be famous after this battle. The heavens really bless our sect, with the young Sect Lord here. The proud smiling palace is nothing. We can't let our guard down. The proud smiling palace isn't even afraid of Sha Tian and the Gu family. They must have something to rely on. We must go back and prepare early. Yes, we can't let our guard down, but they won't come back for a while. Let's go back and celebrate the young Sect Lord successfully becoming an emperor first. The people of the Flowing Sun sect were all proud, as if with Lu Su, they had enough confidence to deal with the proud smiling palace. Chapter 823. The Death Mountain Range, the Proud Smiling Palace. On the main peak of the Proud Smiling Palace, there was a secluded and spacious courtyard behind the temporary imperial residence. The courtyard was filled with all sorts of five-flower spirit flowers, and bursts of fragrance wafted through the air, causing one to feel extremely refreshed. There were also trees of different heights in the surroundings, and two of the trees even had swings tied to them for recreational purposes. In several directions of the courtyard, there were bamboo houses built with thousand-year-old green bamboos. From time to time the sound of wind chimes could be heard. There was also a pavilion with a stone table and stone stools, a zither, and a soft bed made of animal skin. Outside the pavilion, there was a stream slowly flowing down from a high place. The sound of flowing water, together with the cries of several spirit beasts, seemed so beautiful and free. In the courtyard, several beautiful women walked out of several bamboo houses. Every woman here was beautiful, graceful, and overflowing with fragrance, dazzling people's eyes and stirring their hearts. Every woman here was of the highest quality. They were the cultivation partners of any man. No matter which man was lucky enough to have one of them as his wife, he would feel that he had cultivated for 3 lifetimes. However, every single beauty here belonged to a young man who was also the woman of the true owner of this place. After a while, in the pavilion, the handsome man who was enjoying life like an immortal was lying on his side on a soft bed. His head was cushioned on a pair of faintly discernible jade-like legs. A beautiful woman was massaging his shoulders, back and legs. There was a satisfied smile on his face. His thick mouth was slightly open, and a sparkling spirit fruit was put into his mouth by her slender jade-like fingers. He chewed it carefully and occasionally drank a few mouthfuls of wine. At the same time, he listened to the sweet sound of the zither. This was the perfect embodiment of any man's ideal of lying drunk on the knees of beauties. Any man who saw such a man being comfortably served by several stunning women would go crazy with jealousy. When the song ended, the lingering sound lingered in the air. The people in the pavilion all had intoxicated expressions on their faces. Clap, clap. The handsome man who was lying on the soft bed clapped his hands and praised, "Exener's zither is getting more and more refined. No matter who hears it, they will involuntarily fall into it. It's just that, you still lack some understanding of life and your understanding of the meaning of music is not deep enough. 70% of the realm is enough, you still lack 30% of the experience." The woman in front of the elegant zither gently parted her red lips and said with a smile, That's right. When I was in the family, my aunt also said the same thing. She said that I should go to the secular world to experience the various forms of life. Only then would I be able to reach the realm of being one with the zither and playing the music according to my heart. The handsome man gently nodded. Yes, although you can cultivate your mind by staying here all day, but you have never enjoyed the life of an ordinary person. Naturally, you can't understand happiness, anger, sorrow, happiness, and many other feelings. Let me accompany you outside the palace when I have time. When I have time, I will go and enjoy the happiness of ordinary. The charming woman, who was supported by him on her jade-like legs, lightly brushed her hair and said happily, Okay. After the opening ceremony, my husband will accompany us to travel around the world and enjoy the happiness of ordinary days. Another dignified and elegant woman also suggested, Why don't we go back to the northwest and southern wasteland to take a look? Sister Yun, do you miss Tiana? I wonder how that cute little guy is doing now. He should be as outstanding as my husband. I agree. Let's go back to the northwest and southern wasteland to take a look. We can also bring Master and Madam here so that we can fulfill our filial duties. 3 women in a play. These words were not without reason. Ever since the handsome man spoke, there was no room for him to speak. He could only respond with a happy and carefree smile. The women talked and laughed, and from time to time, bursts of happy sounds could be heard. They seemed to be very harmonious and happy. This kind of atmosphere made the man feel indescribable satisfaction. If only Meng Qi was here. The handsome man sighed helplessly in his heart. Although there were countless beauties around him, he still felt a bit lonely, yearning, regret, and guilt in his heart. All kinds of complicated emotions gradually appeared on the handsome man's face. What's wrong? The elegant and dignified woman asked. Just as the handsome man was about to say something, some restless sounds came from outside the courtyard. Immediately after, a voice sounded outside the courtyard. Young master, the military advisor has something important to discuss with you. The handsome man immediately stood up and said something to his women, then strode out of the courtyard. Ling Xiao was already a palace master, but he still liked and was used to being called young master by the people around him. He didn't want to be like a nouveau riche and let others call him emperor. That would make him feel very tasteless. No matter what, he was still very young and strong. In the future, when his strength improved, his appearance would almost remain the same. Therefore, the title of young master was still very appropriate. To those who were not of the direct line of descent, he would let them call him palace master, to show the power of deterrence. Before Ling Xiao walked to the main seat, he immediately said to Xian Yao, who had a somewhat anxious expression on his face, Fraud, why are you looking for me in such a hurry? Xian Yao pointed to a holy master who was kneeling in front of the main hall. Let him talk about it. Only then did Ling Xiao shift his gaze towards the Empyrean martial artist who looked extremely pathetic. This holy master was already at the high level. His name was Zuiyu Mao, a warrior of the wind attribute, and he was an inner elder of the proud smiling palace. Palace master, I am Zuiyu Mao, who accompanied Elder Lu and Elder Guan to persuade the Luyang sect. Half a month ago we arrived at the Luyang sect, but they refused and resisted. Everyone died. Only I escaped because of my speed. Please avenge us, palace master, and wash the blood of the Luyang sect. Zuiyu Mao said to Ling Xiao with an incomparable grievance. What happened? Tell me in detail. Ling Xiao's expression was serious, and he immediately asked seriously. Based on his senses, he could tell that Guanchang was definitely not dead. Otherwise, he would not have stayed in the backyard with the women so leisurely. But what did the Luyang sect rely on? How could they keep Lu Kun and Guanchang, 2 emperors, and kill the people of the proud smiling palace? Could it be that they are playing tricks again? Ling Xiao thought of Sha Tian, the Gu family, and the Black Demon sect. He felt that only these 3 forces had the ability to deal with the 2 emperors he had sent out. Zuiyu Mao did not hide anything, and he reported everything that had happened in the Luyang sect to Ling Xiao. A young Shen emperor could fight against 2 Shen emperors. Ling Xiao exclaimed in disbelief. He knew that there was no lack of geniuses in the central region who could fight above their level, but he was surprised that there was such a person in a mere 5th grade sect. It's true. That person's world power was like 9 suns of different colors. The power of the suns was too terrifying, and it forced the 2 elders to their limits. If it wasn't for Elder Lu knowing that he was no match for him and telling us to run first, I wouldn't have been able to escape the fate of being killed, Zuiyu Mao said very seriously. 9 suns of different colors? Ling Xiao murmured softly, and his eyes suddenly bloomed with some heat. Could it be the Nine Suns burning sky art? Ling Xiao had inherited the Zhan Wangye's memories, and he had some understanding of some things that happened 100,000 years ago. Now that he heard Zui Youmao's description, a fragment of memory suddenly appeared in his mind. The Mingri dynasty was one of the vassal states of the Qin people's dynasty, so the Zhan Wangye naturally knew about it. The reputation of the Nine Suns burning sky art was only below that of the ancient emperor's mystical technique, and the outside world even thought that the Nine Suns burning sky art was the nemesis of the ancient emperor's mystical technique. Once someone successfully cultivated the power of the Nine Suns, the immortal body of the ancient emperor's mystical technique would be incinerated into nothingness. It was also because of this rumor that the Qin people's dynasty had a deep sense of vigilance against the Mingri dynasty, and they constantly suppressed and ostracized this dynasty. In the end, when the war broke out, it caused a strong backlash from the Mingri dynasty. Back then, the royal family of the Mingri dynasty was also among those who chased after the Zhan Wangye. It was also because these fragments of memory were relatively deep that Ling Xiao was so astonished. At the same time, he was especially curious about the Nine Suns burning sky art. One had to know that he also possessed the fire attribute, and if he obtained this kind of powerful attack, it would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. However, he was not only interested in the Nine Sun burning heaven technique, he was also curious about the person who obtained the Nine Sun burning heaven technique. The Nine Suns burning sky art had been lost for 100,000 years, just like the ancient emperor's mystical technique. Now that someone had obtained it, it was certain that that person had participated in the imperial ranking tournament, but no one knew which tournament he had participated in. This is my fault. I did not expect that there would be such a person in the Flowing Sun sect. Otherwise, I would have sent one or two more people to help Uncle Lu and the others. Ling Xiao sighed heavily. He was sighing for those who had died, but he did not feel very sad, only a little bit of self-blame. After all, this was a road to becoming a king, and it was inevitable that there would be casualties. If he could not even let go of these things, it would be difficult for him to go further. Young master, it seems that the other side only has one Shen Emperor. Although his combat strength is extraordinary, we have more people. Why don't we send 2 more powerful elders to fight? I believe that it will not be a big problem to take down the Flowing Sun sect. Shen Yao suggested. Right now, there were many Shen Emperors in the proud Smiling Palace, and there were even a few Shen Emperors who had reached high levels. Sending them to fight would definitely be a piece of cake for the Flowing Sun sect. However, Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "There is no need. I will personally go to the Flowing Sun sect to see if the power of the Nine Suns is really strong enough to burn the sky." As Ling Xiao said this, his expression became a bit hot, and his blood began to boil. After nearly 2 years of silence, his strength had increased a lot. Although there was still some gap between him and the peak of the Celestial Master level, he was a bit stronger than before. He could not wait to move his body again. Chapter 824. Within the Flowing Sun sect, the entire sect celebrated for 3 days and 3 nights, congratulating Lu Su for becoming the emperor. This was the second person to become an emperor since the establishment of the Flowing Sun sect. Furthermore, he had achieved it at such a young age, enough to make all the martial artists revere him. A mysterious emperor who was around 100 years old, no matter where he went, would always be as dazzling as ever. If he was allowed to grow like this, his future would be limitless. Within the Flowing Sun sect's main hall, Lu Yu sat at the head of the table. Below him sat his own son Lu Su, 2 half-emperor experts, and a group of other Flowing Sun sect elders. Lu Su said to his father, "Lord Father, you can keep the position of sect master, or you can pass it on to second brother in the future. I don't have time to care about these things." As soon as Lu Su said this, the expressions of everyone in the hall changed slightly, but they weren't too surprised. Lu Yu also revealed a helpless expression as he smiled and said, "Suer, I know that your ambition is definitely not here, but this is the foundation left behind by the ancestors, only you can carry it forward. Your second brother is still young and his strength is not enough to become a sect master." Lu Su waved his hand and said, "Lord Father, even if I don't become the sect master, I am still a part of the Flowing Sun sect. If anyone wants to bully our Flowing Sun sect, they will have to ask me, Lu Su. Lord Father, you are still in your prime, so you should continue to sit on the position of sect master." Lu Su's words were filled with a tone that did not allow for discussion. He was determined not to become the sect master. His ambition was not here, he still had a lot of room to grow, he did not want to be entangled by these worldly matters and not be able to focus on cultivation. Could be said that Lu Su was a true cultivation madman. If Ling Xiao only focused on cultivation, his current strength might be much higher. It was just that he had too many things to do and too many distracting thoughts, which was why he was stuck at his current stage of strength. Fortunately, he had a fortuitous encounter that made up for his lack of time to cultivate. At this time, a half-emperor elder stroked his beard and said, "Since young sect master has his own thoughts, sect master should not force him. His path is no longer something we can control." Another half-emperor nodded and said, "Then let's make young Emperor Feng Su the sect guardian elder of our Flowing Sun sect. He has the power to control our sect's life and death and protect our sect." That's settled then. Lu Su didn't wait for his father to speak and directly agreed. Then he changed the topic. "Now let's talk about the proud smiling palace. I think they will come to us soon." Lu Yu was not surprised. He immediately asked one of the elders to tell the story of the proud smiling palace. In fact, this story was only about the palace leader of the proud smiling palace, Ling Xiao. "Sect protector elder, this is all I know." That elder bowed and then retreated. Lu Yu said, that Ling Xiao cannot be underestimated. Besides his own strength, he also has mystic Thear-cranked followers. Once their army attacks, we might not be able to hold them off. Why don't you leave for now? When you become stronger, you can come back and challenge the Laughing Palace." Lu Yu's worries were not unreasonable. This was the foundation of their ancestors, and he really did not want his descendants to be under someone else. Moreover, his son was so young and so outstanding. He would definitely rise to the top in the future. But his son had just grown up and he was outnumbered. If the proud smiling palace's army attacked, how could his son stop them? "We have hostages in our hands, so they won't act rashly. Besides, I also want to see the strength of the first emperor. He actually established a sect with the strength of a high-stage celestial master. What courage!" Not only was Lu Su not afraid, but he was also full of fighting spirit. He wanted to see Ling Xiao's strength. Not only was he a cultivation madman, but he was also a battle madman. Any martial artist who wanted to keep growing had a battle instinct. Otherwise, why would they embark on the path of being supreme? But Lu Yu wanted to say something, but Lu Su interrupted him. "Father, the weak are prey to the weak. This is the law of the jungle. If that Ling Xiao is really capable and can defeat me, so what if we surrender to him? We will just be his subordinates. We can still survive and develop. We can hide our strength, and when we have accumulated enough strength, we can replace him. If Ling Xiao can't even defeat me, he will not be able to make us surrender to him." When Lu Su said this, he revealed a strong ambition. He had obtained a peerless opportunity, and if he continued to grow, he would definitely become a saint. How could he be willing to be under someone else? However, he also knew the situation. It was not a problem for him to be under someone else for the time being, but when he grew stronger, he would show his ambition and replace the proud smiling palace. It had to be said that Lu Su was a very scheming person. If such a person could not become an overlord in the future, it would be hard to explain. In the main hall, after hearing Lu Su's words, everyone thought about it and felt that it was reasonable. Instead of using the people of a sect to fight to the death, it was better to be under someone else for the time being, and when they were strong enough they could compete with each other. It wasn't uncommon for a large faction to be overtaken and replaced by a small faction in the central region. Another day passed, and a figure appeared in Luoyang City from the teleportation portal. He was a handsome young man with a good figure. He always had a devilish smile on his face. That smile was enough to instantly kill any woman from 10 years old to 1,000 years old. He was the type that could be easily persuaded to kill. He was wearing a cloak and his steps were like that of a dragon and a tiger. He looked very handsome, generous, and heroic. The young man did not stay in Luoyang City. Step by step, he walked towards the famous mountains and rivers outside the city. His movements looked very slow, but he could cross dozens of meters with each step. In a few blinks of an eye, he was already 1,000 meters away. Fortunately, there were very few people outside the city, or people who were flying high in the sky. Very few people noticed that an expert would walk directly without flying, and his speed was surprisingly fast. It really made people feel that there were strange people and strange things happening every year. In less than an hour, the young man arrived at the Luoyang sect's territory. Looking at the towering mountain gate, he sighed lightly and said, "This is a good place. No wonder it can produce outstanding people. I hope it doesn't disappoint me." The cultivators guarding the mountain gate noticed the young man and immediately shouted, "Who goes there? This is my sect's restricted area. Those who are not involved, please leave immediately." The young man glanced at the few people and a devilish smile appeared on his face. He immediately walked up the stairs with his hands clasped behind his back. That carefree figure seemed to be walking on his own territory without a care in the world. The few guards just stood there with stupefied expressions, as if they had been bewitched by something. It took them a while to recover. "Hey, where's that person?" one of the guards asked in astonishment. "I'm 80% sure I'm seeing things. It's really a ghost." Another guard looked around and found that there was no one, so he also had a puzzled expression. "Hallucinating after standing for too long. It's possible, but it's almost time to change shifts. When the time comes, I'll go to the city and find a woman to have some fun with. I know you're thinking about your Chui Hua, but aren't you tired of playing with that woman for so long? What do you know? That woman is really coquettish and it's so exciting." The young man naturally couldn't hear the guard's loud talk. Along the way he encountered many patrolling cultivators, but after each cultivator shouted, they were inexplicably absent-minded for a while. When they came back to their senses they found that there was no one around them and thought they had seen a ghost. The young man reached the main peak of the Luoyang sect as if there was no one around him. As soon as he stood still, a group of Earth's sovereign stage cultivators immediately appeared and surrounded him. A celestial master walked out. "Who the hell are you? How dare you break into our Luoyang sect?" The young man chuckled with his hands behind his back. "Ling Xiao of the proud smiling palace has come to visit your sect. Is this how you treat your guests?" The young man's voice wasn't loud, but it could be clearly heard in every corner of the mountain. As soon as he said this, the people of the Luoyang sect were frightened and took several steps back. Their faces were full of panic. You are Ling Xiao." The celestial master couldn't help but exclaim as he retreated. Ling Xiao's name had already caused a sensation in the central region. The Luoyang sect and the proud smiling palace weren't too far apart, so they were naturally very familiar with Ling Xiao's deeds. They hadn't expected that Ling Xiao would personally come to their Luoyang sect, and for a moment they were all shocked. Then, a large number of people began to fly out from many directions. In just a short moment, nearly 1,000 people had already gathered here. Every single one of them was looking curiously at the genius of the new generation. They wanted to know if he really had 3 heads and 6 arms. He was actually able to establish his own power and even dared to challenge the 18 great powers. Such boldness really made them admire him from the bottom of their hearts. However, now that they were enemies, they naturally didn't dare to show their admiration and respect. Lu Yu pushed through the crowd and walked out. He looked at Ling Xiao from head to toe, then cupped his fists and said, "Palace Lord Ling, it's our Luoyang sect's honor to have you here. I am Lu Yu, the Luoyang sect leader. May I know what Palace Lord Ling has come for?" Lu Yu also tried to be polite before resorting to force. He wondered in his heart, did he come here alone? If that's the case, then everything will be easy with Su Er here to capture him. Ling Xiao seemed to have seen through Lu Yu's thoughts. He smiled faintly and said, "So it's sect leader Lu. This time I have come alone to represent my sincerity. I hope that your sect can join my sect. What do you think, sect leader Lu?" Ling Xiao spoke casually, but there was a kind of oppressive aura that pressed down on everyone's heads. "Palace Lord Ling already knows our answer, so why do you still make things difficult for us?" Lu Yu replied. "Alright, then let's talk about the second matter. My sect should have an elder who is a guest of your sect. Can sect leader Lu please let him go?" Ling Xiao seemed to be worried as he changed the topic. "You can let him go, but you have to defeat me first." A loud voice rang out behind the crowd. Chapter 825. As the voice fell, 2 figures fell in front of Ling Xiao. Bang bang. It was Lu Kun and Guan Chong who had been captured. The 2 of them looked extremely wretched. Their bodies were riddled with wounds and their faces were pale. Their auras were extremely weak. It was obvious that their strength had been sealed. Their bodies were also tied up with 1,000-year-old ropes. They could not recover their strength and could not struggle. When they saw Ling Xiao not far away, their faces turned ugly. Lu Kun said with difficulty, Young master, I'm sorry. I've embarrassed you." "Haha, victory and defeat are common for soldiers. It's fine as long as they're still alive, there's no need to worry about it." Ling Xiao laughed lightly, his heart at ease. With 2 emperors still alive, the losses weren't too great. His gaze then turned to the person who had just walked out. This young man looked only a little older than him. He was very young and very muscular. His steps were very steady. A bright red aura surrounded him, giving people a dazzling feeling. It was as if he was the son of the sun who had just walked out of the sun. The first impression was very strong and special. As Ling Xiao was sizing up Lu Su was also sizing up Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with surprise and curiosity. Lu Su was also curious, but there was also a hint of contempt. He understood Ling Xiao's battle record. He had the ability to fight above his cultivation level. However, Ling Xiao was still a high-level celestial venerate. Compared to him, the mystic the Arch, who could fight above his cultivation level, Ling Xiao was really not enough. He could not understand how a mere high-level celestial venerate had the ability to establish a force and even make these mystic thearchs follow him. Finally, he concluded that the force that Ling Xiao's master, the evil the Arch, had left behind was transferred to Ling Xiao. He did not think that these were all subordinates that Ling Xiao had recruited himself. With this conclusion, his impression of Ling Xiao had dropped by a lot. Moreover, now that Ling Xiao dared to come alone, he did not need to wear the saint-ranked battle armor. With his strength, it would not be too much of a problem to capture Ling Xiao. "You were the one who captured my two subordinates?" Ling Xiao asked. Lu Su said proudly, "That's right. If you dare to have any ideas about our Flowing Sun sect, you will have to pay the price. It's just that I haven't taken their lives yet, which is their fortune. However, I want them to see clearly who is suitable to be their master." Lu Su was very confident. No, it could be said to be conceited. He'd aroused the thought of subduing Lu Kun and Guan Chang. After all, Emperor Realm experts were difficult to find, and their Flowing Sun sect's foundation was too weak. So, if he was able to make Lu Kun and Guan Chang join his Flowing Sun sect, then only would he possess greater confidence and be able to develop even more swiftly. It had to be said that as Lu Su's strength grew, so did his ambition. If Ling Xiao did not understand what Lu Su meant, then his name would not be Ling Xiao. "You are very confident. What's your name?" Ling Xiao smiled without a care. "This emperor is Lu Su. You are the master of the proud smiling palace, Ling Xiao? The first emperor from a few years ago?" Lu Su asked in a provocative tone. "That's right. I am Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao responded, then continued, "I will take them away now, and your Flowing Yang sect will submit to the proud smiling palace. What do you think?" Haha. Suddenly, Lu Su laughed out loud as if he had heard the funniest joke. The people of the Flowing Sun sect also laughed out loud. They had all seen Lu Su's true strength, and Ling Xiao was only a high-level celestial master. No matter how strong he was, he could not be stronger than Lu Su. Ling Xiao's boastful words made them laugh unbridledly. "Hee, it's funny, isn't it?" Ling Xiao sneered. Then he frowned and sent his mind power to the two people who were laughing the loudest. Before the people stopped laughing, the two elders of the Flowing Yang sect suddenly knelt down on the ground. Then they did the most surprising and unbelievable thing. They knelt on the ground and kept covering their faces with their hands. They kept repeating, "We are sorry, Leader Ling. We shouldn't have laughed. We deserve to die. We, the Flowing Yang sect, are willing to submit to the proud smiling palace." Suddenly, all the people of the Flowing Yang sect stared at the two elders. Their minds were full of questions. "Elder Hai, Elder Chu, what are you doing? Get up. If you say one more word, you will be punished." Lu Yu shouted at the two elders. No one had expected that these two inner court elders who were laughing merrily would suddenly kneel down to the other party and even cover their mouths to say such disgraceful words. Lu Su by the side also looked at the two of them with an astonished expression, and a wave of killing intent gradually soared. "There's no need for this. As long as they're sincere in surrendering to me, I'll treat them well." Ling Xiao tried to persuade them with kind words, but her eyes were filled with a bit of savagery. "Thank you for Palace Master Ling's kindness. Thank you for Palace Master Ling's kindness. Did everyone see that? Palace Master Ling is such a good person. Both of you will return together." The two of them cried out in gratitude. However, before they could finish their words, a streak of heat flashed past them. Bang! The two heads were instantly blown off, and their brains and blood splattered everywhere. "Traitor! How dare you spread lies here?" Lu Su said unhappily. It was obvious that he was the one who killed the two elders. "Tisk tsk. Why did you do this?" They knew that it was a wise choice to give up the darkness and join the light. Ling Xiao shook his head and sighed. It seemed that he felt sad for the two elders who had died. At this moment, a few more people knelt down in front of Ling Xiao and repeated what the two elders had said. "We are sorry, Leader Ling. We shouldn't have laughed. We deserve to die. We are willing to serve the Smiling Palace." Such a strange scene caused the surrounding people to be dumbfounded once again. What the hell is going on?" Lu Yu asked in a slightly panicked manner. Demonic magic. He must be using demonic magic. Otherwise, why would the elders be like this? One of the half-sovereigns pointed at Ling Xiao and said in shock. If this consort knew demonic arts, then why would I waste so much time talking to you? Alright, this consort will ask you one more time. Will you surrender or not? Ling Xiao smiled as if she was harming no animals. You really do have some ability. But I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to make our Flowing Sun sect surrender. Lu Su didn't act rashly to kill them this time. Instead, he spoke to Ling Xiao faintly, and a wave of Emperor rank aura pressed down upon Ling Xiao. The aura of an Emperor rank expert couldn't be easily resisted by anyone below the Emperor rank. However, Ling Xiao wasn't an ordinary person. His combat strength was comparable to an Emperor rank expert, so he was immune to Lu Su's aura. Ling Xiao restrained his smile and looked at Lu Su with a serious expression. What you're doing is useless. Come, let's have a good fight. I will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed up into the sky like an eagle. Lu Su was slightly stunned, and then a confident smile appeared on his face as he muttered, You don't want to destroy our Flowing Sun sect? How interesting. If Ling Xiao started a fight with him here, then with the destructive force of an Emperor rank expert, this place would definitely be greatly damaged, and the others of the Flowing Sun sect would also be affected. However, Ling Xiao didn't do that. Instead, he wanted to fight somewhere else. This was why he found Ling Xiao interesting. However, in his heart he despised Ling Xiao for being too soft-hearted. If it was him, he would definitely start a fight right away. He wouldn't care about the lives of others. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't care about being a good person. He just believed that subduing the Flowing Sun sect was a must. He wanted to make them surrender wholeheartedly. After they surrendered, they would still be one of the subordinate forces of the proud Smiling Palace. Now that they had destroyed their main peak, they would probably bear a grudge against the proud Smiling Palace in the future. Then the proud Smiling Palace would definitely pay lip service to them. So, what was the point of subduing them? It was better to eliminate them completely. Far away from the Flowing Sun sect, Ling Xiao and Lu Su stood facing the wind, their clothes fluttering in the wind. Not far away from them, Lu Yu came with many elders. They didn't get too close. Obviously they just wanted to see who would have the last laugh in this battle. I really don't understand. You're just a high heaven stage exalt, how can you be so confident? Even if you have the ability to suppress your peers, don't you know that there's always someone better out there? Lu Su said with pity. He looked like he had already won. With his ruthless character in his eyes, Ling Xiao was already a dead man. No matter how strong you are, there will always be someone stronger than you. But you may not be that person and you may not be that sky. Ling Xiao replied, Come, let me see how far you have cultivated the 9 suns heaven-burning art of the Mingri dynasty. Lu Su's expression changed when he heard Ling Xiao's words. He asked gloomily, How do you know about the 9 heavens burning sun art? Could it be that you've also obtained some inheritance in the chaos abyss of war? Lu Su's mind spun quickly, and he thought of a possibility. Ling Xiao must have had a fortuitous encounter in the abyss of war, and it was through such a fortuitous encounter that Ling Xiao learned that Lu Su was cultivating the 9 suns burning heaven art, which had been lost for 100,000 years. You can think of it that way. As Ling Xiao replied, his battle strength began to rise. In just a short moment, Ling Xiao's aura was comparable to a mystic emperor's. A golden dragon shadow roared out and appeared in the sky. The glazed dragon scale armor immediately wrapped around his body, and a supreme emperor's aura was emitted from his body. Lu Su exclaimed, This is the ancient emperor mystic technique, how is this possible? Lu Su had obtained the inheritance of the Mingri dynasty, so he naturally knew about the existence of the Qin people's dynasty and the ancient emperor mystic technique. He also knew that the ancient emperor mystic technique was already famous in the ancient times, and it was even better than the 9 heavens burning sun art that he cultivated. Nothing is impossible. Back then, the Mingri dynasty submitted to the Qin people's dynasty. Today, the 9 heavens burning sun art will also be defeated by my ancient emperor mystic technique. Ling Xiao licked his thick lips and said excitedly. Chapter 826. In the sky above a barren mountain, 2 young men with extraordinary bearing stood facing each other. One of them was a handsome man with a cape on his shoulders. The cape was fluttering in the wind. His graceful bearing, coupled with the mighty golden dragon that was 100 meters long, made him look so noble and domineering that people couldn't help but have the urge to worship him. The other man, who also had a dignified appearance, exuded intense flames all over his body. A brilliant sun battle tattoo gradually appeared on his forehead, and with the appearance of the battle tattoo, 100 meters wide sun appeared behind him. It was so dazzling that no one dared to look at it directly. Not far away, there were quite a few people watching the two youngsters with expressions of anticipation. Kim People's ancient emperor divine technique? Today let me break the myth and tell you that the 9 suns burning sky technique is the most powerful martial art in the world. Lu Su regained his composure. A fanatical look appeared on his face, and a pair of fiery gloves appeared on his hands. At the same time his generosity world force began to deduce. 9 suns of different colors gathered together, and the blazing light illuminated everything in the surroundings, making it abnormally gorgeous. The high temperature instantly spread out for thousands of miles, and ordinary people would find it hard to withstand the scorching temperature. It really is the 9 suns burning sky technique. The power of the world has already gathered 9 suns. It seems that the opportunity one obtained is not small. Facing the 9 suns world, Ling Xiao didn't show any fear on his face. Instead he looked extremely excited. Go, have a taste of the power of my 9 suns world. Lu Su shouted and controlled the 9 suns to shine towards Ling Xiao. Dazzling rays of light shot towards Ling Xiao at the same time. Each ray of light contained a terrifying flame. Once touched by it, it would immediately melt away. When the beams of light shot towards him, Ling Xiao didn't dodge. It was as if he didn't want to escape, or the speed of the sunlight was too fast for him to react. Sizzle. Countless flames immediately wrapped around Ling Xiao's body, making a burning sound. Lu Su raised his eyebrows slightly and murmured, "Is he just an idiot? Or is it that you dare to take on my bright sun power just because you have the ancient emperor's divine technique?" Lu Su was very confident in the power of his own world. This attack was enough to destroy an ordinary mystic the arch. Although Ling Xiao had the ancient emperor divine technique, he did not believe that Ling Xiao could cultivate to a particularly high level. After taking this move, even if he did not die, he would not be seriously injured. However, in the next moment he was dumbfounded. When the sunlight energy dissipated, a figure was still standing in the same place, as if he had not been injured at all, with a faint smile on his face. In Lu Su's eyes, this smile was filled with disdain and mockery. This caused the anger in his heart to flourish, but at the same time, it also caused him to be greatly shocked. Could it be that he has already cultivated the ancient emperor's divine art to the large success realm? He knew that the more profound the ancient emperor's divine art was, the more perverse the defensive ability would be. Ordinary attacks would not pose much of a threat to the opponent. Indeed, after Ling Xiao obtained the inheritance of the Zhan Wangye in the chaotic war abyss, he also obtained his royal bloodline. This allowed him to put the ancient emperor's divine art into order and cultivate it all over again. Right now he had already cultivated to the 6th transformation, the refinement realm. His physical body's defensive state was already comparable to a true Saint-tier martial artist. How could ordinary attacks hurt him? Ling Xiao lightly flicked the corner of his clothes and revealed an extremely disdainful expression. The power of the 9 Yang world, TSK. I think it is only SOSO. Lu Su's brows instantly furrowed into the shape of a chuan. He did not speak any more nonsense as 9 brilliant suns smashed towards Ling Xiao at the same time. Each brilliant sun carried intense and blazing energy as it blasted towards Ling Xiao at the speed of fulgurating shadows. The power of each brilliant sun could definitely destroy mountains and break rivers. Looking at the 100-meter wide sun, Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. His figure flashed like a bolt of lightning, constantly dodging. Every time he would brush past the sun. It looked rather thrilling, but the brilliant sun did not harm Ling Xiao in the slightest. Lu Su was even more astonished when he saw this scene. His speed is so impressive, but he is safe and sound just like that? Immediately after, Lu Su waved both his hands, and the 9 suns scattered and surrounded Ling Xiao in a circle, completely sealing off Ling Xiao's path of escape. Have a taste of the 9 Yang explosion. Lu Su revealed a sinister expression as he said this. He clasped his hands together, and the 9 brilliant suns blasted towards Ling Xiao from different directions. Now that the power of the 9 Yang world was completely sealed, and all 9 directions were blocked by a brilliant sun, Ling Xiao no longer had any place to hide. It seems that I have no choice but to use my true strength, Ling Xiao thought to himself. At this moment his world power was finally deduced. A desolate world instantly bloomed, and an ancient aura immediately assailed his nostrils. Every tree, flower, and grass was so vivid and lifelike, as if it was an independent living world. What kind of world power is this? Lu Su exclaimed. He thought that Ling Xiao should only be a metal attribute martial artist, so the world power deduced should be a world of gold. However, the world power in front of him was obviously not a world of gold, and the aura made him feel fearful and strange. The two world powers collided with each other, producing a series of rumbling sounds. The sky shook incessantly and countless energy broke through the 9 heavens. The people from the Flowing Sun sect, who were watching from not far away, were all shocked by the powerful destructive power. They all retreated again and again, and their faces were filled with horror. Lu Su was already the mystic the Arch, and his vast world power was extraordinary. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was still a high-stage celestial venerate. Although he was as strong as the mystic the Arch, his world power was slightly weaker than Lu Su's. At the same time that the two world powers dissipated, Ling Xiao's body was pushed back a few hundred meters, but Lu Su only retreated 100 meters. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly in his heart and said, "There is still a gap in strength, but it should not be a problem to defeat him." Immediately after, Ling Xiao's strength rose again, and he did not hold back at all. His aura had already reached the peak of a low-level mystic the Arch. "Come, I'll make you surrender." Ling Xiao screamed as she tried to extrapolate the power of the world. The volcanoes in the desolate ancient world exploded at the same time, and the destructive dark flames rushed out at the same time. Many of the flames turned into a Qilin divine beast and roared at Lu Su. Lu Su was shocked by the energy of the volcanic eruption. He did not expect that Ling Xiao's world power actually contained the fire attribute, and the power was rather terrifying. No wonder he can establish a sect, he really has some skills. Lu Su thought in his heart. Immediately after, the 9 brilliant suns rose again, and 9 different sun powers shone out at the same time. Boom, boom. The powerful energy blasted together, and it seemed that this part of the world was going to explode. The fire of the 9 suns was worthy of being called the fire of the extreme young. It was able to hold its own against Ling Xiao's heavenly fire. However, the mighty Qilin and the golden dragon that came from the other side made Lu Su panic. Damn it, what kind of world power is this? It can even deduce a divine beast. Lu Su cursed in his heart, and the saint-rank defensive armor finally started to appear on his body. At the same time, 4 of the suns were left to deal with the 2 divine beasts, and the other 5 were fighting against the volcanic eruption. Unfortunately, he was still unable to completely block Ling Xiao's world power. Countless icicles fell from the sky, piercing towards his head with a murderous aura. Lu Su was caught off guard, and the countless icicles smashed him down from the sky. Not good. Sect Guardian Elder he. A half-emperor beside Lu Yu couldn't help but exclaim. He looked like he wanted to go over and help. Lu Yu waved his hand and said, "Don't be impulsive. Su-er has a saint-rank armor, so normal attacks can't hurt him." Although he said that, he was very sad and worried when he saw the large number of icicles falling on his son's body. This Ling Xiao really lives up to his reputation. He can actually make the sect Guardian Elder suffer a loss. Another half-emperor sighed. The other elders of the Flowing Sun sect were nervous. They had all heard of Ling Xiao's fame, and now that they saw their sect Guardian Elder being hit, they wondered, will the sect Guardian Elder be killed? The answer was, of course, not so fast. Lu Su's entire body was a saint-rank defensive artifact. Although the icicle's attacks were terrifying, they might not be able to break through his defense. This was also the biggest reason why he could fight against 2 people at once. When Lu Su shot up from the ground again, Ling Xiao also began to notice that Lu Su's armor was extraordinary. His eyes burned with passion. Wow, a full set of saint-rank armor. This guy has struck it big. He had obtained more than a dozen saint-rank weapons in the chaotic war abyss, but they were still inferior to Lu Su's full set of saint-rank armor. Lu Su lightly twisted his neck, his face revealing a look of anger as he said, You actually cultivate several attributes at the same time? No wonder you can create such a strange world energy, but you are not qualified to defeat me, Lu Su." After saying that, he began to move his fists. It was a simple movement, but each punch was like a powerful sun that blasted towards Ling Xiao. He had already lost in terms of world energy, so he would decide the victor in terms of pure strength and moves. Ling Xiao did not dodge Lu Su's powerful moves. He wanted to test out the power of the 9 sun-burning heavens art. Ling Xiao's palms shot out countless palm prints, bombarding the sun. Now Ling Xiao's 20x combat power was fully activated, and his strength was on par with Lu Su's. The two's fists and palms constantly intersected, and their figures constantly moved, dazzling the eyes of the people in the distance. They were unable to catch the two's figures. At this time, Lu Su finally began to take Ling Xiao seriously. He finally understood why Ling Xiao was able to establish a sect as a high-level Empyrean. Just based on his combat power, he indeed had the qualifications to do so. Even so, Lu Su believed that he could still defeat Ling Xiao, and he began to use his powerful moves in the next moment. Chapter 827. Lu Su made a strange punching motion, and the shape of his fist flashed in a mysterious trajectory. All of a sudden, a scarlet sun descended from the sky and exploded in all directions. That powerful destructive power left everyone speechless. 9 Sun Burning Heaven Art, First Form, Scarlet Scorching Sun. Ling Xiao could clearly feel the extraordinariness of this move. He understood that Lu Su was already going all out. Ling Xiao revealed an excited smile. He turned his palm into a leg. That leg shadow was like a gale sweeping away the fallen leaves, kicking the scorching sun into smithereens. However, Ling Xiao's legs were numb from the impact. If it wasn't for his astonishing defense and his immunity to the fire attribute, this move would have caused him quite a bit of damage. Lu Su took the opportunity to get in front of Ling Xiao and smashed his gloved fists towards Ling Xiao's abdomen. Go and die for me. Lu Su grabbed this opportunity and planned to defeat Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, when his fist landed, he realized that it hit the air and didn't touch the corner of Ling Xiao's clothes. Suddenly, he felt a wind at the back of his head. Without thinking, he immediately lowered his body into a horse stance. Ling Xiao's legs swept over the top of his head. Your reaction is pretty fast. After Ling Xiao praised, his legs turned into countless leg shadows as he continuously kicked at Lu Su. Even though Ling Xiao managed to hit many of Lu Su's leg attacks, he didn't injure Lu Su much. This made him prepare to change his strategy. However, Lu Su was infuriated as he continuously blasted out the 9 Sun Burning Heaven Art's powerful moves. 9 Sun Burning Heaven Art, Second Form, Golden Flame Spirit Sun. 9 Sun Burning Heaven Art, Third Form, Indigo Flames Extreme Yang. The 9 Yang Heaven Burning Art, each move was stronger than the last. The power it contained was comparable to a mid-tier Mystic Thearka's powerful move. Ordinary people would find it hard to defend against it. However, even though Lu Su's moves were powerful, he didn't have an extreme movement technique. He couldn't catch up to Ling Xiao's speed, and every time Ling Xiao easily dodged his attacks. Ling Xiao did not choose to face it head-on. Instead, he had the mentality of watching every move of the 9 Sun Burning Heaven Art. However, with Lu Su's current strength, he could only unleash the 7th form of the 9 Sun Burning Heaven Art, White Flame True Yang. This move was like a white flame of the true sun, surrounding Ling Xiao, who was trying to escape, and burning him. That great power had already exceeded Ling Xiao's imagination. When the energy dissipated, the dragon scale battle armor on Ling Xiao's body was also damaged. There was a lot of golden blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that Lu Su's move made Ling Xiao suffer a little. However, Ling Xiao's face still revealed an indifferent smile and said, "Is that all you have?" Ling Xiao was not very disappointed with Lu Su's combat strength. It was just that Lu Su's movement technique was lacking. When Ling Xiao fully executed his wind attribute, Lu Su could not do anything to him. If Lu Su's movement technique could keep up with Ling Xiao's, Ling Xiao would definitely not be as calm as he was now. Even though he had the ability to fight across realms, he was still slightly inferior to Wu Bufan. In terms of strength, he was on par with them. Lu Su looked at Ling Xiao in shock. Now he finally knew that Ling Xiao was much more powerful than he had imagined. However, he did not think that Ling Xiao had the ability to defeat him. Even if he could not win against Ling Xiao, he had a Saint Artifact's defense. It was not something that could be easily broken, unless Ling Xiao had a high-grade Saint Artifact. Ling Xiao naturally had a high-grade Saint Artifact. Up until now, he had not used the Golden Dragon Spear. However, Ling Xiao did not intend to use the Golden Dragon Spear. He wanted Lu Su to lose wholeheartedly. Such a talent must be used by him. Moreover, he also wanted to obtain the 9 Sun Burning Heaven Art's mental cultivation method. He felt that this secret art could display its true power in his hands. It had to be said that Ling Xiao had always been quite narcissistic. "I will definitely defeat you," Lu Su roared. He deduced the power of the world once again and enveloped Ling Xiao. At the same time, he summoned his protective spiritual beast, Fire Cloud Lion. Since he could not defeat Ling Xiao with his strength alone, then the human and beast would fight together. Rank 7 spiritual beast, you have it, I have it too. Ling Xiao chuckled and also summoned Little Gold. Ling Xiao versus Lu Su, Golden Wolf King versus Fire Cloud Lion. No matter what, Lu Su was unable to deal with Ling Xiao, and his Fire Cloud Lion was also not Little Gold's match. Little Gold's third eye had already displayed its might. The Fire Cloud Lion did not have much leeway to resist. After being illuminated, it was practically torn apart by Little Gold. However, the Fire Cloud Lion's roar allowed it to turn back some of its disadvantage. Now Ling Xiao had already lost interest in continuing to play. Lu Su's foundation had already been completely grasped by him. There was not much meaning in continuing to fight anymore. Ling Xiao made use of his super speed to get close to Lu Su and opened his mouth. Dragon's Tenbin Divine Ability, Dragon Roar. A powerful sound wave suddenly roared out, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. How could Lu Su have thought that Ling Xiao still had this move? Although his sacred artifact defensive armor could protect his physical body from harm, there was no way to block the sound wave attack. For a moment, his eardrums swelled and hurt, and a buzzing sound reverberated in his ears non-stop. It was also at this moment when he was absent-minded, Ling Xiao's figure surged again. His figure split into 24. Each figure swung out a golden fist at the same time, smashing on Lu Su, who had lost his defense. Bang bang. In an instant, Lu Su was bombarded by 24 Ling Xiao like a sandbag. A series of muffled groans came out. The power of the fist force was terrifying. The most terrifying thing was that a large part of Ling Xiao's punch was actually aimed at the other party's face. The moment the poor Lu Su was smashed away, his entire face had already turned into a pig's head. Lu Su smashed heavily onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. However, he also bounced up from the ground in an instant. Other than that handsome face that was extremely red and swollen, there seemed to be no injuries on his body. It hurts so much, but it's impossible to hurt me. Lu Su spat out a mouthful of blood and still shouted very arrogantly. Is that so? Ling Xiao grinned, crossed his arms in front of his chest and no longer made any movements. Suddenly, Lu Su's body suddenly made a series of muffled groans, and a lot of blood exploded from the inside out. After a long while, Lu Su's eyes widened. In the end, there was a look of unwillingness in his eyes as he fell heavily back. The people from the Flowing Sun sect who had witnessed this scene from afar were all shocked. Lu Yu cried out in alarm and was the first to fly over. The people behind him also rushed over and summoned their spiritual beasts. Lu Su had been defeated and they could only join forces to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise they could imagine what would happen to them. However, before they could reach Lu Su, Ling Xiao had already reached Lu Su's side and grabbed him by the neck. He looked at Lu Yu and the others and said, "If you don't want him to die, you'd better calm down." Lu Su was not dead yet. Ling Xiao had a good sense of propriety. His heavy punches had penetrated the Saint Weapon battle armor and the hidden force remained in Lu Su's body. The hidden force would only erupt after each punch. Lu Su's meridians and internal organs were all injured, but it was only a serious injury and he was still breathing. Ling Xiao had no intention of killing him for the time being. Lu Yu and the others did not dare to attack Lu Su together. Ling Xiao, don't be rash. I can release your 2 elders in exchange for my son. What do you think? Lu Yu said anxiously. He had pinned all his hopes on his son. If his son died, he would definitely go mad. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Sect leader Lu, I don't think you are sincere enough. I have come from afar and fought with your son. If I let him go just like that, I will lose face." Ling Xiao said shamelessly. The look on his face made it clear what he intended to do. Lu Yu's face showed that he was in a difficult position. The people behind him also had different expressions. Lu Yu was silent for a while before he replied, "Fine. As long as sect leader Ling is willing to release my son, the Flowing Sun sect will follow the lead of the proud Smiling Palace." Before this, they had already discussed and decided to submit to the proud Smiling Palace for the time being. When they had enough power in the future, they would replace the proud Smiling Palace. However, now that Lu Yu had seen how powerful Ling Xiao was, he thought to himself, when the Flowing Sun sect becomes powerful, the proud Smiling Palace will also become a huge force. Will we be able to do anything to them then? Although he thought about it, his son's life was in the hands of others, so he could only let them have the final say. Sect leader Lu, your sincerity is still not enough. Ling Xiao shook his head and said with disappointment. Lu Yu did not understand what Ling Xiao meant. The half-step sovereign beside him tugged at the corner of his clothes and signaled him with his eyes. Lu Yu finally understood what to do. He hesitated for a while and finally knelt down in front of Ling Xiao and said, "Palace leader Lu Yu." As Lu Yu knelt down, the people behind the Flowing Sun sect knelt down in front of Ling Xiao and said, "Palace leader Lu Yu." The voice reverberated endlessly in the vicinity. A satisfied smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face and he said, Good. Get up. You will not regret this decision in the future. He paused and said, "Release the two elders of the proud smiling palace." Lu Yu did as he said and brought Lu Kun and Guan Chang to Ling Xiao's side. He untied the 1,000-year rope on their bodies. Ling Xiao gave them healing pills, and at the same time he also gave Lu Su a healing pill. "From now on, he will stay by my side and be appointed as an inner elder of the proud smiling palace. I will not mistreat him," Ling Xiao said while pointing at Lu Su. "Oh, how can I do that?" Lu Yu was shocked. He still hoped that his son would continue to become powerful and replace the proud smiling palace. If his son followed Ling Xiao, wouldn't this matter be ruined? "What? You can't compare to me? He will only be able to go further if he follows me," Ling Xiao said in a domineering tone. It was as if he would turn against Lu Yu if he dared to say no. Lu Yu was speechless and could only sigh in his heart. "I hope my son can get rid of this devil's clutches soon." Chapter 828. The reason why Ling Xiao wanted to recruit Lu Su was because his combat strength was still abnormally strong. His value was still very high and his future was relatively broad. Unlike the group of old men he had recruited before, even if he used medicinal pills to help them become stronger, their advancement would be very slow, and their future achievements would ultimately be limited. Beside him, Xian Yao, Yi Yunfeng, Solitary Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Leng Shi, Poison Scorpion, and the 8 generals were still young, and they still needed more time to grow. Each of them had a strong tenbin, but compared to Lu Su in front of them, there was still a lot of difference. Moreover, Ling Xiao liked the feeling of those so-called geniuses submitting to his feet. For people like Lu Su who were naturally unwilling to submit to others, Ling Xiao wanted to trample him under his feet. After defeating Lu Su, the Flowing Sun sect surrendered to the proud Smiling Palace, and Cruel Leopard, Yang Xianfeng, and Yi Yunfeng each successfully conquered several forces. Now the proud Smiling Palace controlled 5 5th-grade forces and 11 6th-grade forces, occupying a total of more than 350 cities. The territory of this force seemed very large, but it was only equivalent to the scope of a 4th-grade force. Compared to the territory occupied by the 18 forces, it was far from enough. Ling Xiao brought Lu Su, Lu Kun and Guan Chang back to the proud Smiling Palace. Lu Su's dantian and meridians were sealed, and his injuries were not completely healed. There were still many bruises on his face, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. However, Ling Xiao turned a blind eye to all of this. He had already told Lu Su that as long as he did not submit, then he would be a cripple. Lu Su needed to think about this carefully. Lu Su naturally did not want to be like this for the rest of his life. He was indeed unwilling to submit to Ling Xiao like this, but he also thought of a way out. He would pretend to submit for a while and then after a while he would pretend to submit. In the future, when he became stronger, he must wash away the shame of this defeat. However, when Ling Xiao brought Lu Su back, Xian Yao's expression changed when he saw Lu Su, and immediately asked Ling Xiao, "Young master, this is?" Ling Xiao replied, "The son of the Flowing Sun sect leader, Lu Su, a future general that I brought back." Lu Su turned his head away unhappily and thought to himself, "I'll let you be cocky for now. One day you'll be crying." Xian Yao immediately said very seriously, "Young master, this person cannot be left alive. He must be killed immediately." Xian Yao's tone was unprecedentedly firm, causing Ling Xiao and Lu Su to jump in fright. Ling Xiao was surprised that Xian Yao was so hostile towards Lu Su, while Lu Su was afraid that Ling Xiao would really listen to the words of this person in front of him. If that happened, he would die in vain. "Why do you say that?" Ling Xiao asked. He knew that under normal circumstances Xian Yao would not speak carelessly. Since he said this, then he must have his reasons. This person has a dignified appearance and has a bit of awe-inspiring righteousness. He should have been a righteous and benevolent hero, but the awe in the back of his head destroyed his fate, turning him into a naturally rebellious person. No matter who takes him in, he will eventually betray his master. Raising a tiger will only invite calamity. So, young master, this person cannot be left alive. Xian Yao was not afraid of offending Lu Su and directly said to Ling Xiao in front of him. Xian Yao, as the son of the heavens, knew the fate of the heavens and understood the principles of fate. He was very proficient in divination, feng shui, formations and people he knew. He could tell at a glance that Lu Su was an ambitious person who was unwilling to submit to others. He was the kind of person who was born to be a traitor. Therefore, he asked Ling Xiao to immediately kill Lu Su to prevent future troubles. After hearing Xian Yao's words, Ling Xiao's gaze fell on Lu Su. To be honest, he had always believed Xian Yao's words, but judging Lu Su to be a disloyal person based on his appearance made him feel a bit rash. It was not easy to find a good helper with a good future, but to kill him just like that really made Ling Xiao feel a bit conflicted. Lu Su was immediately very guilty after hearing Shen Yao's words, but the strange look in his eyes only flashed for a moment. He immediately pretended to be righteous and said, "If you have the ability, then kill me now." Drag him out and kill him. Shen Yao ignored the presence of Ling Xiao and coldly gave the order. With his perception of people, he would definitely not be wrong about the person in front of him. However, Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Forget it, fraud. In front of me he can't do anything. Keep him alive, I still have a use for him." "Young master, could it be that you don't believe my words?" Shen Yao said anxiously. Ling Xiao said, "You think too much, I have my own ideas on this matter." Shen Yao saw that Ling Xiao was firm, so he lightly shook his head and said nothing more. However, Lu Su secretly looked at Shen Yao and firmly remembered Shen Yao's appearance. In his heart, he secretly said, "If there is a chance in the future, I will kill you first." Ling Xiao indeed had some love for talent, but after hearing Shen Yao's words, he couldn't help but be on guard against Lu Su. However, he still didn't use a high-level spirit curse on Lu Su, which led to a big mistake in the future. The opening ceremony was getting closer and closer, and the entire laughing sect was busy from top to bottom. More than 10 main peaks were decorated with lanterns, and it was a scene of jubilation. Now that there was a lack of manpower, Ling Xiao had already asked Shen Yao to transfer a large number of people from Wind Cloud City to be responsible for this opening ceremony. Ling Xiao's goal was to make it grand and grand, so that other forces would know the power of the laughing sect. While the others were working, Ling Xiao was carefully studying the 9 sun-burning heaven arts incantation written by Lu Su. 2 days ago, Lu Su had already chosen to submit to Ling Xiao, and was willing to take the position of an inner court elder of the laughing sect. He did this of course to numb Ling Xiao's attention. He was afraid that if the military advisor really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have the strength to resist. However, in order to dispel Ling Xiao's wariness towards him, he took the initiative to write the 9 sun-burning heaven art for Ling Xiao. He felt that even if others learned the 9 sun-burning heaven art, they might not be able to understand the essence of it like he did. After all, he had the final inheritance, so he had a deep understanding of the 9 sun-burning heaven art. He wasn't stupid enough to change the mental cultivation method. If he did, it would arouse Ling Xiao's suspicion and he wouldn't be far from death. What he needed to do now was to endure. He had to increase his strength in the shortest time possible. He absolutely had to increase his strength by 1 rank before Ling Xiao became an emperor. At that time he would be invincible within the emperor rank, and killing Ling Xiao would be as easy as turning his hand. Ling Xiao of course had no way of knowing Lu Su's various ambitions. He felt that with his ability, it wouldn't be a problem to suppress Lu Su forever, so he didn't care too much about it. In the next few days, Ling Xiao had roughly comprehended the 9 sun-burning heaven art, and he had also comprehended 70 to 80% of its essence. He didn't have time to cultivate for the time being. There were only a few days left before the opening ceremony, so he had to go out and greet the guests. The first guest that Ling Xiao needed to greet was from the Maple Forest Valley's alchemy family, the Gu family. More than 4 years ago, Ling Xiao represented the Gu family to participate in the Dan Alliance competition, and thus became allies with the Gu family. Furthermore, Gu Jiaojiao had already married Yi Yunfeng, and could be considered as Yi Yunfeng's maiden family, and Yi Yunfeng was his little brother. With these relationships, the Gu family and Ling Xiao could be considered as loyal allies. As the ancestor of the Gu family, Gu Qin personally led the team and presented many high-level spirit grass, which could be considered as congratulating the establishment of the Xiao Palace. Congratulations, brother Ling. I never thought that after not seeing you for a few years, you would already be a palace master. You truly make us old men blush with shame. After Gu Qin saw Ling Xiao, he said to Ling Xiao very enthusiastically and politely. Thinking back to more than 4 years ago, not only did Ling Xiao help their Gu family maintain their position in the top 10 of the Dan Alliance, he had also helped their position improve by a lot, allowing their Gu family to profit a lot in recent years. Gu Qin was extremely grateful to Ling Xiao from the bottom of his heart. He didn't dare to treat Ling Xiao as a junior. With Ling Xiao's current fame, calling Ling Xiao brother Ling was already considered to be him. Brother Gu, you're too polite. It's good that you came, why did you bring so many things? Ling Xiao said politely. Haha, it's just a small gift. It's all thanks to brother Ling's help that my Gu family is able to have today. Gu Qin laughed, then changed the topic. "Oh right, I heard that Brother Wu Fu has also come to seek refuge with you, why don't I see him?" Before Ling Xiao could say anything, Wu Fu's voice came from outside the hall. "Brother Gu, how have you been?" Gu Qin stood up to welcome him. Looking at Wu Fu, who was in high spirits, he already knew that Wu Fu's realm had increased by a level. He smiled and said, "Brother Wu has already become an emperor, this is truly a cause for celebration." Wu Fu bowed to Ling Xiao, who was sitting at the top, and said to Gu Qin, "All of this is thanks to young master. Otherwise Wu Fu would not be here today." Back then, Wu Fu was already a half-step emperor, and it was quite difficult for him to rely on himself to break through to the emperor stage. After all, a lot of his cultivation had been raised by pills, and his foundation was not solid. Fortunately, with Ling Zhao's top-grade emperor Xian Dan, he was able to become an emperor in one fell swoop. After Gu Qin and Wu Fu greeted each other, Yi Yunfeng also brought Gu Jiaojia to greet Gu Qin and the rest of the Gu family. After Ling Xiao had set up a banquet for Gu Qin and the others, Wu Fu brought Gu Qin around the proud smiling palace. Gu Qin looked at the majestic palaces built on the peaks and sensed the auras that made him feel fearful. He was extremely shocked in his heart. "Brother Wu, according to what you said, you are now the pavilion master of the medicine sect pavilion in the proud smiling palace?" Gu Qin asked Wu Fu. Wu Fu revealed a happy expression and said, "That's right, this is all because of young master's love for me." He was not happy because he had taken on a heavy responsibility, but because he had been accepted as an in-name disciple by Han Kai. With the guidance of an alchemist saint, he might have a chance to reach that step in the future. "I didn't expect Brother Ling to grow so quickly. It seems that our Gu family has become a bit complacent," Gu Qin said with a sigh. He then asked tentatively, "Say, if our Gu family is willing to become a subsidiary of the proud smiling palace, would Brother Ling agree?" When Wu Fu heard this, he paused for a moment before replying, "That is naturally good. Young master will definitely agree. If Brother Gu is willing to do this, I believe that your Gu family will definitely prosper in the future." Chapter 829. Following the arrival of the Gu family, the other invited forces also arrived in Wind Cloud City. The first to arrive were, of course, the leaders of the forces that Ling Xiao had just recruited. They were already one of the subsidiaries of the proud smiling palace. Now that the opening ceremony of the proud smiling palace was just around the corner, they had to prepare gifts to pay their respects. They wanted to leave a good impression on the proud smiling palace so that they would have a good life in the future. There were also many elders of the fourth-rank sects who had sent their representatives. They didn't want to offend Ling Xiao, but they also didn't want to be too close to Ling Xiao. They just wanted to show off and see what the proud smiling palace was capable of. Ling Xiao had already ordered his men to clear out a lot of space in Wind Cloud City, so that these people would have a place to stay. He wouldn't let these people into the proud smiling palace at the beginning. Only those who had a good relationship with the Gu family or those from the 18 great forces were qualified to stay in the proud smiling palace. No matter what others thought, the proud smiling palace had the confidence to do so. Today, the day of the opening ceremony of the proud smiling palace finally arrived. Wind Cloud City was already in a jubilant mood. Every shop was decorated with lanterns and firecrackers were exploding non-stop. The citizens were all in a jubilant mood. There were many activities in the city such as dragon and lion dances, acrobatic performances, arena challenges. Wind Cloud City was filled with people. It was a very lively scene. Ling Xiao and the others had already left the proud smiling palace to welcome the guests. Before the opening ceremony, they had to wait for all the guests to arrive before they could enter the palace to hold the ceremony. This was to show the respect that the proud smiling palace had for their guests. The main reason was that the proud smiling palace had built a space, so they couldn't reveal its location to anyone. They could only reach it through a transmission array. This was why Ling Xiao and the others had to welcome the guests in Wind Cloud City. Those who didn't know better would think that Wind Cloud City was the headquarters of the proud smiling palace. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't come out to welcome the leaders of the nearby forces and the representatives of the fourth-rank sections. He sent Xin Yao and Yi Yunfeng to deal with them. The time to leave the sect grand ceremony was getting closer and closer, and a total of more than 40 representatives had arrived. When Ling Xiao heard this report, his expression became slightly displeased. The central region was vast and boundless, and there were at least a few hundred powers above the fourth rank. Although Ling Xiao didn't send out invitations to every place, he still sent out more than 200 invitations. However, not even 1/3 of the people came. This really made him feel ashamed. However, before the opening ceremony, he had already prepared for the worst. He didn't know many people from the forces, and if they didn't come, he had nothing to say. It was just that they didn't give him face. Just as Ling Xiao was vexed, Yi Yunfeng came over and called out to him, "Boss, it's almost time for the opening ceremony. The military advisor asked me to invite you over." Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. I'll go now." He paused for a moment and then asked Yi Yunfeng, "Did anyone from the Feng clan come?" Yi Yunfeng smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Not yet." Ling Xiao responded softly and went to the main hall of the city lord's mansion with Yi Yunfeng. When they arrived at the main hall, there were already many people sitting inside. They were all representatives of the various forces who had come to watch the ceremony. When Ling Xiao and Yi Yunfeng came out, a guard of the city lord's mansion called out, "Welcome, Palace Master. Welcome, Palace Master." The people of the city lord's mansion all bowed and greeted Ling Xiao. The representatives of the other forces also stood up and cupped their hands. They didn't do anything else. They were just sizing up what Ling Xiao looked like and whether he had 3 heads and 6 arms. He actually sent out invitations to all the forces to come and watch the ceremony. When they saw Ling Xiao's appearance, they couldn't believe that such a young man was actually a genius who could dominate the central region. They all sighed in their hearts, "Ling Xiao is really young." Ling Xiao looked around at the crowd and then cupped his hands and said enthusiastically, "It is my honor and the honor of the proud Smiling Palace that everyone can come to attend the ceremony of the proud Smiling Palace. I, Ling Xiao, occupy this remote place to establish a sect, just to have a place to settle down. I hope that everyone can take care of me in the future. I, Ling Xiao, will be grateful. I won't say any more nonsense. The palace has already prepared some wine, and I'm sure you will all be satisfied." As the host of the proud Smiling Palace, Ling Xiao naturally couldn't be arrogant. Moreover, he had always thought of himself as a kind and easygoing person. Everyone who came here was giving face to Ling Xiao, so he treated them with sincerity. Most of the people politely responded to Ling Xiao with 1 or 2 sentences. After all, Ling Xiao's achievements were too impressive, so they wouldn't look for trouble with the proud Smiling Palace. Anyway, the proud Smiling Palace didn't pose any threat to them. Moreover, the Black Demon Sect and the Laughing Palace were close neighbors, so who knew if the Black Demon Sect would suddenly launch an attack? They were just putting on a show. So long as the people arrived, everything would be fine. However, there were still a few people who wanted to provoke Ling Xiao in order to prove their existence. "Palace Lord Ling, I have a few questions, but I don't know if I should ask." A blue-robed old man stepped forward and stared at Ling Xiao with sharp eyes. Ling Xiao glanced sideways and found that the old man didn't seem to have good intentions. "You are?" Ling Xiao wanted to know the origin of the old man first. The blue-robed old man replied, "I am the deputy leader of the Blue Sun sect, Qin Qin." Qin Qin revealed his identity, and everyone present revealed a look of surprise. The Blue Sun sect was a 4th-grade sect, and they had a strong reputation in the central region. They were the top of the 4th-grade sects, and Qin Qin was also a well-known figure in the early days of the Blue Sun sect. He had the cultivation of a low-level mystic, the Arch. The fact that the Blue Sun sect could send a vice-sect master personally was something that no one expected. "May I ask what advice sect leader Qin has?" Ling Xiao squinted his eyes and asked. During the Imperial ranking tournament, he really couldn't get along with the disciples of the Blue Sun sect. First, he defeated 2 disciples in the minor competition, and then he captured another 2 disciples in the chaotic abyss of war. He was wondering if Qin Qin was here to denounce him for his wrongdoings. "I heard that Palace Lord Ling has sent out invitations to all the forces to attend the ceremony. I think there should be a lot of people. Why are there only a few of us? Could it be that the other people didn't give face to Palace Lord Ling and didn't send anyone to attend the ceremony?" Qin Qin asked a few questions. A few years ago, Ling Xiao was in the limelight in the Blue Sun City. He defeated the disciples of the Blue Sun sect, and one of them was even his personal disciple. Now that Ling Xiao had established his own force, he came to attend the ceremony as a representative of the sect. He just wanted to make Ling Xiao and the proud Smiling Palace lose some face and vent his anger. "What do you mean?" Before Ling Xiao could reply, Yi Yunfeng anxiously stood up and shouted. How could he not understand that Qin Qin was making things difficult for his boss? "What do I mean? Is it inconvenient for Palace Lord Ling to answer?" Qin Qin revealed a mocking expression. Cult Master Qin is right. I heard that the Feng clan and the Dongfang clan will send people here. I wonder if Palace Master Ling can introduce them to us." Another person stood up and said with a smile. This person was not tall and he looked fat. His eyes were like silk and he had a small goatee. One look and anyone could tell that he was a sinister person. This person was called Zhou Yang, and he was the representative of the Zhou clan. He had the strength of a half-step emperor. The Zhou clan and the Blue Sun sect were close neighbors, and the two forces had been on good terms for generations. Zhou Yang naturally followed Qin Chen's words. Yi Yunfeng was angry. Just as he was about to say something, Ling Xiao stopped him with a look. In fact, I also hope that many people will come to attend the ceremony. Unfortunately, they didn't come and I feel very helpless. However, those who didn't come will not be friends of the proud smiling palace in the future. Those who can come are friends of the proud smiling palace. If you need anything in the future, the proud smiling palace will do its best. Ling Xiao said solemnly. He paused for a moment and then said, as for the Feng clan and Dongfang clan, no one has come, so I can't introduce them to you for now. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, the expressions of the people present became a little strange. Some of them even exaggerated it. It was obvious that they were taking pleasure in Ling Xiao's misfortune. Qin Chen sneered and said, I thought that with Palace Master Ling's reputation, you would have a great presence. It turns out that, it's just SOSO. Qin Chen's words were full of disdain. Anyone who heard it would think that he was being disrespectful to the proud smiling palace and Ling Xiao. Haha, I'm still young and I don't have much of a reputation. I see that you, Leader Qin, seem to have a strong opinion of me. Could it be that you're not here to attend the ceremony but to cause trouble? As Ling Xiao smiled faintly, a vast aura suddenly rose up. A dragon-like aura rushed toward Qin Chen. Qin Chen was so scared that he took a few steps back and he looked very embarrassed. Everyone present was shocked. They didn't expect that Ling Xiao would turn hostile so quickly. This was faster than turning the page of a book. Palace Master Ling were guests from afar. Is this how you treat your guests? Let's just leave together. The proud smiling palace has gone too far. Zhou Yang said on behalf of Qin Chen. At the same time he wanted to persuade the others to leave with them. It was obvious that he had planned this beforehand. That's right. Let's go. They've gone too far. Qin Chen calmed his boiling blood and shouted. I, Ling Xiao, will treat those who sincerely want to attend the ceremony with sincerity. However, as for those who want to cause trouble and damage the reputation of the proud smiling palace, I, Ling Xiao, regard them as my enemies. I will kill them as soon as possible. Please say something. Ling Xiao said in an overbearing manner. For a moment, everyone present hesitated. They had come to attend the ceremony because they wanted to see how powerful the proud smiling palace was. At the same time, they wanted to establish a good relationship with the people present, so it would be convenient for them to travel in the Central Territory in the future. Not many people had come to the proud smiling palace to attend the ceremony, and no one from the grand families had come. They were disappointed. It was meaningless for them to stay. However, seeing Ling Xiao's domineering attitude, he felt a little nervous in his heart. At this moment, a guard hurried in and reported to Ling Xiao, Palace Master, people from the Feng family have arrived. Chapter 830. The arrival of the people from the Feng clan was like timely rain, causing Ling Xiao to be overjoyed. As a last resort, he didn't want to offend all of the people present. With the arrival of the Feng clan, the face on his face was much better. Those who were hesitating whether or not to leave immediately decided to stay. They didn't dare to look down on a power that was on good terms with the Feng clan. As for Qin Chen of the Blue Sun sect and Zhou Yang of the Zhou clan, their faces seemed to have been ruthlessly slapped, causing them to feel a burning sensation. Just now, they were ridiculing the proud laughing palace for having so few people attending the ceremony and for not having any major powers to help. Now that the Feng clan had arrived, it was undoubtedly too disrespectful for them to provoke Ling Xiao. Right now they couldn't leave but they couldn't stay either. It was truly difficult for them to stay where they were. Ling Xiao didn't say anything and personally went out to greet them. The representatives of the various powers present didn't dare to be careless and followed Ling Xiao out. There weren't many people from the Feng clan, only 6. The one leading them was a woman wearing a cloak and a nudo. Behind her were the 3 elders of the Feng clan, Feng Wuying and Feng Yaxin. The identity of the woman in the lead was unknown, but to be able to make the 3 elders of the Feng clan follow behind her, one could imagine how high her status was. Ji Beixin was considered a member of the Feng clan. Now that Ji Beixin was his wife, the Feng clan was naturally his maiden family. Ling Xiao personally welcoming them could be considered as not neglecting the people of the Feng clan. Junior Ling Xiao greets seniors. Ling Xiao bowed to the woman in front of him and the three elders of the Feng clan as a junior. The third elder of the Feng clan looked at Ling Xiao with a strange expression and didn't say anything. He only nodded his head in response, but he thought back to a few years ago when he met Ling Xiao in the outskirts. At that time he thought that Ling Xiao was just an ordinary young man with nothing special about him. Unexpectedly, after a few years, this young man had already become an overlord. Ji Beixin, who was behind Ling Xiao, also went forward to greet them. At the same time she went in front of the cloaked woman and bowed happily. "Aunt, I didn't expect you to come." Greets you. Ling Xiao had already guessed that the cloaked woman in front of him should be the ancestor of the Feng clan, Aunt Feng Qingyuan. However, he didn't dare to easily confirm her identity, so he didn't dare to jump to conclusions. Now that he heard Ji Beixin say this, Ling Xiao didn't even think as he bowed to Feng Qingyuan and said, "Disciple Ling Xiao greets mistress." The moment Ling Xiao said this, the people behind him were all shocked. Who would have thought that a big shot from the Feng clan would actually be Ling Xiao's mistress? Where did this come from? The cloaked woman let out a voice that sounded like an oriole's cry. Hee, at least your tactful, big brother evil emperor has accepted a good disciple like you. Hearing the woman's words, everyone present knew her identity. They never thought that she would actually be the evil emperor's woman. Romantic demonic emperor, his reputation was not just for show. In the years when he roamed the Middle Territory, he had countless romantic relationships with beautiful women. It was obvious that this girl from the Feng clan was one of them. In an instant, the representatives behind Ling Xiao all bowed to Feng Qingyuan. This disciple has not disgraced my master's name. I have always wanted to find time to pay a visit to master's wife, but I am entangled in the secular world. I have to make master's wife lower her status, which makes this disciple extremely anxious. Master's wife, please come inside. Feng Qingyuan nodded lightly and followed Ling Xiao into the city lord's mansion. At this time the people from the other forces looked at Ling Xiao in a different way. If they had an indifferent attitude towards Ling Xiao before, they now had an additional look of reverence. Although the Feng clan was only at the bottom of the 18 forces, their foundation and strength were not something that the forces present could compare to. The fact that the proud Smiling Palace was able to establish a relationship with the Feng clan meant that they already had the qualifications to sit on the same level as the 4th grade sections. Moreover, Ling Xiao had an astonishing battle strength that could dominate the central region. No matter what, they would not look down on the proud Smiling Palace anymore. Instead, they decided to befriend the proud Smiling Palace. Just as Ling Xiao was about to lead the group into the proud Smiling Palace, another guard hurriedly came to report, "Palace Lord, the Gu clan and the Ghost Abyss sect have arrived." At this time, everyone was stunned. Everyone knew that the Gu clan and Ling Xiao had a life-and-death feud. Now that the Gu clan and the Ghost Abyss sect had come together, could it be that they were going to attack the proud Smiling Palace directly? A faint smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face and he said, "Please." He did not expect the Gu clan to have the guts to come and watch the ceremony. However, he did not know whether they were sincere or not. In any case, the feud between Ling Xiao and the Gu clan could not be easily resolved. Therefore, there was no need for him to personally welcome them. Feng Qingyuan, who was beside Ling Xiao, said indifferently, "Xiao, do your best. Master's wife will stand up for you." Up till now, Ling Xiao was still unable to tell how deep Feng Qingyuan's strength was. But after interacting with Mad Tooth and Han Kai for such a long time, he could more or less sense the aura of a saint. He was certain that this mistress of his was not just at the mystic the arch level, but had already reached the strength of a saint. As for which level she was at, he could not tell. Feng Qingyuan's words undoubtedly made Ling Xiao feel very warm. With his master's wife's position in the Feng clan, her words carried enormous weight. Her words also represented the Feng clan's position. The Gu clan and the Ghost Abyss sect had the most people. There were a total of 15 people. The Gu clan had 7, and the Ghost Abyss sect had 8. Every single one of them had a strong aura. Many people thought that the Gu clan was here to denounce them. However, when they saw the small number of people, they were puzzled. Could it be that the Gu clan is really here to observe the ceremony? The leader of the Gu family's group was the trusted aide of the Gu family's new patriarch, Gu Ben. Behind him were 2 emperor-rank experts and 4 heavenly venerables. Needless to say, these people were definitely the Gu family's elders. As for the beautiful white-haired woman, she was Gu Xiaohe. On the Ghost Abyss sect's side, a young man was the leader. Behind him were 2 thearchs and 5 heavenly venerables. This young man Ling Xiao had an impression of him. He was the Japanese that he had met once in the chaotic abyss of war. Now that he had reached the mid-stage heavenly venerables, he was worthy of being the leader of the Dafeng faction's younger generation. This Tenbin was indeed not weak. Brother Ling Xiao, it has been a few years since we last met. You are even more elegant than before. The first to speak was the Ghost Abyss Sect's Japanese. There was a warm smile on his face, but the pride in his eyes could not be concealed. He did not deliberately reveal this. As the leader of the new generation of the Ghost Darkness sect, he had always felt that he was superior to others. As such, it was natural for him to reveal his arrogance. Although Ling Xiao was of the same generation as the Ghost Abyss sect, Ling Xiao was now an ambitious and ruthless person. He was also the evil emperor's only disciple, so his status and background were much higher than the Ghost Abyss sect's. The Ghost Abyss sect's Ghost Abyss sect called Ling Xiao by his name instead of Palace Master Ling. It was obvious that while raising his status, it was also belittling Ling Xiao. The Ghost Abyss sect's chief disciple was thinking to himself, I am the Ghost Abyss sect's chief disciple. To be able to sit on the same level as you, a mere palace master of a small faction, is already thinking highly of you. The people from the City Lord's mansion all revealed looks of displeasure, and Yi Yunfeng almost couldn't help but attack. Ling Xiao didn't get angry. Instead, she chuckled and said, This brother is, please forgive me for not recognizing who you are. If the Japanese's words were to belittle Ling Xiao's identity, then Ling Xiao's words were even sharper. It was as if he had slapped the Japanese in front of everyone. It was so loud and ear-piercing. Ghost Child's face became incomparably ashen, and the people behind him revealed furious expressions. One of the profound emperor said in a low voice, Young man, it's better to speak with propriety, lest you bite your tongue. Ling Xiao laughed and said, What? Are people not allowed to speak the truth these days? I really don't know this brother. The Ghost Child's face twitched and he said, Since Palace Master Ling is so forgetful, then our Ghost Abyss sect will take our leave. With just a few words he was provoked by Ling Xiao's words. He had already arrived, but now, his master had said a few words that weren't too excessive, and he actually wanted to leave in a fit of temper instead of thinking of a way to get back at him. The surrounding people's impression of the successor of the Ghost Abyss sect dropped by a few points. At this time, Gu Zhe cast a pleading look at one of the Ghost Abyss sect's profound emperor. The Ghost Abyss sect's profound emperor said, Ziamo, don't be angry. This makes our Ghost Abyss sect seem to be too petty. The Ghost Child snorted and didn't say anything else. He just turned his face away and in his heart he hated Ling Xiao to the core. He stepped forward and cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. Gu Zhe of the Gu family greets Palace Master Ling. We represent the Gu family to congratulate the establishment of the Proud Laughing Palace. Our family head has said that he is willing to be on good terms with the Proud Laughing Palace for generations to come. All the unhappiness in the past will be let go with the wind. Here is a small gift. I hope Palace Master Ling will accept it. As soon as Gu Zhe's words fell, everyone's expression became strange. A thought flashed through their minds. The Gu family is actually asking for peace with the Proud Laughing Palace? The Gu family's power was comparable to that of the Ghost Abyss sect, and they were ranked in the upper echelons of the 18 powers. Now they were actually publicly asking for peace with Ling Xiao. What was going on? Could it be that Ling Xiao's strength had reached a level that even the Gu family was afraid of? Chen Qin and Zhou Yang of the House of Blue Sun's expressions instantly became extremely ugly. Although the two of them were not weak, they were far inferior to the Gu family. The Gu family had actually asked for peace in front of everyone, and they had just challenged Ling Xiao's authority. Their hearts were in a mess and they were all thinking, what should we do now? In fact, the Proud Laughing Palace's power had indeed reached a level that the Gu family was afraid of. Gu Ai's attempt to kill Ling Xiao had failed, and a group of Grand Supreme Elders and the 8th Order Thunder Snake had all died in the Lake of Sky Severance. Gu Ai knew that he could not make an enemy out of Ling Xiao, or else the Gu family would one day fall out of the 18 powers. Now that the Gu family was asking for peace with Ling Xiao, although it was a loss of face, it was worth it if the Gu family's foundation was not shaken. Chapter 831. An inexplicable smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face, but no one knew what he was planning. Glancing behind him, Ling Xiao motioned for Yi Yunfeng to take Gu Zhe's space ring. Looking at this smile, Gu Zhe couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Their Gu family had paid a heavy price this time, putting aside their dignity and face, hoping to temporarily bury the hatchet with Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao didn't appreciate their kindness, then their Gu family's face would be completely gone. However, even though Ling Xiao had asked someone to accept the gift, Gu Zhe still felt that Ling Xiao didn't seem to take this matter seriously. That's very kind of you. Yunfeng, please put this gift in the book. When you get back, remember to return the gift. We, the proud smiling palace, don't be disrespectful. Ling Xiao said. He didn't show any emotion on his face. Logically speaking, since the Gu family had put down their pride to make peace with him, he should have shown a warm and grateful expression, but he didn't show such an emotion. The others who saw this had a different feeling in their hearts. The representatives of the forces who had come to attend the ceremony all made up their minds to build a good relationship with the proud smiling palace. Gu Zhe understood the meaning behind Ling Xiao's words. It turned out that the gift he had given was taken as a congratulatory gift for attending the ceremony, and not a sincere gift to ask for peace and apologize. Gu Zhe could only swallow his anger and say, Palace Master Ling, you have seen the sincerity of our Gu family. Let bygones be bygones and everyone will be happy. What do you think? If he didn't get Ling Xiao to take a stand today, he wouldn't be able to put down the boulder in his heart. The several elders behind Gu Zhe stared at Ling Xiao, as if they would turn hostile if Ling Xiao didn't agree. At this time, Xin Yao spoke up, Palace Master, the opening ceremony is about to begin, what do you think? Ling Xiao smiled and said, That's right, let's hold the opening ceremony first. If there's anything else, we can discuss it after the ceremony. Gu Zhe panicked. How could he not tell that Ling Xiao was trying to shirk responsibility? At this moment, the devil from the Ghost Darkness sect spoke again, Elder Gu Zhe, it's useless to say more. They won't give face to your Gu family. Don't we have another matter to discuss with them? Who knows, maybe he'll change his mind after hearing about it. Gu Zhe patted the back of his head and said in realization, That's right, how could I have forgotten about the important matter? Then he looked at Ling Xiao and said, Palace Master Ling, the granddaughter of the Gu family is going to marry the son of the Guiyu sect in the near future. Our Gu family and the Guiyu sect will become the best allies. Apart from coming to watch the wedding, we also want to send you an invitation. We hope that Palace Master Ling will come to the Guiyu sect to attend our wedding. At this point, Gu Zhe suddenly felt more confident. He thought to himself, no matter how arrogant you Ling Xiao are, you wouldn't dare to go against the Gu family and the Ghost Underworld sect at the same time, right? The purpose of the Gu family and the Ghost Underworld sect coming together was to intimidate Ling Xiao and resolve this grudge. Ling Xiao once again asked Yi Yunfeng to step forward and take the invitation. He smiled and said, Then this palace will congratulate you in advance on forming an alliance. In fact, Ling Xiao had not caused trouble for the Gu family all this time because of Han Kai's words. Now that the Gu family had gone to this extent and asked for peace, he could also push the boat with the current and postpone this matter for now. At the very least, before he broke through to the Emperor stage, he would not bring up any war. After all this time, although the Gu family had wanted to kill him, the price they had paid was the greatest. His own losses were not that great. However, as the leader of an assassin organization, Sha Tian, Ling Xiao would sooner or later challenge them all. As for the Gu family, it would depend on whether they and the Ghost Underworld sect were at peace. When Xin Yao once again urged Ling Xiao to enter the palace to hold the opening ceremony, many people from other forces arrived. This time, everyone present was shocked once again. The ones who arrived first were the members of the Dan Alliance, the Spiritual Martial Pavilion, the Medicine Sect, and the Dongfang family. The Dan Alliance came with the Pill Sect, the Yen Clan, and the Heaven Returning Sect. There were a total of 6 alchemy forces, and all of them had sent people to deliver congratulatory gifts and come to watch the ceremony. With regards to the arrival of the people from the Dan Alliance, Ling Xiao was a little surprised, but he did not think too much about it. He only thought that they had come for him. The other 3 were all top forces in the central region. They were much more imposing than the Feng clan, the Gu family, and the Ghost Underworld sect. The person who came from the Spiritual Martial Pavilion claimed to be Zhuo Xiangwei, the direct disciple of Daoan. He was a middle-aged man who already had the strength of a high-level sky sovereign. His personality was very gentle, and he treated Ling Xiao extremely respectfully. Zhuo Xiangwei was a smooth and slick person. He had heard his master talk about the deeds of the evil emperor since he was young, and he had also worshipped the evil emperor since he was young. As the only disciple of the evil emperor, Ling Xiao, he suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and when he heard his master talk about it at the beginning, he did not pay much attention to it. At that time, Ling Xiao was only a mere first emperor, and was lucky enough to be slightly stronger than his junior brother, Wu Bufan. However, in terms of true strength, Zhuo Xiangwei still felt that his junior brother Wu Bufan was stronger. However, as Ling Xiao's fame grew, and after the battle between Ling Xiao and his junior brother 2 years ago, Zhuo Xiangwei finally realized that Ling Xiao was truly worthy of being called a genius. His future was absolutely limitless. Therefore, when he came to Wine Cloud City and saw Ling Xiao, he did not seem to be overbearing at all. Instead, he tried to get closer to Ling Xiao. Those who did not know better would think that Zhuo Xiangwei and Ling Xiao were old friends. Ling Xiao naturally would not leave Daowen's disciple out in the cold. He addressed Zhuo Xiangwei as Brother Zhuo, which made Zhuo Xiangwei extremely happy. As for the people from the medicine sect, they sent people to deliver the gifts for the ceremony and left in a hurry. No one stayed to watch the ceremony. For the medicine sect to be able to do this, Ling Xiao felt that it was enough. After all, the old sect master of the medicine sect was his uncle Master Ping Yi. Although it was a little heartless, he had also killed a saint from the medicine sect. His uncle Master Ping Yi did not come to cause trouble for him, so there must be some feelings in it. Ling Xiao knew the person who came from the Dongfang family. It was Dongfang Jing's cousin, Dongfang Xiong. He was the tall man who had participated in the imperial ranking tournament with them. This guy seemed to be much more thick-skinned than Ling Xiao. When he saw Ling Xiao, he did not call him Palace Master Ling. Instead, he directly called Ling Xiao brother-in-law. This time, the surrounding people were all shocked to the point of not knowing what to do. They had long heard of the Dongfang family's princess, Dongfang Jing, courting Ling Xiao. Now it seemed that it was true. When they saw that the #1 force in the central region, the spiritual martial pavilion, had such a good relationship with Ling Xiao, they were really glad that they had made the right decision to come to the ceremony. Even the people from the Gu family and the Ghost Dark sect, who were one of the 18 forces, had mixed feelings. Obviously, they did not expect the proud Smiling Palace to have such a wide network. The Japanese had to swallow his resentment and did not dare to speak rudely to Ling Xiao anymore. After confirming that no one else was coming, Ling Xiao was about to lead everyone into the transmission room and enter the inner palace. At this time Yi Yunfeng stopped the two of them and said, "You two, aren't you going to leave? Why are you still following us?" The two people who were stopped were Qin Qin from the Blue Sun sect and Zhou Yang from the Zhou family. Previously, they had dared to challenge Ling Xiao's authority. Now that the situation was not in their favor, they did not dare to say anything. They had been thinking about how to make up for their previous mistakes. However, they could not think of a way. Now they were being targeted by the proud Smiling Palace. Their hearts sank. "Well, we don't mean anything else. We just want to go in and watch the ceremony." Qin Qin was a little embarrassed. He hesitated for a while and said, "That's right. We didn't mean to embarrass Master Ling just now. Now we are going to watch the ceremony with sincerity. In the future, we will definitely be the best allies of the proud Smiling Palace." Zhou Yang said with a flattering smile. The two of them were shocked by the continuous attacks. They had thought that not many people would come to watch the ceremony of the proud Smiling Palace. However, they did not expect that many people would come to watch the ceremony. It showed that Ling Xiao's influence was so great that they could not make things difficult for him. Yi Yunfeng turned his eyes to Ling Xiao, as if he was asking for his opinion. Ling Xiao did not respond to Yi Yunfeng's look. However, Yi Yunfeng had already understood Ling Xiao's meaning. He immediately said to the two of them, "Please go back. You have accepted the gifts. However, you don't need to come to the proud Smiling Palace with the others." Yi Yunfeng knew Ling Xiao's personality well, so he said so. How could he spit out what he had already eaten? Qin Qin and Zhou Yang wanted to beg a few more words. However, when they saw the expressions of the people present, they wanted to find a hole and hide in it. They had been so humiliated. They did not want to stay any longer, so they left the Wind Cloud City in disgrace. The two of them were just a small interlude. It did not affect Ling Xiao's mood. The group of people moved to the headquarters of the proud Smiling Palace from the transmission device. This time everyone was shocked. The proud Smiling Palace had built its own space land. After all, a space land was an independent space that could only be built by a peerless powerhouse at the Saint stage. However, the proud Smiling Palace had built one. Everyone could guess what it meant. It meant that the proud Smiling Palace had a peerless powerhouse at the Saint stage. For a moment, everyone's thoughts were running wild. They surrounded the people of the proud Smiling Palace and flattered them from time to time. They all wanted to build a good relationship with the proud Smiling Palace as soon as possible. The proud Smiling Palace already had the qualifications to become a third-grade sect. Building a good relationship with such a rising power would only bring them benefits. Ling Xiao led the group to the martial arena on the main peak. The tables and chairs for the ceremony had already been prepared. The group of people took their seats according to their status. The representatives of the Wulin Pavilion, the Dongfang clan, the Feng clan, the Gu clan, and the Ghost sect naturally sat in the front row with the great elders of the proud smiling palace. Ling Xiao walked to the huge martial arena and raised his drum stick. He faced the largest bronze drum in the center of the arena and waited for Xianyao to call out, "The time has come. The opening ceremony will begin. Palace Lord, please strike the gong to shake the heavens and earth. Palace Lord, please strike the gong to shake the heavens and earth. Palace Lord, please strike the gong to shake the heavens and earth." Today the proud smiling palace, which belonged to Ling Xiao, was officially established and announced to the public. Chapter 832. All the people of the palace of the proud smiling palace shouted at the same time. Their voices were so loud and powerful that it even shook the sky. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate. He raised the drumstick and smashed it down on the big bronze drum. Dong. The loud sound of the drum shook the entire palace of the proud smiling palace and stirred up everyone's heart. When the sound of the drum stopped, the sky suddenly changed. The clear sky was suddenly covered with auspicious clouds. Colorful lights fell from the sky, and the clouds became gorgeous. The world seemed to become more vivid and beautiful at this moment, especially the smiling palace, which was covered with colorful clouds, with a holy and bright atmosphere. Everybody on the spot was amazed and comfortable. Chrissy, the smiling palace was covered with colorful clouds, with a holy and bright atmosphere. Everybody on the spot was amazed and comfortable. The auspicious clouds stayed in the sky for a long time, and then gradually disappeared. The sky returned to normal. Xianyao's voice sounded again, "The auspicious clouds are an auspicious sign. The palace of the proud smiling palace is built by the heavens. Please start the sacrificial ceremony." As soon as Xianyao's voice fell, the dozen or so strong men in the martial arts arena started to beat the bronze drums in front of them at the same time. The sound of the bronze drums rang out in unison. At the same time, many small spiritual beasts were set free by the people of the palace of the proud smiling palace. A group of young men walked out from one direction and started to practice a set of simple boxing skills on the martial arts field. When the drumming stopped, the sounds of all kinds of musical instruments rang out in the surroundings. It was melodious and joyous. A row of beautiful women walked gracefully in front of everyone. Everyone was drinking and chatting merrily while listening to the beautiful music and appreciating the moving dance. At this moment their moods were all lifted. The palace of the proud smiling palace was full of joy. The palace of the proud smiling palace had been celebrating for 3 days and 3 nights. Then the representatives of the different forces started to leave. Over the past 3 days, the representatives of these forces had also reaped great rewards and mingled with the representatives of the other forces. This was a great benefit to them. Although they weren't able to get close to the people of those powerful forces, it was already a great honor for them to be able to sit together and drink and chat merrily. As the others left, the people of the Gu family and the Feng family stayed until the end. Gu Qin saw that Ling Xiao had finished his work, so he found a chance to talk to Ling Xiao alone. After pondering for the past few days, Gu Qin had already made an important decision in his heart. "Brother Gu, I've neglected you these past few days, please forgive me," Ling Xiao said politely to Gu Qin. Gu Qin waved his hand and said, "Elder Ling." "No, Leader Ling, you are being too polite. The opening ceremony is a big event, and there are many guests. Of course we are busy. I am not an unreasonable person." Brother Gu, Ling Xiao is relieved. In the future, the proud smiling palace will have a lot of support from the Gu family, Ling Xiao said warmly. Gu Qin smiled and immediately got to the point. "Leader Ling, I have an idea that I want to talk to you about." Ling Xiao was a little surprised. He didn't understand why Gu Qin suddenly became so polite and still called him Leader Ling. He was confused. "Brother Gu, please tell me." Gu Qin showed a serious look and said, "I want the Gu family to become one of the subordinate forces of the proud smiling palace. What do you think, Leader Ling?" Gu Qin had been thinking about it for a long time. Firstly, the strength that Ling Xiao had displayed was enough to attract his attention. Secondly, he saw that the current scale of the proud smiling palace had the conditions to become a third-grade force. Thirdly, Ling Xiao had a good relationship with several big forces. From these 3 aspects, it was enough to prove that the proud smiling palace had unlimited potential. Moreover, he also knew that the supervising elder who was in charge of the Dan Alliance was now in charge of the proud smiling palace. He had even personally asked Wu Fu about this matter, and in the end he confirmed that it was true. The supervising elder's prestige in the Dan Alliance was not weaker than the medicine sect and the Dan sect. He must have his own plans for being in charge of the proud smiling palace. He was a saint alchemist, and had incomparable influence in the world of alchemy. With all these factors added together, Gu Qin felt that it was definitely a wise move for the Gu family to rely on the proud smiling palace. It was a choice that had hundreds of benefits and no harm. Ling Xiao was stunned at first. He really didn't expect Gu Qin to make such a request. He laughed heartily and said, "Ha, brother Gu, you have to think it through. This is not a matter of carelessness. If one chose a force to be their subsidiary, then once the main force had something to summon, the subsidiary would have to do their best to help. However, if something happened to the subsidiary, the main force would only do their best. How much help would depend on the sincerity of the main force. This was the relationship between the two. Unless they had no other choice, no one would be willing to become someone else's subsidiary force." Gu Qin said, "I have already thought it through. Our Gu family has declined in recent years. I am afraid that one day when my old bones are gone, they will not be able to support the family's foundation. Therefore, I hope to be able to merge with the proud smiling palace. At that time, if Palace Master Ling can take care of me, Gu Qin will be extremely grateful." Hearing this, Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and replied, "Since Brother Gu trusts me, Ling Xiao, then it would be unreasonable for me to refuse again." Seeing that Ling Xiao had agreed, Gu Qin revealed a happy smile and said, "Then Gu Qin will thank Palace Master Ling. I will go back to the clan and discuss it with the younger generation. I believe they will not have any objections." After Gu Qin and Ling Xiao settled this matter, they immediately left the proud smiling palace. Ling Xiao had no choice but to admire this old man's foresight. He thought to himself, sincerely representing this young master will definitely not treat you unfairly. After Gu Qin left, Ling Xiao did not stay idle. He quickly went to the backyard to meet his master's wife, Feng Qingyuan. Feng Qingyuan had only attended the opening ceremony for a while, and then she did not participate in any other activities. As an ancestor-level figure of the Feng clan, she was the highest in terms of seniority. Naturally, she had to pay attention to some details. Furthermore, no one cared about a woman wearing a cloak. Instead, the three elders of the Feng clan became the most sought-after figures. In Ling Zhao's backyard, Feng Qingyuan had already taken off the cloak on her head, revealing her breathtakingly beautiful face, causing the surrounding beautiful scenery to pale in comparison. Countless years did not seem to have left any traces on her face, and she looked like a 16-year-old girl, young and full of vitality. She was wearing a light green satin dress, which vividly outlined her full and plump figure. No matter from which angle, she was a woman of the highest quality that could move one's heart. Ji Beixin and Feng Yaxin, who were beside Feng Qingyuan, were also rare beauties. However, compared to Feng Qingyuan, they were still a bit lacking. This did not mean that their appearances and figures were inferior to Feng Qingyuan's, but that Feng Qingyuan's temperament was even better than theirs. When they had the ability to reach the same level of strength as Feng Qingyuan, they believed that they would not be inferior to Feng Qingyuan at all. Shower greets Mistress. I have neglected Mistress for the past few days. Please forgive me. Ling Xiao bowed and said, "There's no need to be so courteous to Mistress. You are now the mistress of this palace, so you should have the bearing of a palace." Feng Qingyuan replied casually. Then she turned to the two girls beside her and said, Exener, you two go down first. I'll have a few words with Shower." The two women nodded and walked out of the room with Ana's figure. Ling Xiao sat down and waited for Feng Qingyuan's lecture. Back then, after his master, the evil emperor, passed down the supreme divine art to him, he left. However, before he left, his master had told him that if he had any difficulties, he could go to the Feng clan for help. The Feng clan would definitely not sit idly by. Back then, at the Feng clan, Feng Qingyuan had admitted her relationship with the evil emperor. Therefore, when Ling Xiao saw Feng Qingyuan, he called her mistress. This was something he should do. However, he didn't understand. Since Feng Qingyuan was his master's woman, why did he let her stay in the central region and not bring her to the heaven region? He didn't think that his master didn't have the ability, or that Feng Qingyuan wasn't strong enough. There must be some unknown secret behind it. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't want to delve into these matters. He wasn't that gossipy yet. However, even though he had no intention of understanding it, Feng Qingyuan took the initiative to tell him. Shower, do you want to hear about the matter between me and your master? Feng Qingyuan glanced at Ling Xiao and said indifferently, but before Ling Xiao could reply she spoke first. I don't even remember how long we've known each other. I only remember that I was representing our Feng clan to participate in the Imperial Rankings competition, and only then did I get to know your master. When your master was young he was as handsome as you, and his strength was equally outstanding. Adding on to that, he was humorous, and I was quickly deceived by your master's flowery words. Later on, he relied on his own strength to obtain the title of First Emperor, and I became even more infatuated with his elegance. Originally, I didn't want to marry anyone else but your master, but the clan had to ask your master to marry into our Feng clan. Your master was naturally dissolute and wasn't used to being restrained by others, so naturally he didn't agree. The matter between your master and I was dragged on until one day, the clan forced me to marry someone from another power. I refused no matter what, and when your master heard this news, he killed the man who wanted to marry me. This caused a huge commotion and I was also moved by your master. Later on, your master became an emperor and wanted to bring me out of the clan. Unfortunately, even though he was very powerful, he couldn't fight against 4 legs with 2 fists. In the end he was heavily injured by my ancestor. If it wasn't for my begging, your master would have died in our Feng clan. Your master was a person who cared a lot about his face. When he found out that I was able to escape that time, he was very angry and severed our relationship. Later on, his strength greatly increased and he came to our Feng clan again. He didn't want to bring me away, but rather, he wanted to avenge his past humiliation. As you can imagine, my ancestor was accidentally killed by him. Sigh. Chapter 833. Listening to Feng Qingyuan's entanglement with the evil emperor, he finally understood why his master and Feng Qingyuan did not end up together in the end. It was just that this matter had already happened many years ago, and the grudge between the evil emperor and the Feng clan had already become a fleeting cloud. Right now, the Feng clan was supported by Feng Qingyuan from behind the scenes, so if she really wanted to leave with the evil emperor, no one should be able to stop her. Ling Xiao did not know that Feng Qingyuan could not get over it. It must have been because the evil emperor had accidentally killed the elders of the Feng clan, otherwise the Feng clan would not have been at the bottom of the 18 powers. In the end, Feng Qingyuan could not help but sigh. It is difficult to be water in the vast ocean, and it is not clouds except for Mount Wu. Her face revealed an expression of uncontrollable love, causing even Ling Xiao to be moved. He also understood why his master didn't go find Feng Qingyuan when he was in the Wind Capital. It was probably because he felt that the two of them didn't know how to face each other when they met. Now, his master had already gone to the Middle Region and Feng Qingyuan was still in the Middle Region. The two of them were separated by each other, and it was likely that the two of them were deeply in love with each other. Ling Xiao sighed. This kind of torture is like suffering. Master's wife, it has been so many years. I think we should cherish the people in front of us. Otherwise life will be nothing but a dream. If that happens, the gains will not make up for the losses. I think Master was worried about you back then. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten angry over a beauty. Ling Xiao could understand his master's feelings back then. If it were him, he wouldn't have gone on a killing spree. In this regard, he felt that he was very similar to his master. Feng Qingyuan walked to the window and looked out at the beautiful girls chatting outside the courtyard. She revealed a charming smile and said, "That's right, actually, when Big Brother Evil Emperor came back last time, I really wanted to make up my mind to go to the heavenly region with him." Ling Xiao followed along and asked, "Then why didn't Mistress go?" Feng Qingyuan revealed a helpless expression and said, "You have already seen the situation of our Feng clan. Although we are still within the range of the great powers, our ranking is very low, and we can be replaced by other powers at any time. If I don't stay behind to guard the place, I'm afraid our clan's position will not be guaranteed." Can you protect them forever?" Ling Xiao asked. If a big foundation needed to be guarded by one person for a lifetime, then what would the rest of the Feng clan do? Ling Xiao's question was very straightforward. In fact, he was implying that the Feng clan had no talented descendants. Initially, I was hoping that XNR would be able to take over my position as soon as possible, but now I've been tricked by you, you sly little rascal. Do you think it's easy for your mistress? Feng Qingyuan glared at Ling Xiao and said. Her overflowing seductive appearance made Ling Xiao absent-minded for a while. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was enough and he quickly recovered. Master's wife, you can't say that. XNR is already my wife. It's only right for her to stay by my side. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Ji Beixing's body contained the energy of a peak stage mystic, the Arch. If the seal was gradually lifted, she would be a great help. This was also why the Feng clan valued Ji Beixing so much. Back then, when Ji Beixing stayed in Wind Cloud City, the people of the Feng clan could not sit still any longer. If not for Feng Qingyuan stopping them, the Feng clan would have sent people to bring Ji Beixing back. I don't blame you for this matter. Back then you came to our Feng clan for Xaner's sake, which is enough to prove that you treat Xaner well. It also allowed me to see the stubborn temper of your master back then. However, I want you to promise me one thing now. Otherwise, I will definitely not allow Xaner to stay by your side. Feng Qingyuan said. Ling Xiao replied, Mistress, let's not talk about Xaner's matter. Just because you are my mistress, no matter what it is, Xiao will risk his life to do it. Feng Qingyuan was very satisfied with Ling Xiao's attitude and immediately said, One day I will leave this place and shower. You are still young, your momentum will definitely continue to flourish. I hope that you can give Mistress face or Xaner face. Once our family is in danger, you must help our family. Can you treat this matter as Mistress begging you? Ling Xiao panicked a little and said, Mistress, you're underestimating me. As long as I, Ling Xiao, am here, the Feng clan will never be in trouble, unless someone else steps over my corpse. If these words were to reach the ears of others, they would definitely think that Ling Xiao was boasting shamelessly. Your proud palace is not even considered one of the 18 powers, yet you actually said that you will protect the Feng clan. Isn't this a huge joke? However, Feng Qingyuan did not think that way. She believed in the evil emperor's foresight, and she had also paid attention to Ling Xiao's growth. In just a few short years, he had already reached this stage and had already far surpassed the fame of the evil emperor at this time. Therefore, as long as nothing unexpected happened to Ling Xiao, he would definitely become the second evil emperor in the future. This was also the reason why she had to tell Ling Xiao about this matter in such a serious manner. Now that she had Ling Xiao's guarantee, Feng Qingyuan was relieved. She believed that Ling Xiao was the same as her evil emperor big brother, a true man who kept his promise. Oh right, mistress, when do you plan to leave for the heavenly realm? Ling Xiao changed the topic. Hearing Feng Qingyuan's words just now, Ling Xiao could more or less guess what she was thinking, which was why he asked this question. Feng Qingyuan did not hide anything. Wait for you to grow up a little more, your current strength is still too weak, although you have a lot of helpers by your side, it is still not enough to shock some restless people. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose speechlessly. He also sighed in his heart, that's right, I'm still too weak right now. Mistress, I've heard from my master that the path to the heaven domain is extremely dangerous. Even the slightest bit of carelessness could lead to death. If things don't go well, wouldn't it be too risky for you to go alone? Ling Xiao said. I know that as well, but for your master, even if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, I have to charge into it. Feng Qingyuan said firmly. Ling Xiao didn't know what to say either. He thought to himself, if I can become stronger earlier, I might be able to accompany Mistress to the heavenly realm to take a look. It had to be said that Ling Xiao had a spirit that was even higher than the heavens. In the Death Mountain Range, a group of warriors dressed in black quietly approached the space of the proud smiling palace. There were a total of 5,000 people in this group, and their momentum could be said to be vast and mighty. They were traveling at night, and it was as if they had entered the darkness. Their auras were also concealed, and it was difficult for ordinary people to discover their existence. When they were not far from the periphery of the proud smiling palace, the person in the lead made a gesture and everyone stopped. The person in the lead was the chief disciple of the Black Devil, Night Wolf. Beside him were the Eagle King and 2 other old men. One of the old men was naturally Shuri Dao. The sinister scar on his face looked extremely frightening. The old man beside him was very thin, and his eyes seemed to be half closed. Those who did not know would think that he was sleeping, but in fact, between the slits of his eyes, a bright light would shoot out from time to time, and it was extremely oppressive. This old man was also a low-level saint. His name was Zhang Kuang, and he was once the most terrifying villain who killed without batting an eye. He was one of the most loyal followers of the Black Devil. Behind these people were more than 10 Shen emperors, ranging from low level to high level. There were also hundreds of celestial masters, and the other 4,000 people were Earth King masters. There was not a single king master. Such a lineup could not be said to be small, and even an ordinary third-grade sect could not compare to it. It was no wonder that the Black Devil sect was the spearhead of all the major forces. This was not without reason. Granduncle, did you find anything? Night Wolf asked Shuri Dao, holding the mace in his hand. Shuri Dao stared ahead for a while and then said, "Their territory is indeed not far from here. I feel the fluctuations of the power of space, don't you think so, old Zhang?" Zhang Kuang said in a hoarse voice, "Yes, there are indeed fluctuations of space. I did not expect that this newly established force would have such ability. Interesting, interesting." As he said this, his half-closed eyes opened wide, and a strong bloodthirsty light leaked out. It seems that the sect leader was right. That crazy old man has indeed become a saint. I did not expect him to reach this step with his original talent. What a miscalculation. But this is good. I have been idle for so many years, it is time to loosen up. Shuri Dao sneered. Night Wolf showed a look of disdain and said, "I thought that the Gu family would have some backbone and would take advantage of the opening ceremony of the proud smiling palace to start a war. I did not expect that they are all cowards. They actually want to make peace. Bah, they can't even pick up some ready-made peace." He paused for a while and then said, "Granduncle Sure, let's attack now and break their space restriction first." Night Wolf was the eldest disciple of the Black Devil sect. He did not look as arrogant as the Eagle King, but those who knew him knew that he was a reserved person. Only when he was angry would he reveal his ferocious and frightening side. "Yes, there is no trick in this matter. Let's just kill them and turn them upside down." Shuri Dao replied, and then he said to Zhang Kuang, "Old Zhang, your space power is not weak. Let's attack together." Then Shuri Dao and Zhang Kuang flew forward at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the two appeared next to the wall screen outside the proud smiling palace. If it were an ordinary cultivator, it would be impossible for them to sense anything strange around them. This was because layers of space force had already enveloped the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers, forming an independent world. Shuri Dao and Zhang Kuang were both saint-level experts. Although they could not see the situation inside the proud smiling palace through the space, they could feel the fluctuations of space power. Therefore they concluded that the proud smiling palace was here. Just as the two were about to attack, a dozen figures flew out from several corners and shouted, "Who are you? This place has been sealed, quickly go around." These dozens of celestial masters and earthly kings were naturally from the proud smiling palace. The reason why they appeared here was because there was a transmission array nearby. They were the ones who took turns to guard this place. The transmission array's location was not allowed to be approached by outsiders. Just a few rats dare to shout? Go to hell. Shuri Dao did not attack, but Zhang Kuang said faintly. He casually waved his hand and a black light swept out. Chapter 834. The black light was like a surging black fog. In the darkness of the night, no one could detect it. The dozen people from the proud smiling palace only felt a gust of wind. Then, a dozen heads flew away and a dozen corpses fell from the sky. Inside the proud smiling palace, a few people immediately noticed the disturbance outside. Han Kai hurriedly rushed out of his room, his old eyes exuding a thick sharp light. Mad Tooth also rushed out of his room, his old eyes exuding a strong sense of hostility. Everyone be on guard. Enemies are coming. Mad Tooth had already sensed the energy fluctuation of the same attribute as himself. He was sure that the intruders were from the Black Demon sect. As soon as his voice fell, a terrifying rumbling sound rang out. Everyone in the proud smiling palace noticed that the space above them was fluctuating. But after the fluctuation, everything returned to normal. Shuri Dao and Zhang Kuang, who were outside the proud smiling palace, were shocked. Shuri Dao's attack was launched by Shuri Dao. He was a low-level saint, but he could not break the space restriction. It was beyond his expectation. Master Ju said that Crazy Ol should only be a novice saint, and their biggest reliance here should be a middle-stage 8th-level Scorching Tiger. But even if a spiritual beast transforms, it can't use the power of space. Could it be that there are other saints here? Shuri Dao said worriedly. Normally, the sturdier a space inhibition spell was, the more powerful the person who made it was. Even Shuri Dao couldn't break the space inhibition spell. Didn't it mean that the person who made it was more powerful than him? That was why Shuri Dao had such a guess. No matter what, we are here. They are aware of it. I don't believe that we can't break the space. Zhang Kuang said confidently. The two of them didn't hesitate and unleashed their strongest attacks at the same time. The space in this area was affected and fluctuated incessantly. The terrifying black light smashed down like a part of the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone in the Laughing Palace was panicking. The earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. It was like a magnitude 10 earthquake. The terrifying sound made them feel like it was the end of the world. What's going on? Could it be that our palace gate is going to be destroyed? That's impossible. This is a restriction set up by our sect protector elder. No matter how strong they are, they can't break it. Everyone don't panic. Prepare to go out and meet the enemy. That's right. Everyone prepare to face the enemy. With the palace master here, we'll be unstoppable. With the palace master here, we'll be invincible. Every member of the Smiling Palace had to go through layers of tests of loyalty before they could join the sect. Now that the Smiling Palace had just been founded, the first incident had happened. It was a real crisis, and their loyalty was stimulated at this moment. Their worship of Ling Xiao had already reached a blind state, and they would definitely not shrink just because of a single attack. Outside the proud Smiling Palace, Shuri Dao and Zhang Kuang were still bombarding the palace with spatial energy. However, they still hadn't destroyed the spatial restriction. Waves were surging in their hearts. If the two of them attacked together, even a spatial restriction set up by an ordinary mid-level saint would be destroyed. However, they still couldn't see what was happening inside the spatial restriction, which meant that the spatial restriction hadn't been destroyed yet. They couldn't help but think, who was the one who set up the spatial restriction? Could it be that there's a peak mid-level saint or a high-level saint in this small force? How dare you? How dare you destroy our proud Smiling Palace? Mad Tooth's crazed voice sounded out. The people of the proud Smiling Palace rushed out of the transmission array. Mad Tooth was the first one to rush toward Shuri Dao and Zhang Kuang. He worshipped Ling Xiao as his master, and regarded the proud Smiling Palace as his home. Now that someone had come to bully him, he was extremely angry. He wanted to kill and drink blood to vent the hatred in his heart. Mad Tooth didn't care who it was. He immediately attacked Shuri Dao and Zhang Kuang. Two giant mad demons passed through the space and roared towards the two. Their powerful energy was enough to destroy heaven and earth. Shuri Dao and Zhang Kuang couldn't help but stop their attacks. They turned around and attacked the two mad demons at the same time. Powerful energy fluctuations shook the surrounding space, causing it to churn endlessly. If other cultivators were to approach, they would probably be minced into pieces by the power of space. After the energy waves dissipated, Shuri Dao didn't move an inch, but Zhang Kuang retreated quite a bit. From this, it could be seen that Shuri Dao's strength was already above Mad Tooth's. Zhang Kuang might be a bit weaker than Mad Tooth, but he was in a hurry. If they really fought, the odds of victory were 50-50. Tsk, it really is you, old Mad Tooth. Shuri Dao stared at Mad Tooth with a murderous look. Mad Tooth's appearance had changed a lot. There weren't many people who could recognize him. Now that someone recognized him, he looked at the other party in surprise. He hesitated for a moment before saying, Shuri Dao, I didn't expect it to be you. Haha, I didn't expect you to be able to recognize me. Not bad, not bad. We brothers haven't seen each other for thousands of years. I didn't expect you to turn back into a human. You're really lucky. Shuri Dao sneered at Mad Tooth. Shuri Dao also knew that Mad Tooth was fed the Mad Demon pill. He was the one who suggested this idea to Black Demon. He really didn't expect Mad Tooth to benefit from a disaster and become a sage. It was really out of his expectations. Mad Tooth's face was gloomy as he said, You traitor. Today I'll tear you into pieces. Mad Tooth hated anyone who betrayed Savage Leopard. Now that he met his enemy, he was filled with hatred. The dozens of 10 millennia frigid iron chains on Mad Tooth's body suddenly extended out. They were like an 8-clawed spider waving their claws. Every 10 millennia frigid iron chain was extremely hard. They swept toward Shuri Dao and Zhang Kuang like the wind and lightning. Swoosh swoosh. The 10 millennia frigid iron chain made a piercing sound as it swept through the air. You actually have the guts to fight two at once. But, you don't have the qualifications. Let me send you to see the old sect leader. I believe he misses you a lot down there. Go and accompany him. Shuri Dao shouted with disdain. A ghost axe appeared in his hand. He waved the ghost axe and brought out rays of black blade aura to block the 10 millennia frigid iron chain. While Shuri Dao and Mad Tooth were fighting, Zhang Kuang didn't stay idle. He had already noticed that the people of Black Demon Sect were fighting with the people of Proud Smiling Palace. Old sure you kill him first. I'll go and help those kids. Zhang Kuang said as he turned into a black shadow and flew towards the people they brought. Unfortunately, before he could reach them, Ana's figure appeared in front of him. A faint fragrance wafted in the air. This beautiful figure was Feng Qingyuan, who was still in Proud Smiling Palace. When Zhang Kuang saw Feng Qingyuan, a look of astonishment flashed across his face. Following that, his old eyes emitted traces of emotion because he felt that he could not see through the woman standing in front of him. Furthermore, she gave him a feeling of fear. Kill yourself so that you don't dirty my hands. Feng Qingyuan spoke with an indifferent expression on his face, and then a strand of the energy of a saint gradually arose from him. The surroundings immediately became chaotic. The trees and flowers in the vicinity were uprooted. Zhang Kuang retreated 100 meters. His face was filled with shock. Middle-level saint. Could you be Feng Qingyuan from the Feng clan? Feng Qingyuan was an ancestor of the Feng clan. She was a rare female expert among the older generation. She caused the wind in the surroundings to surge. From her wind attribute, Zhang Kuang searched for relevant information in his mind. Only Feng Qingyuan from the Feng clan had such ability. However, he didn't understand why Feng Qingyuan would appear here. Furthermore, her strength was even stronger than he had imagined. He couldn't help but be moved by this. Since you know my name, why aren't you killing yourself? Do you really want me to do it? Feng Qingyuan shouted. It had to be said that Feng Qingyuan looked delicate. However, she displayed a powerful and domineering aura. It was extremely oppressive. Feng Qingyuan, why does your Feng clan want to get involved? Aren't you afraid of our black demon sect's revenge? Zhang Kuang didn't dare to act rashly. He knew that the Feng clan was incomparably fast. If they fought, he would lose more than he would win. He could only use the name of the Feng clan to suppress Feng Qingyuan and hope that she would be tactful. So what if it's the black demon sect? As long as I kill all of you, the black demon sect might not know who did it. Feng Qingyuan said. Humph, don't think that you can defeat me. Zhang Kuang knew that Feng Qingyuan was going to interfere. He wouldn't sit still and wait for death. He snorted coldly and summoned his spirit beast. This was a two-headed night hound. Its entire body was black and there wasn't a single strand of hair on its head. Its two heads revealed its bloodthirsty fangs. Streams of greedy saliva flowed out from the tip of its tongue. Its 4 eyes were filled with a sinister intent. Not all spirit beasts that reached rank 8 liked to transform into human form. For example, the two-headed night hound was one of the spirit beasts that didn't like to transform. They felt that it was better to be in their original form. Night hound, help me kill this woman. Zhang Kuang shouted. At the same time, a pair of sickles appeared in his hands. Swoosh swoosh. Zhang Kuang made the first move. The pair of sickles continuously intertwined with an intense attribute light. In an instant, they broke through the space and arrived in front of Feng Qingyuan. The sickles were about to land on Feng Qingyuan's body. Unfortunately, it was only an afterimage. Zhang Kuang had already expected that Feng Qingyuan wouldn't fall for his attack so easily. The night hound beside him was born with a keen sense of smell. It instantly sensed Feng Qingyuan's direction and pounced forward. How insensible. You forced this saint to make a move. Feng Qingyuan was slightly annoyed. She finally made her move. Torrential hurricane. Beside her, a huge hurricane appeared. It was like a roaring tsunami. It gave people a sense of fear as if a natural disaster was descending. Chapter 835. Feng Qingyuan was regarded as a key figure of the Feng clan since she was young. She did not disappoint the clan's expectations. Not only did she advance quickly, her battle prowess was also extraordinary. However, no matter who it was, the higher one's strength was, the greater the need for accumulation and comprehension of heaven and earth. Their speed of advancement would definitely slow down. In fact, when Ling Xiao met Feng Qingyuan in the Feng clan, she was only a low-level saint. She had not reached the mid-level saint realm yet. The reason why she was able to enter the next stage in just a few short years was because she had been a saint for quite some time, and the accumulated power was already relatively thick. In addition, she had spent some time with the evil emperor, so the evil emperor naturally used some of the treasures from the heavenly realm to help her increase her strength. With her current strength, it was more than enough to deal with Zhang Kuang and his two-headed night hound. The battle between the two saints was earth-shattering, shaking the surrounding space to the point of collapsing. Fortunately, they gradually moved away from the vicinity of the proud smiling palace and did not affect it too much. As the palace master, Ling Xiao had already led the majority of the proud smiling palace's people out of the transmission array. They were attacked right after the opening ceremony. They definitely had to fight back beautifully in order to establish the prestige of the proud smiling palace. The reason why Han Kai did not immediately participate in the Battle of the Saints was because he had to stay by Ling Xiao's side. He did not want anything to happen to Ling Xiao. The most important thing was that Feng Qingyuan had made a move. Han Kai felt that there was no need for him to reveal his old bones for now. It was better to wait for the critical moment to deal a fatal blow. Ling Xiao brought a total of 3,000 people to fight. The rest who were not strong enough remained in the palace. After he came out of the transmission array, he immediately sensed many hidden auras. Although the auras were weak, they could not escape the senses of his mental strength and his divine sense. Elder Han, leave the battle to us. Only through battle will they grow. You just need to guard the palace gate and prevent it from being destroyed, Ling Xiao whispered to Han Kai. People who joined the Laughing Palace, except for his own people, hadn't been through many life and death battles. Ling Xiao wouldn't protect them at all times just because they might die in battle. He had always believed that only in battles of life and death would one gradually become stronger, and only then would one be able to see a person's true nature. Han Kai naturally guessed Ling Xiao's thoughts. He immediately nodded and disappeared into the night. He did not leave this place. Instead, he was constantly monitoring the situation of the battle. If anything bad were to happen, he would definitely act immediately. A golden dragon-shaped spear appeared in Ling Xiao's hand and the power around him began to rise. At the same time, a majestic golden wolf king appeared beside him. Follow me and kill our enemies. No matter who they are, we'll use their blood as a sacrifice to the proud Laughing Palace. Ling Xiao shook his arm and shouted loudly. Then he took the lead and rushed towards the 5,000 people of the Black Demon sect. Yi Yunfeng shouted, "Let us sacrifice their blood to the flag of the proud Laughing Palace. Let us sacrifice their blood to the flag of the proud Laughing Palace. Let us sacrifice their blood to the flag of the proud Laughing Palace." The people of the proud Laughing Palace were suddenly filled with fighting spirit. One by one they shouted loudly and followed Ling Xiao to kill the enemies. Night Wolf, Eagle King, and the others who were hiding in the front noticed this immediately. Night Wolf's eyes flashed with a cold light. He shook the wolf fang in his hand and shouted, "Get ready to kill the enemies. Let's bathe the proud Laughing Palace in blood." As his voice faded away, the people behind him began to release their qi and blood. Owls and owls also began to scream. All of a sudden, a great battle broke out at this moment. There were more than 3,000 people of the proud Laughing Palace, and more than 3,000 spiritual beasts. They all attacked with different attributes. Golden qi, fire qi, water qi, hail qi. These attacks erupted at the same time, and it instantly blasted this area of the heavens and the earth to the point of trembling. The mountains, trees, spirit flowers and rare herbs in this mountain range were all blasted into powder. At the same time, a black screen rose up in front of them and blocked all the attacks. Boom, boom. The terrible sound of the battle resounded through the sky. Colorful elemental energy splashed everywhere. The Wolf Eagle Dark Guards deserved to be called the strongest combat legion of the Black Demon sect. They were well trained in fighting. Their defensive and offensive skills were also seamless. Therefore they were able to block all the attacks of the people of the proud Smiling Palace. The next moment they attacked at the same time. Dark elemental attacks were very corrosive. Moreover, it was night time, so their attacks were very strange and difficult to distinguish. Some of the people of the proud Laughing Palace who were in the front were immediately stopped by the powerful attacks. The incessant blood-curdling screams immediately rang out. Ling Xiao, who was at the very front, was also shocked by the huge amount of energy that was blasted out at the same time. It was too late for him to dodge. After all, the range of the energy attack of 5,000 people at the same time was quite wide. Ling Xiao didn't even think about it as he raised his defense to the maximum. When the wave of attacks was over, Ling Xiao looked a little embarrassed. However, he had the glazed dragon scale armor, so he did not suffer any serious injuries. Around him, a dozen people had fallen and dozens more had been injured. Ling Xiao was shocked. He realized that the power of a team battle was even more terrifying. However, the battle had already begun. They did not have time to practice team battles. Everyone split up. Every 500 people will form a group. Besiege them. Xian Yao, who was sitting at the back, commanded calmly. As long as the number of people split up, the Black Demon sect's attack would no longer be in a single direction. This was something that Xian Yao could see very clearly. When everyone heard Xian Yao's command, they immediately split up. Each group was led by a mystic, the arch-ranked powerhouse, and they attacked the Black Demon sect. Yi Lang's face lit up with excitement. He ordered again, "Everyone attack. Kill them all." The Wolf Hawk Shadow Guards were all trained by him. Their combat power was amazing. Whether it was a team battle or a single battle, their abilities were incomparable to ordinary martial artists. Moreover, they had a huge advantage in terms of numbers. Yi Lang firmly believed that they would win this battle. The proud smiling palace would become the fastest sect to be destroyed in history. After Yi Lang gave his order, the Eagle King was the first to rush out. Yi Lang knew that the Eagle King had a history with the proud smiling palace, so he did not care too much. It did not matter to him how he killed. The Eagle King rushed towards Ling Xiao. He had seen Ling Xiao before. Ling Xiao had left a deep impression on him. He wanted to personally take Ling Xiao's head. "Little dog Ling, you dare to steal the crystal mine of our black demon sect? Wait for me to take your life," the Eagle King shouted. Then a pair of hooks appeared in his hands and rushed towards Ling Xiao to grab him. Ling Xiao was not afraid of the Eagle King. He shouted disdainfully, "So what if you are from the black demon sect? Sooner or later I will kill you all." Ling Xiao did not give the Eagle King any chance to use his full strength. This was a battle of life and death. He had already used his mental energy. The formless golden dragon spear shot towards the Eagle King's consciousness. Before the Eagle King could attack Ling Xiao, he felt a pain in his head. He could not help but scream. Ling Xiao had just suffered a loss. Now he wanted to kill someone to vent his anger. He did not hesitate. He no longer wanted to take the Eagle King under his command. The golden dragon spear in his hand pierced the Eagle King's heart. It pierced through the half-tier saint artifact armor and crushed his heart. The Eagle King did not understand how he died just like that. He was a low-tier peak stage mystic the Arch. He was not even a match for a high-level heavenly venerate. Would anyone believe this? Ling Xiao casually flipped the Eagle King's body and shouted, "Those who offend the proud smiling palace shall die." Wuxiang Ling Zhao's imperial aura erupted, and the Dragon Clan's heavenly bin divine art was also fully unleashed at this moment, shaking the eardrums of the Wolf Hawk Shadow Guards in front of them. Ling Xiao seized this opportunity to unleash a massacre with his golden dragon spear in hand. The Tyrant Dragon Spear art was so powerful. Ling Xiao was using his full strength. Although the Wolf Eagle secret guards were powerful, they could not withstand a Mystic Thearch's attack. In just one or two moves, dozens of the Wolf Eagle secret guards were killed by Ling Xiao. The Black Demon sect immediately realized how powerful Ling Xiao was. One of the Mystic Thearchs immediately rushed towards Ling Xiao. Yi Lang, on the other hand, had a look of surprise on his face. Could it be that this child is that Ling Xiao? Before going to the proud smiling palace, Night Wolf had already asked people to collect information about the proud smiling palace. Someone had already described Ling Xiao's appearance. Thus, he was able to determine Ling Xiao's identity. "It's good that you know how powerful my young master is. How dare you offend the proud smiling palace? You must be tired of living." A voice rang out from behind Night Wolf, and a thick killing intent enveloped him. Night Wolf's hair stood on end. He had always been a cautious person. He had been sensing the aura around him. Unexpectedly, he did not notice that someone was approaching him from behind. Without a second thought, he swung the mace in his hand at Yi Shiwen. The black saber aura clashed with the mace, producing a series of explosions. Night Wolf was forced to retreat 100 meters away. The blood in his body was surging. He thought to himself, "Is there a traitor?" The sneak attacker did not succeed in his first move. He blasted out a series of powerful saber auras. The attack caused everything around him to fly up. The ground was cut with countless saber marks. Night Wolf shouted and went forward. He swung the mace with the same powerful black attribute attack. The sneak attacker was also of the dark attribute. It was no wonder that Night Wolf thought it was a traitor. The sneak attacker was Savage Leopard. Savage Leopard was already a middle-stage mystic the Arch. He cultivated the Devil Saber 8 forms. His combat strength was extraordinary. Night Wolf was Black Demon's disciple. He entered the middle stage Mystic the Arch earlier than Savage Leopard. The battle between the two was quite intense. Every move was aimed at the opponent's vital points. Chapter 836. The strength of the proud smiling palace was already comparable to that of a third-grade sect. The strongest among them was Han Kai, who had never fought before, a high-level saint followed by Mad Tooth, a low-level saint followed by Granny Dark Wind, a half-saint followed by Zhu Yuanxiu, Gung Hong, Song Minghua and Leng Zheng, who were high-level Shen Emperors. Cruel Leopard, Fang Qin, Luo Yu, Guanchang, and Du Tai were mid-level Shen Emperors. Lu Kun, Wu Fu, Yang Xianfeng, Wang Teng and Lu Yang were low-level Shen Emperors. There were 3 saints, 14 emperors, hundreds of holy masters, and many Earth King and King stage Shen Emperors. The strength of the proud smiling palace was indeed not inferior to that of a third-grade sect. However, the area under the control of the proud smiling palace was still very small, and there were not many affiliated forces. Compared to the 18 forces, it was not worth mentioning. If the proud smiling palace wanted to be a third-grade sect, it first had to occupy more territory and gather more affiliated forces. With strength comparable to a third-grade sect, it was not easy to destroy it. The people of the Black Demon sect had already overestimated the strength of the proud smiling palace, but they found that their so-called overestimation was actually an underestimation in the face of reality. Among Yi Lang's group, besides the 2 saints, there were 18 Shen emperors, ranging from low level to high level. However, they only had 3 high-level Shen emperors, 5 mid-level Shen emperors, and 10 low-level Shen emperors. Yi Lang felt that with such strength, it would only be a matter of seconds to destroy the proud smiling palace. However, he never expected that the saints he had just brought would not be able to destroy the space restriction of the proud smiling palace, and that the enemy's forces would come out. It was not a big deal to fight their way out, and he felt that everything was still under control. However, when the people of the proud smiling palace showed their strength, he knew that this trip would not be too smooth. He had been watching the situation of the battle, and didn't expect to be attacked by a supermaster who had the same dark attribute as him. Of course, he didn't know that the person he was fighting with was his master ancestor. Now that he was fighting with Cruel Leopard, he was actually killing his master ancestor. However, the people of the Black Demon sect had always been merciless and ruthless. Why would they care about such morals? While the Night Wolf and the Savage Leopard were fighting, the battles in other areas were also very intense. After Granny Hellwind was captured by Ling Xiao, she would definitely be placed in the Smiling Palace. She was once the Jade Assassin of Sha Tian's organization. Her name struck terror in people's hearts, and her killing methods were extremely terrifying. She was like a ghost harvesting lives. Her figure kept floating, and the Wolf-Eagle Shadow Guards lost their lives in her hands. She was decisive in killing. Every time she attacked, 6 or 7 people would explode. The 2 strongest mystic thearchs of the Black Demon sect were also aware of this situation. The 2 of them deduced a large amount of world power at the same time and attacked Granny Hellwind. Both of them were peak-stage mystic thearchs. If they worked together, they could delay Granny Netherwind for now. However, they basically had no chance of winning. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. With Granny Hellwind's interference, the other members of the Haughty Smile Palace had more room to fight. The mystic thearchs fought against each other. Other than Wang Teng, who stayed in Wind Cloud City, there were 13 other mystic thearchs from the Haughty Smile Palace. There were 4 high-level mystic thearchs and 2 of them were assassins. Their combat power was self-evident. Moreover, although Lu Su was a low-level mystic thearch, he had the strength to fight above his level. In order to become Ling Xiao's confidant as soon as possible and be put in an important position by Ling Xiao, he fought with all his strength from the beginning. When everyone saw Lu Su's strength, they were all shocked. Only now did they know that the young man who was recruited by the main palace had such abnormal combat power. The Haughty Smile Palace had the upper hand against the mystic thearchs, but the Haughty Smile Palace was at a disadvantage. After all, the Black Demon sect had 5,000 people, and the Haughty Smile Palace only had 3,000 elites. There was a difference in numbers and of course the Haughty Smile Palace was at a disadvantage. However, it was not a one-sided situation. There were a few people in the Haughty Smile Palace who were equally terrifying. Apart from Ling Xiao, the strength of his wife, Feng Xianyun, had long been proven. She was a high-level celestial master, had the power of an emperor-class world, and cultivated the heavenly venomous technique. Once she used all her strength, the lethality was definitely not weaker than that of an ordinary mystic thearch. Next was Ji Beixing. She had been trained by Feng Qingyuan in the Feng family. Her invisible sound wave attacks were even more difficult to defend against. The chilly wind and murderous aura were even more pervasive, corroding the enemy. When people wanted to get close to her and kill her, she used her unparalleled speed to avoid them. This made the people of the Black Demon sect hate her, but they could not do anything about it. Yi Yunfeng's battle prowess wasn't weak either. Although his world power was ordinary, he could increase his battle prowess by 5 times. He had the battle prowess of an ordinary high-level heavenly venerate. He had also experienced the Imperial Role battle, so his killing methods were extremely powerful. The other people were peak celestial masters who were recruited. They came from mercenary groups and their cultivation was through killing. Their combat power was also extraordinary. With these people with superior combat power, the Wolf Hawk secret guards could not defeat the people of the Haughty Smile Palace. The Wolfhawk secret guards were good at joint attacks, but it did not mean that they were not strong individually. The owls were the tyrants of the sky. Thousands of owls were the biggest trouble for the people of the haughty Smile Palace. They were extremely fast and their attack power was also very strong. The spirit beasts of the people of the haughty Smile Palace were different. Some flew in the sky, some ran on the ground, and some swam in the water. They could not form a unified battle, and many spirit beasts became food for the owls. The sound of the battle was endless and all kinds of attribute attacks were dazzling. Countless blood began to spill over thousands of miles. As the palace lord of the haughty Smile Palace, Ling Xiao used all his strength to kill the people of the Black Demon sect. His mental strength was everywhere. Once an opponent was targeted by him, they could not fight back and were immediately killed by him. Ling Xiao also knew that his people were a little less and he was at a disadvantage overall. He had to speed up his killing methods. His figure was like the wind and lightning. While deducing the power of his world, he constantly waved the golden dragon spear. He had the aura of a ruler, and the aura of a ruler was becoming more and more solid. Many of the Wolfhawk secret guards died under Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear. At this time, 2 Black Demon sect Shen emperors simultaneously called out to Ling Xiao. From the strength that Ling Xiao had displayed, they did not dare to underestimate Ling Xiao. Just now they saw with their own eyes that their sect master's favorite disciple, the Eagle King, and another low-level Shen emperor companion were all killed by Ling Xiao's spear. Of the 2 of them, one was a low-level peak Shen emperor, and the other was a mid-level Shen emperor. For them to attack a high-level celestial master at the same time, it could be said that they were taking it very seriously. If others were to see this, they would think that it was too much of a bully. However, if they knew who Ling Xiao was, they would not think so. Ling Xiao faced the attacks of the 2 and smiled coldly. So what if you are a Shen emperor? I will let you have a taste of the power of the death qi. After saying that, Ling Xiao's power of his world changed greatly. The flowers and trees withered at the same time, and a black hurricane began to roll towards the 2. The 2 did not think much and continued to attack Ling Xiao with all their strength. However, when they approached the black energy, they only felt that their dark protection force was corroding at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, the life energy in their bodies was also dissipating very quickly. The 2 were immediately shocked. Without thinking, they immediately deduced the power of their world and expelled the death qi. However, when their dark world energy appeared, Ling Xiao changed his move again. Countless flames burned towards them at the same time. The heavenly fire and even the fire of Yang were the nemesis of all evil forces. The 2 mystic thearchs were in dire straits. Just as they were overwhelmed, their heads started to hurt again. That feeling was as if something had barged into their spiritual realms, causing their spiritual seas to tremble uncontrollably. Their spiritual realm was damaged, and the power of their world immediately disappeared. The purple flames immediately burned their bodies. They could only let out a blood-curdling scream before they were burned to ashes alive. Ling Xiao glanced at them with disdain and continued to kill the people of the Black Demon sect. It did not take long for Granny Mingfeng to kill the 2 peak-stage Shen thearchs. The situation changed again, and the proud smiling palace began to gain the upper hand. As the leader this time, Night Wolf was being suppressed by the cruel leopard. He realized that the aura of the cruel leopard was actually familiar to him, but he was very unfamiliar with the cruel leopard. Fortunately, the mace in his hand was not an ordinary item. It was a low-grade saint artifact, which increased his combat power a lot. It was enough to fight with the cruel leopard for a long time without being defeated. However, when he realized that the aura of his people was decreasing, he was a little confused. At the moment when he was distracted, the cruel leopard took advantage of the opportunity to attack Night Wolf. Night Wolf's figure was smashed far away, and the cruel leopard took advantage of the situation to chase after him. Saber auras that could destroy mountains and break rivers smashed toward Night Wolf's direction. In the future, I will take back everything that belongs to me with my own hands. The cruel leopard roared. The Black Demon sect was founded by him. Now, under the leadership of his unfilial disciple, it had become one of the 18 major forces, and its ranking was very high. Thinking of this, he had a belief that he wanted to take back the Black Demon sect. However, he wanted to destroy the Black Demon sect or pull it under his young master's command. Only then could he let go of the hatred in his heart. After a wave of attacks from the cruel leopard, Night Wolf was forced into a difficult situation. Fortunately, the injuries on his body were not fatal and his combat power was still there. He retreated far away. The cruel leopard thought that he was going to escape and immediately shouted, "Didn't you come to destroy the proud smiling palace? Why do you want to escape now? Night Wolf revealed a sinister smile and said, I wanted to wait for your rank 8 spirit beast to appear, and then let you feel despair. Now it seems that it is necessary to let you know the true strength of the Black Demon sect in advance. As his voice fell, an imposing figure appeared beside him. Chapter 837. This figure was like an iron tower, hard and full of explosiveness. Every muscle on his body was bulging and blue veins were popping out. On top of his head, there were 2 pairs of curved horns. One pair was more prominent, and the other pair was much smaller and not very obvious. Looking at his rough appearance, he looked like a savage. His face was covered with long black whiskers and even his eyebrows were long. His nose and eyes were relatively large and from time to time, his nose exuded a thick and strange aura. Lord Devil Bull, everything here depends on you. Night Wolf said to the person in front of him with a somewhat respectful expression. This person was not a real human, but an 8th level transformed 4-horned devil bull. It was the most powerful weapon that Night Wolf had brought out of the Black Demon sect. When the 4-horned devil bull appeared, the cruel leopard's blade also fell in front of Night Wolf. The 4-horned devil bull raised its eyes and sniffed a few times. Achoo! A snorting sound was heard. This snorting sound was not an ordinary snorting sound. It was as frightening as thunder and lightning. As the sound of snorting fell, the whole world began to tremble. The powerful aura from the bull's nose sprayed towards the cruel leopard's attack. All of a sudden, the cruel leopard's powerful saber aura was completely disintegrated in an instant. The cruel leopard also felt a terrifying energy rushing towards him. The cruel leopard didn't think about it, but the energy was too terrible. He only felt as if his chest had been hit by a 10,000-pound boulder. His whole body flew far away and a fountain of blood splashed out. The moment the cruel leopard fell heavily on the ground, he felt as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. His chest had caved in, and the bones in his chest had been broken. His internal organs were also constantly oozing blood. He wanted to stand up again, but his head turned black and his whole body fainted. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. As the powerful snorting sound fell, everyone who was fighting was shocked, and looked towards the direction of the sound. Night Wolf's face revealed a proud expression. Secret guards, come over. I want to see what the proud smiling palace has to do with us. They are really seeking death. The people of the Black Demon sect swept towards the Ye-Wolves as his voice faded. 2/3 of the 5,000 Wolf Eagle Shadow Guards had been killed, and 700 to 800 people had died near the Laughing Palace. The Black Demon sect had brought a total of 18 Shen Emperors, but 2/3 of them were killed. Only a few were lucky enough to survive. On the side of the proud smiling palace, only 3 Shen Emperors were seriously injured. After all, Granny Mingfeng had already killed the 2 strongest Shen Emperors of the Black Demon sect. The few high-level Shen Emperors of the proud Smiling Palace were enough to block the other Shen Emperors of the Black Demon sect. Other than Savage Leopard, the 3 who were heavily injured were the weakest, Lu Kun and Wu Fu. If not for Song Minghua's protection, they would have already met the King of Hell. In this battle, the proud Smiling Palace had gained a lot of advantages. If it weren't for Ling Xiao and Granny Hellwind, the proud Laughing Palace wouldn't have been able to achieve such a result. The people of the Black Demon sect and the proud Smiling Palace had gathered together. Ling Xiao also noticed that his people had suffered heavy losses. He thought to himself, this is the price we have to pay. Ling Xiao wanted to see the loyalty of the people of the proud Smiling Palace. He also wanted to see what kind of mentality they would have in the face of a life-and-death battle. He wanted to know if some of them would run away. Now that he had an understanding of them, he did not intend to let them prove anything. After all, if they continued to exhaust themselves like this, then their newly established sect would not even have the foundation and strength. What was the point of becoming a bald palace lord? Ling Xiao's eyes fell on the Ye-Wolves and the 4-horned demon cow. Ling Xiao's eyelids twitched and he shouted, 8th grade spirit beast. Although the 4-horned demon cow had transformed, its characteristics were still very different from that of a real human. Its 2 pairs of demon horns were the best proof. Lord Demonic Bull, please kill all of them. Night Wolf respectfully said to the 4-horned demonic bull. The 4-horned demon bull's eyes were filled with disdain, and it raised its head high as it spoke in a boorish voice. Brat, you actually want this bull king to personally deal with these lowly humans? You're really looking down on this bull king. The 4-horned demon cow obviously looked down on Ling Xiao and the others. It didn't want to make a move and it was very dissatisfied with ye wolves. Night Wolf said anxiously, Lord Demonic Bull, my master said that you have an Earth Flame Tiger King here, and its strength is not much weaker than Lord's. As long as Lord Demonic Bull makes a move, that Earth Flame Tiger King will definitely appear. What the hell? How dare you compare that annoying tiger to me? How dare it? The four-horned demon cow had a bad temper. It couldn't bear to hear the flaming tiger compared to it. It roared, lifted its foot and stomped on the ground. Bang! The four-horned demon cow's foot was very terrifying. It stomped on the ground, causing the ground to shake. A huge crack suddenly appeared on the ground, spreading toward Ling Xiao and the others. Ling Xiao and the others were shocked and they immediately leaped up. They looked at the huge crack on the ground that was 100 meters long from midair. Everyone's heart sank. There was no lack of experts among them, and they could also create such destructive power through their magical powers. However, no one could create such destructive power with just a stomp like the four-horned demon cow did. Young master, this person should be a spirit beast in human form. It's too scary. Yi Yunfeng said worriedly as he attached himself to Ling Xiao. Xian Yao also echoed, it seems that the Black Demon sect is determined to destroy our proud smiling palace. This guy's power is not small. I'm afraid his strength is also very terrifying. Ling Xiao said with a frown. Ling Xiao's realm was not high enough, but from the various performances of the four-horned demon cow, his strength was probably not inferior to that of the flaming tiger. In fact, he might even be a lot stronger. Only Han Kai would be able to deal with such an existence. We naturally think that Lord Demon Cow is the strongest, but these people don't think so. Look, they're not running away. Obviously they are not afraid of you. Yi Lang knew that the four-horned demon cow was simple-minded, so he tried to provoke it again. Bullshit. Watch me kill them all and let them know how powerful I am. The four-horned demon cow was furious again and its figure flashed. No one saw its figure, but it appeared in front of Ling Xiao and the others in the blink of an eye. A huge black fist came crashing down toward Ling Xiao and the others. The terrifying momentum made people feel suffocated and uncomfortable. Facing the mountain-like fist, no one could react. When the fist came crashing down in front of them, they all wanted to close their eyes and wait for death. Suddenly at this moment, a loud and clear voice rang out. Numerous feather-like wind blades attacked like a torrential storm, slicing the huge black fist into countless fragments. Boom boom boom. Under the bombardment of the countless feathers, the black fist finally dissipated. However, the collision of the two terrifying energies still affected Ling Xiao and the others. Many of them let out blood-curdling screams. Those who were slightly weaker directly died, while many others were more or less injured. Ling Xiao's reaction was the fastest. When the feathers came into contact with the black fist, he had already deduced the power of his world. Wood attribute energy formed countless trees in front of everyone behind him. His defense was considered strong among those of the same rank, but it was nothing in the face of a collision of energy between 8th-rank spirit beasts. Ling Xiao was affected the most by the energy. He had done this to protect the women behind him as well as Shen Yao and Yi Yunfeng so that they would not suffer too much damage. Like a cannonball, he was blasted far away by the energy. The glazed dragon scale armor on his body cracked, and blood flowed out from many parts of his body. Husband. Ling Xiao's women cried out in shock and immediately rushed towards the direction where Ling Xiao had been sent flying. However, before they could get close, Ling Xiao had already been saved by someone else. Xiao, are you all right? The person who had caught Ling Xiao was Feng Qingyuan. Beneath her feet was a rare white phoenix. Other than the blood-red crown feather on its head, the feathers on its body were as white as snow, soft and smooth. Its most beautiful part was its tail, which was curled up like a fan of feathers. It was strangely beautiful. The white phoenix belonged to the bloodline of the divine beast, the phoenix. Spirit beasts that could be related to the divine beast were all extraordinary. If there was a chance in the future, it could definitely evolve into the divine beast phoenix. The giant black fist just now was destroyed by this white Fenghuan. This white phoenix was already in the middle of the 8th rank. It did not transform because it had helped Feng Qingyuan to kill Zhang Kuang and his two-headed Nighthound of the Black Demon sect. Feng Qingyuan had wanted to help Mad Tooth kill the other saint of the Black Demon sect. However, she had just received news of what happened to Ling Xiao, so she hurried over. It was fortunate that she had arrived earlier, otherwise Ling Xiao and the others would have been in trouble. Of course, she did not know that Han Kai had been watching. Even if she had not arrived, Han Kai would have taken action immediately. Master's wife, don't worry, Xiao's life is very tough. Ling Xiao laid in Feng Qingyuan's arms and felt a soft and comfortable feeling. The fragrance made him a little moved. However, when he remembered that she was his master's wife, he immediately struggled to stand up from Feng Qingyuan's arms and responded. However, the energy collision between the two great 8th-rank spirit beasts was not ordinary. His body had already suffered quite a bit of damage. He had just struggled a little when he fell weakly into Feng Qingyuan's arms. You only know how to show off. Feng Qingyuan scolded Ling Xiao and fed a pill to Ling Xiao with heartache. Ling Xiao was the only disciple of the evil emperor. Feng Qingyuan also treated Ling Xiao as her own disciple. She would not have any distracting thoughts. Ling Xiao swallowed the pill and muttered in his heart, "She is my master's wife. She is my master's wife. It doesn't matter if I am hugged by her. Damned feathered beast, how dare you obstruct this king? You are courting death." The four-horned demon bull looked at Bai Fenghuan, and its nostrils flared with a vicious aura. It roared and charged at Bai Fenghuan. Chapter 838. Master, the bull is coming. White Fenghuan reminded Feng Qingyuan. Little Feng, go deal with it first. I'll help you later. Feng Qingyuan carried Ling Xiao and flew away, letting White Fenghuan deal with the four-horned demon bull. White Fenghuan let out a loud cry and rushed towards the four-horned demon bull. Her wings kept flapping and countless attacks bombarded the four-horned demon bull. Feng Qingyuan, on the other hand, took the opportunity to unleash her wind power, sweeping up all the people from the proud smiling palace, bringing them far away from this place to prevent them from being affected. Pay attention to yourselves, that cow is very powerful, I'll go back and help little Feng. Feng Qingyuan handed Ling Xiao over to the girls, and then hurriedly returned to his original place to help Bai Fenghuan. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to heal at full speed. As the palace master, how could he run away? The people of the proud smiling palace were far away from the battlefield, but the sounds of the battle were still echoing in their ears. They were all lucky that they were brought away or they would all be in trouble. Fortunately, Senior Feng helped us, or the consequences would be unimaginable. I didn't expect the Black Demon sect to really want to get rid of the proud smiling palace. They actually sent out so many peerless experts. Xian Yao sighed. Yeah, I wonder how Elder Mad Teeth is doing. Yi Yun Feng echoed. Don't worry, let's heal ourselves first and be ready for backup. Feng Xianyun said. Now that Ling Xiao was healing, Feng Xianyun was the palace master's wife, so her words were naturally responded to. Everyone took the pills and sat down to heal their injuries as fast as they could. Not long after, Ling Xiao had already bounced up from the ground. The girls around him were startled by his sudden appearance. Husband, how are you? The girls asked with concern. Ling Xiao replied, I'm much better. You guys stay here, I'm going to take a look. Although his complexion was a little pale, with the help of the ancient emperor's divine art, his strength had recovered about 50 to 60%, and he had some ability to protect himself. No, they're so strong. You won't be able to help them if you go. Instead, you'll distract Senior Feng from taking care of you. Feng Xianyun immediately stopped him. Ji Beixin also echoed, That's right, husband. I believe that Aunt will be able to defeat that strange person very soon. Young master, you are now a palace master. You must not put yourself in danger. Xian Yao also advised. Ling Xiao replied seriously, I know you're worried about me, but don't worry. With Dragoness protecting me, no one can hurt me. As Ling Xiao's words fell, a blue true dragon soared into the sky. That 100-meter-long figure, that boundless dragon might, and that enormous aura caused the entire world to change color. The people of the proud smiling palace had never seen a real beast before. Now that they saw a real dragon in front of them, they couldn't believe what they were seeing. This is a true dragon divine beast. Palace master actually has such a protective spirit beast? How is that possible? So the palace lord has never revealed his trump card all this time. It turns out that he has such a trump card to rely on. No wonder he doesn't care about the Gu family. This true dragon divine beast is so powerful. Our proud smiling palace will definitely win. That's right. The palace master is indeed as powerful as the sky. So what if it's the Black Demon sect? We'll definitely defeat them. The people of the proud smiling palace were all excited as they watched Ling Xiao ride away on the blue true dragon. Their hearts were filled with infinite expectations. Following such a powerful palace master had already made them feel that their future was boundless. Now, suddenly, There was a true dragon mythological beast that only appeared once in 10,000 years. This made them even more determined to follow Ling Xiao. Lu Su's face twitched as he stood among the crowd. He roared in his heart, "How can this be? Isn't the true dragon divine beast extinct in the central region a long time ago? How can he have such a protective spirit beast?" Lu Su was now in the stage of forbearance. He felt that as long as he increased his strength as soon as possible, he would be able to replace Ling Xiao one day. However, after this battle, Ling Xiao's trump cards were revealed one by one. More than 10 mystic emperors, for saints, and even a rank 8 divine beast were enough to move him and make him unwilling. If he wanted to betray Ling Xiao and replace Ling Xiao's position, it would be impossible for him to do so in a short period of time. With this understanding, Lu Su remained low-key and loyal for a long period of time. With the help of the Dragon Lady, Ling Xiao arrived above the battle between the four-horned demon bull, White Fengyuan, and Feng Qingyuan in a few blinks of an eye. The space around them was collapsing, and the heaven and earth were trembling non-stop. It was as if the sky could collapse at any time. Ling Xiao had the Dragon Lady's protective light barrier and was not affected by the spatial energy. Ling Xiao wanted to see the situation of the battle clearly. However, with his current strength, how could he catch the speed of the battle between the absolute experts? Just as Ling Xiao was panicking, the sound of 2 powerful collisions rang out. Bang bang. All of a sudden 2 figures flew out. At the same time, a rough voice rang out, "Ha, you lowly reptiles dare to behave atrociously in front of this bull king. You are truly overestimating yourself." The ones that flew out were the dyed Feng Qingyuan and White Fengyuan. Feng Qingyuan's hair was in a mess, and there was a lot of blood on her lips. She was breathing heavily, and it was obvious that she had used up a lot of energy. As for the White Fengyuan, a lot of its feathers had fallen off, and its snow-white body was stained with blood. It was obvious that it had suffered a lot in this battle. The four-horned demon horn had yet to transform back into its true form. It also had a human body, and a powerful aura surrounded its body. It stood there like an iron tower giant, unable to move. Master's wife and the others are actually not a match for this bull? Ling Xiao thought to himself in shock. When Feng Qingyuan attacked, Han Kai had already reminded Ling Xiao that Feng Qingyuan was already a middle-stage saint, and that White Fengyuan was probably not inferior to Feng Qingyuan. The fact that a man and a beast were unable to move this bull even when attacking at the same time was enough to show how powerful this bull was. Just as the four-horned demon cow was about to continue attacking Feng Qingyuan and White Fengyuan, it looked in Ling Xiao's direction. Suddenly, his bull-like eyes widened and his body trembled slightly. Dragon Emperor. Feng Qingyuan and White Fengyuan also noticed the abnormality not far away, and their gazes landed on Ling Xiao and the blue true dragon. True dragon divine beast. Feng Qingyuan exclaimed in shock. White Fengyuan's body swayed slightly, and her arrogant head lowered quite a bit. Ling Xiao completely ignored their loss of color, and called for Dragon Girl to rush to Feng Qingyuan's side, asking with concern, "Mistress, are you all right?" Feng Qingyuan was already in a state of shock. He only stared at the true dragon in front of him, wanting to see if it was a real true dragon or just a flood dragon. "Mistress, what's wrong?" Ling Xiao asked again. Only then did Feng Qingyuan come back to his senses and say, I'm fine. This is your protective spiritual beast?" Ling Xiao shook his head lightly and said, "Dragon Girl and I are only best friends." He paused for a moment and said, "Mistress, I'll let Dragon Girl lend you a hand. Let's kill this bull first." "Right. Deal with him first. He might have already reached the peak of the middle stage of the 8th step, and little Feng and I are not his match. With Lord True Dragon's help, everything will be easy." Feng Qingyuan replied excitedly. No divine beast would easily come into being. They had long since opened up a new place to live. As a divine beast, they would definitely not easily follow a human unless they had their complete trust. Today Ling Xiao actually had such a true dragon. She was both surprised and happy in her heart. It was as if she could already see Ling Xiao becoming the new overlord of the central region in the future. He could even surpass his master and become an even more powerful legend. "Dragon Girl, kill this cow for me," Ling Xiao said to the blue true dragon. The blue true dragon did not hesitate at all. With a swing of its tail, its huge body charged towards the four-horned demon cow. At the same time, it opened its mouth and roared. Dragon's Tenbin divine ability, Dragon Roar. The terrifying sound wave was 100 times more powerful than Ling Xiao's roar. The clouds and the air in the sky were shaken to the point of dispersing. The sound wave reverberated incessantly, and the Supreme Emperor's aura caused all the spiritual beasts within tens of thousands of miles to prostrate on the ground. The four-horned demon cow immediately retreated without hesitation. Although it was very powerful, its strength would be suppressed when facing a true beast emperor, causing its combat strength to decline. As it retreated, the sound of the dragon roar shook its body so much that it somersaulted dozens of times. Traces of blood appeared on its 5 orifices. Dragon Princess, don't force Old Cow. Old Cow will leave now. The four-horned demon cow replied without any backbone as it fled. At this time, Feng Qingyuan and White Fengyuan reorganized their formation and chased after the four-horned demon cow. The four-horned demon cow was a peak-level mid-tier spiritual beast after all, so its speed was still very fast. It had already reverted to its true form, a black four-horned bull. It looked extremely comical as it flew through the sky. The blue true dragon had absorbed the dragon pearl. Although there was still a portion of the energy left, it had already reached the mid-tier of the 8th tier. As a divine beast, its speed was much faster than the four-horned demon cow. In a few blinks of an eye, the blue true dragon had caught up to the four-horned demon cow. Its massive body twisted, and its dragon tail ruthlessly swept the four-horned demon cow's body. Rumble. The body of the four-horned demon horn smashed heavily into the mountains below. Its body directly smashed several mountains into smithereens. However, the four-horned demon cow wouldn't die so easily. It let out a roar and flew up from the ground. It had decided to resist. It glared at the blue true dragon and charged over with its 4 hooves. Its 2 pairs of horns were like sacred weapons, piercing forward with a threatening edge. The blue true dragon was even more infuriated. Its majestic dragon might was actually provoked by this lowly low-grade spiritual beast. Its dragon head opened wide and a wave of water erupted like a flood, shooting towards the four-horned demon cow. On the other side, White Fengyuan also let out a loud and clear cry. Feather attacks bombarded the four-horned demon cow continuously. Chapter 839. The four-horned demon cow was a peak mid-stage 8-step spirit beast, while the blue true dragon and the white phoenix Luan were both mid-stage 8-step spirit beasts. Logically speaking, with the four-horned demon cow's strength, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with 2 mid-stage 8-step spirit beasts at the same time. Nonetheless, these 2 spiritual beasts were unordinary beings. The blue true dragon had a genuine divine beast bloodline and was the leader of the 9 great divine beasts. Its combat power was out of the ordinary, and it would not be afraid even if it encountered a spiritual beast that was a rank higher than it. On the other hand, the White Fengyuan also had the rare divine beast divine bloodline of the phoenix, which was a high-rank spiritual beast like the four-horned demon. However, just as the battle began, a situation occurred. The blue true dragon roared at the white phoenix Luan, "Go to the side, I can kill this ugly cow myself." The divine beast had an inviolable dignity. The blue true dragon did not wish to join forces with other low-level spirit beasts to deal with its opponent. That would damage its dragon might. When the white phoenix Luan heard the blue true dragon's words, it immediately stopped attacking and could only obediently stay at the side. Although it had a bit of a divine beast bloodline compared to a real divine beast, it was not worth mentioning. The blue true dragon faced the four-horned demon cow alone, and the battle was quite intense. Between spirit beasts, they would use their strong physical bodies to clash and bite. In terms of physical body, the four-horned demon horn was naturally unable to compare to the true dragon's physical body. The 2 great spirit beasts continued to bite and attack, causing the sky and earth to darken. Many of the mountains below them were smashed to pieces, and the low-ranked spirit beasts hurriedly chose a path to escape in a panic. Ling Xiao had already flown away from the blue true dragon and stayed by Feng Qingyuan's side to watch the battle. "Xiao, you're amazing. You can even make a true dragon divine beast become your protective spirit beast. Even Mistress is jealous of you," Feng Qingyuan said to Ling Xiao excitedly. In a person's lifetime, they might not have the chance to see a true divine beast, and Feng Qingyuan was no exception. Now that there was a true dragon in front of her, she felt that it had truly broadened her horizons. Ling Xiao revealed a proud expression and said, "Dragon Girl used to be a purple flood dragon. She followed me and obtained some opportunities to reach this step." Feng Qingyuan revealed a surprised expression and said, "Looks like your luck is heaven-defying, to be able to turn a small earthworm into a true dragon. This is too unbelievable." The purple flood dragon centipede possessed an even rarer divine beast bloodline than the white Fengyuan. For Ling Xiao to be able to transform it into a true divine beast, the process must have been unspeakably arduous. Feng Qingyuan had once thought of turning her white Fengyuan into a divine beast phoenix, but she didn't have such a peerless opportunity. In this aspect, it was determined by one's own heavenly fate, and others could not be envious of it. He Xiao, is just lucky. Ling Xiao smiled as he thought to himself, it's just a dragon, so there's no need to make such a fuss about it. This disciple has a good brother in the form of a divine beast, the Qilin. If anyone else were to hear Ling Xiao's words, they would probably be mad at him. This guy was simply showing off. Other people would feel very happy to have a spirit beast with the bloodline of a divine beast, and it would be wishful thinking to have a real divine beast. Now that Ling Xiao had a true dragon spirit beast, he actually said it was only. Wasn't this purely for show? After a round of fighting, the blue true dragon had the upper hand. Although the two beasts were covered in blood, most of the blood came from the four-horned demon cow. The majesty of a divine beast had an innate suppressive effect on ordinary spirit beasts. Although the four-horned demon cow resisted, it was still at a disadvantage and was unable to contend against the blue true dragon. Dragon Princess. Spare this old cow is willing. I am willing to follow the Dragon Princess. The four-horned demon cow was tightly restrained by the blue true dragon's dragon body, making it difficult for it to resist. If this continued, it would probably die and have no choice but to beg for mercy from the blue true dragon. The blue true dragon ignored it and fiercely swung it around, causing it to become dizzy and its injuries to become even more severe. Shower this demon cow is a great help. If you can take it in, don't let it go. Feng Qingyuan said to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao said, I'm afraid that it's already someone else's protective spirit beast, so it's impossible for it to have a second master. Normally, after a spirit beast signed a master-servant contract with a human, it would be impossible for it to sign a contract with another person, unless the original owner of the spirit beast removed the contract. Feng Qingyuan said, I think this stupid cow didn't sign a contract with anyone. Otherwise it wouldn't have run away just now. If a contracted spirit beast was ordered to fight by its master, it would not submit even if it encountered the pressure of a divine beast until it died in battle. Feng Qingyuan was able to determine that the four-horned demon cow did not sign a master-servant contract with anyone. After listening to Feng Qingyuan's words, Ling Xiao thought for a moment. Now that the earth flame tiger had left, if he could take this four-horned demon cow under his command, their proud Smile Palace's foundation would be much deeper. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao immediately made a decision. However, at this time, the blue true dragon had already opened its mouth and bit towards the heavily injured four-horned demon cow. If this bite were to land on the four-horned demon cow's neck, it would probably be a disaster for the four-horned demon cow. Dragon girl, slow down. Ling Xiao hurriedly shouted in alarm. Hearing Ling Xiao's shout, the blue true dragon immediately stopped. Boss, what's wrong? If it's willing to surrender, then keep it. Ling Xiao said. At this time, the four-horned demon cow hurriedly said, yes. Spare this old cow. The four-horned demon cow spoke weakly. It was obvious that it had been severely injured by the blue true dragon. Boss, whatever you say. The blue true dragon was very obedient to Ling Xiao's words, so he readily agreed. Ling Xiao smiled in satisfaction, then said to the four-horned demon cow, from now on, you will follow this young master and I can ask Dragon Girl to let you go. Otherwise, you can die now, it's your choice. This old cow is willing to follow. Dragon Princess, the four-horned demon cow replied honestly. When the blue true dragon heard this, it unwillingly used its tail to fiercely whip the four-horned demon cow again, and its huge body flew several hundred meters away. Follow my boss. The blue true dragon emphasized. Yes. Follow boss. The four-horned demon cow replied in fear. It didn't understand why the high and mighty Dragon Princess would listen to a lowly human. It was born simple and it didn't think about things it couldn't understand. It knew that only by following this human in front of it would it have a chance to save its life. Alright, you will follow me for the time being. If I find out that you are disobedient, I will definitely ask Dragon Girl to teach you a lesson. Ling Xiao said happily. With such a peak 8th level middle stage spirit beast, the power of the proud Smiling Palace had increased by another level. Anyone who wanted to touch the proud Smiling Palace in the future would have to think twice. Congratulations, Xiao Heir. You have gained another helper. Feng Qingyuan came to Ling Xiao's side and said. She thought to herself, it seems that I can completely rest assured in trusting the family to him. Hee hee, this is all thanks to Dragon Girl. Ling Xiao gently stroked the blue true dragon's head and laughed. Alright, hurry up and clean up the mess. After this battle, the proud smiling palace will become one of the most powerful forces in the central region, Feng Qingyuan said. The Black Demon sect had sent out a large number of elites, 2 saints, and a peak 8th level middle stage spirit beast, but they had all died in the hands of the proud smiling palace. If this news were to spread, the proud smiling palace would indeed become one of the most powerful forces. Ling Xiao nodded and let the 4-horned demon cow transform into its human form. After treating his wounds, he rode the blue true dragon again and began to hunt the Black Demon sect's men. Yi Lang had already led his men to hide. He did not reveal his aura as he waited for the 4-horned demon cow to return in victory. The battle situation had already exceeded his expectations. He did not expect the proud smiling palace to be so powerful that they had lost so many men. In the end, he had no choice but to summon the 4-horned demon cow. He firmly believed that the 4-horned demon cow would be able to kill everyone in the proud smiling palace. When that time came, he would be able to clean up the mess and the proud smiling palace would disappear completely. When the waves of attack stopped, Yi Lang's eyes lit up and he murmured, "It seems that Lord Demon Cow will be able to return in victory." Not long after, the 4-horned demon cow arrived at their hiding place. However, Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan were also with it. Yi Lang was stunned for a moment and asked doubtfully, "Could it be that Lord Demon Cow has subdued them and made them human pets? Go kill them all. This is the first thing you have to do as a follower of this young master." Ling Xiao said to the 4-horned demon cow that had already transformed into its human form. Although the 4-horned demon cow was severely injured, it was still a dignified peak-level mid-tier spirit beast. It was still a piece of cake for it to deal with Yi Lang and the others. Yi Lang and the others realized that the situation was not right. One of the mystic thearchs shouted, "Elder Yi Lang, run. Let me take care of this." This mystic thearch was considered loyal. Without saying anything, he attacked Ling Xiao and the others. Unfortunately, his moves were completely useless. The 4-horned devil bull easily shook off the energy and smashed the mystic thearch's head with a single punch. "What? Lord Demon Cow, what are you doing?" Yi Lang asked in panic as he retreated. He truly could not understand why the 4-horned demon cow that he brought along would suddenly betray him. This 4-horned demon cow was a spirit beast that his master had befriended many years ago. Although it did not sign a contract with his master, spirit beasts should not betray under normal circumstances. He could not understand what was going on. "Following my boss's orders, I am going to kill all of you," the 4-horned demon cow said faintly. Its figure started to flash as it charged towards Yi Lang and the others. There was basically no suspense. Yi Lang and the others all died under the 4-horned demon cow's ferocious prowess. Yi Lang also died sullenly. Until his death, he still could not understand what capabilities Ling Xiao had to make the 4-horned demon cow betray him. "We have finally finished them all off." Ling Xiao sighed lightly. After this battle, their proud smiling palace's reputation would definitely soar. In the future, whoever wanted to find trouble with their proud smiling palace would have to think twice. However, just as Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan flew back to the side of the proud smiling palace, a figure that had been hidden for a long time quietly attacked Ling Xiao. Chapter 840. After killing all the people from the Black Demon sect, Ling Xiao was still worried for Mad Tooth. However, when he thought about how Han Kai was watching from the shadows, he thought that there wouldn't be any trouble. Thus, he and Feng Qingyuan returned to their people. The blue true dragon and the 4-horned demon cow were kept by Ling Xiao. He did not want the blue true dragon to be too ostentatious, and this matter must not be spread out. This was a divine beast, no matter who it was, they would be envious. If news of this were to spread, it would be hard to guarantee that some old monsters who lived in seclusion would come knocking on their door. That would be a huge problem. The central region was full of talents, and it was not that there were no terrifying existences other than the 18 great forces. There were many hidden forces that were even stronger than the 18 great forces. This kind of secret was revealed by Feng Qingyuan to Ling Xiao. After hearing Feng Qingyuan's words, Ling Xiao did not dare to think too highly of himself. It was better to honestly stabilize his strength and his footing. Just as Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan were rushing in the direction of their own people, a figure that they could not detect quietly attacked Ling Xiao. The figure was as fast as a ghost, as fast as lightning. The distance of several thousand meters seemed to have been crossed in the blink of an eye. When the figure was about to reach Ling Xiao's side, Feng Qingyuan finally sensed something. However, it was already too late by the time she reacted. The figure's claws were already in front of Ling Xiao's neck. At this moment, Ling Xiao's hair stood on end. Just as the claws were about to grab Ling Xiao's neck, a scorching finger beam shot out from another direction. Swoosh. If the figure still insisted on grabbing onto Ling Xiao, he would definitely be hit by the finger beam. The figure clearly did not want to take the risk. He retreated, and the afterimage on the spot was dispersed by the finger beam. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I didn't expect you to be so patient. Han Kai's voice sounded faintly. By the time he finished speaking, his figure had already reached Ling Xiao's side. At this time, Ling Xiao's whole body was covered in cold sweat. He came back to his senses, but his heart still felt cold. He had almost been captured. He had been too careless. He thought to himself, could it be that the Black Demon sect has sent another saint? Feng Qingyuan's expression did not look any better. The other party's sneak attack was something that she did not even notice. It was obvious that his strength was above hers, or he was very good at hiding, making it difficult for others to detect him. No matter what, if such a person tried to assassinate her just now, it would be difficult for her to escape the fate of being heavily injured. Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan turned to look at the person who launched the sneak attack. This person was dressed in a gray robe. He was tall and thin and wore a ferocious mask on his face. He stood in the wind, looking rather relaxed and contented. It was impossible to tell that he had sneak attacked a junior just now. Ling Xiao could not see through this person's cultivation. He only knew that this person was definitely a peerless expert. Otherwise, his master's wife would have sensed it. Could it be that the Black Demon has come personally? Ling Xiao thought in his heart. However, he had seen the Black Demon's divine sense doppelganger before. There was still a certain difference in the figure. I didn't expect that there would be so many experts hidden in the proud smiling palace. It seems that I have underestimated the proud disciple of the demonic emperor. The masked man sighed softly. If my guess is correct, you should be Sha Tian, right? Han Kai stared at the masked man and said. Others might not be able to see through the masked man's strength, but Han Kai could sense that the person in front of him was actually not inferior to him. This was also the reason why he had not made a move yet. As early as when the Black Demon sect attacked the proud smiling palace, Han Kai had sensed the existence of an obscure aura. However, he could not determine the location of this aura, so he had been secretly watching it. He did not expect that such a peerless expert would sneak attack a junior. Fortunately, he discovered it in time. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would have been captured. The masked man stared at Han Kai and said, I didn't expect that there would be someone who knows me. However, I also know you, Saint Master Han. I didn't expect you to come out of the medicine capital. I thought that you would not get involved in this mess. It seems that you have joined the proud smiling palace. Can you tell me what ability this kid has to invite you to come out? There is no need for you to know this question. I will protect this kid. Bring it on. Let this saint see what's so great about the first-rank Sha Tian's killing hand. Han Kai said faintly. At the same time, his aura was rising steadily. Ling Xiao, who was at the side, immediately summoned the blue true dragon again. Feng Qingyuan also entered a fighting stance and was ready to make a move. Alright, I will give Saint Master Han some face and let you go this time. You won't be so lucky next time, ha. Sha Tian was also a person who could let go. He knew that Han Kai would not be able to get away with this. After saying that, he instantly appeared in front of Han Kai with an arrogant smile. The speed was so fast that it left everyone speechless. The blue true dragon immediately roared at Sha Tian. The terrifying sound wave followed him like a shadow. Its huge body swayed wildly, ready to chase after him. Han Kai hurriedly called out to Ling Xiao, Kid, stop chasing. After hearing Han Kai's words, Ling Xiao immediately stopped the blue true dragon. Elder Han, why? With our strength, can't we keep him here? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. Han Kai shook his head lightly and said, His strength is even stronger than mine. Even if we use all our strength, it will be difficult for us to keep him here. Don't do unnecessary things. He's even stronger than you? Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva, revealing a surprised expression. He knew Han Kai's strength. That was the strength of a high-level saint. Could it be that this Sha Tian was still at the peak of a high-level saint, or even an existence that had already surpassed the saint realm? Ling Xiao didn't dare to imagine. Back then he had wanted to bring people to the headquarters of Sha Tian's organization. Fortunately he had listened to Han Kai's advice and did not act recklessly. Otherwise he would have died by now. He should be around the same level as me, but his foundation is much stronger than mine. If we really fought I wouldn't be his match. If it weren't for the Wind Saint and your true dragon, he definitely wouldn't have retreated so easily. Han Kai paused for a moment before continuing, however, you don't need to worry too much. Now that he knows that I'm by your side, he won't attack you again in a short period of time. I really don't know what you're doing, brat. You've even drawn out the first heaven killer. I don't know if you should be happy or sad. Feng Qingyuan also revealed a worried expression and said, That's right, Shower, what did you do to actually lure out Sha Tian? I've never heard of him making a move in the past few thousand years, but you actually alarmed him. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, Sha Tian's people accepted the ancient slaughter token's mission to kill me. Naturally, I resisted and killed a lot of their people, and even casually destroyed a few of their branches. Could it be that because of this, he personally made a move against me? Isn't this making a big fuss out of nothing? If that's all, it shouldn't be worth it for him to make a move. There should be other reasons, Han Kai said. Ling Xiao scratched his head and said, I also accepted a jade killer and a few gold killers from Sha Tian's organization. I wonder if he was angry about this? Han Kai and Feng Qingyuan both revealed astonished expressions. Both of them were speechless. As Sha Tian's people, all of them had been brainwashed by Sha Tian's organization and were completely loyal to Sha Tian's organization. However, Ling Xiao had the ability to take in a jade killer and a few gold killers for his own use. They couldn't help but be surprised that Ling Xiao could actually do this with his strength. It was truly beyond their expectations. Alright, Elder Han, have you seen Mad Tooth? Ling Xiao changed the topic. Han Kai said, I paid attention to him at first, but then my attention was completely focused on Sha Tian, so I didn't pay much attention to him. Oh no, will something happen to him? Ling Xiao exclaimed softly. Mad Tooth was fighting against another saint of the Black Demon sect. Ling Xiao thought that Han Kai had been paying attention to it all this time. If Mad Tooth was defeated, Han Kai would lend a hand. But now that he heard Han Kai say this, he couldn't help but worry. Let's go and take a look. Han Kai also realized the seriousness of the matter and said to Ling Xiao, then took the lead and rushed in a direction. Ling Xiao rode the blue dragon and immediately chased after him. At the same time he turned around and said to Feng Qingyuan, Master's wife, take Xnr to her side first and tell them what happened here. Let them return to the palace first. It's enough for Elder Han and I to look for Mad Tooth. Feng Qingyuan nodded lightly and turned into a gust of wind, returning to the place where the people from the proud smiling palace were. In the place where Mad Tooth and Shuri Dao fought, the surrounding dozens of mountains were all smashed full of holes. The trees, spirit flowers, and strange grasses were all corroded by the black energy to the point that they lost their essence, and they all withered and died. In a part of the forest that had been completely destroyed, two people covered in wounds lay not far away from each other. Their blood dyed the surroundings red. The two of them didn't seem to have much intact flesh on their bodies, and even their bones were exposed. They looked incomparably hideous. Near them there were two rank 8 dark attribute spirit beasts on the verge of death. They were also bleeding profusely as they lay on the ground. A few peak rank 7 dark attribute spirit beasts by their side were burning with greed. They knew that as long as they could devour the essences of these two spirit beasts, which were of a higher rank than them, they would be able to take a huge leap forward to rank 8. In the end, these peak rank 7 spirit beasts couldn't resist the temptation and crazily pounced on the two rank 8 spirit beasts. Whoever could devour their essence would be able to take a step forward. The two rank 8 dark spirit beasts didn't have the strength to resist and were dismembered. If the two people who were lying not far away didn't get up, they would eventually become food for the nearby spirit beasts. These two people were Mad Tooth and Shuri Dao. In the end, they used all their strength and both sides were injured. Mad Tooth's strength was slightly weaker than Shuri Dao's, but his Mad Demon art was a high-grade dark spirit art. This allowed him to have the qualifications to compete with Shuri Dao. Chapter 841. The Crazed Demon art was a high-level dark attribute cultivation method. Mad Tooth had only managed to comprehend the true essence of the Crazed Demon art because he had consumed the demonic beast pill. Once he turned into a demon, his strength would be greatly enhanced. Mad Tooth relied on the Crazed Demon technique to increase his own strength, which was why he was able to fight Shuri Dao. Dao didn't expect Mad Tooth to be so desperate to fight him. From the beginning he thought that he had Mad Tooth, but he didn't have the determination to fight Mad Tooth to the death. He had lived for a long time and treasured his life. When Mad Tooth displayed strength comparable to his, Dao knew that the situation wasn't good. He only hoped that Zhang Kuang could quickly finish off the people from the proud smiling palace and come back to help him kill Mad Tooth. Unfortunately, not long after Zhang Kuang left, Dao felt that Zhang Kuang had also encountered a terrifying opponent. In the end, Zhang Kuang's aura disappeared. It was obvious that Zhang Kuang had been killed. Dao's mind was in a mess at that time, and Mad Tooth took advantage of it. He had no choice but to counterattack. In the end, both of them were heavily injured. Their spiritual beasts were also similar in strength, but they were both heavily injured. Saints were able to leave their bodies. Even if their bodies were destroyed, they could still leave their bodies and live in another body. However, this would greatly decrease their cultivation. The two of them didn't want to give up their bodies until the very end. They waited for their reinforcements to arrive, and at the same time, they tried their best to recover from their injuries. Just as the spiritual beasts appeared in front of Mad Tooth and Dao, Ling Xiao and Han Kai finally arrived. Ling Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw the two's injuries. An ordinary person would have died from these kinds of injuries. Only saints could maintain their blood and qi. Han Kai rushed over to Mad Tooth's side and fed him a top-grade healing pill. He then turned to Ling Xiao and said, "It's a good thing we made it in time. If we were any later, we would have lost our physical body." Ling Xiao nodded and walked to Dao's side. Needless to say, this person was a saint of the Black Demon sect. While Ling Xiao was hesitating whether to kill him or not, Dao opened his old eyes. His soul came out of his sea of consciousness, and his soul power rushed toward Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. It was obvious that he wanted to seize Ling Xiao's body. This was the only choice he had. Otherwise, he and Ben would not have a chance to survive. "Kid, be careful," Han Kai shouted in shock. At the same time, he hurriedly pointed a finger toward Dao's soul. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was too close to Dao. No matter how fast his finger aura was, he couldn't catch up. In the face of such a sudden situation, Ling Xiao was also a little unprepared. Dao's soul had completely entered Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. "Haha kid, obediently hand over your body." Dao's arrogant voice sounded in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. When Dao saw Ling Xiao's huge sea of consciousness, his expression became fanatical. He murmured, "Good kid, such a wide sea of consciousness. Could it be that you are a talented person from Tenbin?" At this time Ling Xiao's soul power also appeared. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at Dao with a playful expression. In his sea of consciousness he was the master and not someone who could casually violate it. "You old dog, you look so disgusting. You still want to seize this young master's handsome appearance. Don't you have any shame?" Ling Xiao looked at Dao and said with a face full of sarcasm, "Kid, don't be untactful. It's your honor that I've taken a liking to you. Be a good boy and give me your body." Dao said and pounced on Ling Xiao. As long as he devoured Ling Xiao's soul power, he could seize Ling Xiao's body. However, Ling Xiao looked so confident. Could his body be seized so easily? The answer was obviously no. Ling Xiao had already cultivated to the 7th level of the Supreme Guiyuan technique, Condensed Soul. After 2 years of continuous tempering of his soul power, his battle power was already quite shocking. Ling Xiao had never had the chance to use his soul power to fight because he had not reached the 8th level of the astral projection realm. Now that Dao had entered his sea of consciousness, it was just the right time for him to use his hands. Even if he was not a match for Dao, he could use the heaven fire to burn Dao at any time. As a saint, Dao's soul power was naturally not weak. It was just that he had been seriously injured previously. Now that his soul power had left his physical body and was transferred to another physical body, his soul power was naturally greatly weakened. Even so, with his soul power, it was still easy for him to deal with the soul power of an ordinary mystic the Arch. However, this kid in front of him was obviously only a high-level heavenly venerable. Even if his sea of consciousness was extraordinary Tenbin, his soul power should not be that strong. However, when he exchanged blows with Ling Xiao's soul power, he then knew how wrong he was. This young man's soul power was actually rather solid and his battle power was rather strong. It was as though it was a physical body and could actually use all kinds of different mystic skills, forcing him to be in a difficult position. Soul power is actually comparable to the mystic Thearka's battle power. How is this possible? Dao felt the pressure of a mountain. He originally thought that he could easily obtain this physical body, but it was actually a bone that was hard to chew. Heh, a saint's soul power is only SOSO. Ling Xiao sneered, and the cloud-expelling palms slapped toward Shuri Dao continuously. Shuri Dao was still able to fight evenly with Ling Xiao for the time being. However, he knew that if this carried on, his soul power would show signs of weakening sooner or later. By then he could only allow himself to be slaughtered by the other party. Shuri Dao was anxious. He didn't fight with Ling Xiao for long and already had the intention to retreat. However, just as he was about to retreat to the walls surrounding Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, he realized that there were waves of heat waves pouncing over, frightening him to the point that he cried out in fear. What is this thing? Shuri Dao exclaimed with a face of fear. He didn't understand how could there be other foreign objects in a person's sea of consciousness? Of course, he didn't know that Ling Xiao himself was an existence of a foreign species. You want to escape? There's no way. There's heavenly fire all around, you can't get out. Just obediently be my sparring partner. Ling Xiao sneered and organized an even more concentrated attack toward Shuri Dao. If others knew that Ling Xiao had actually allowed a saint's soul to be his sparring partner in his knowledge sea, everyone would probably curse him as a madman, who wasn't afraid of having their soul damaged. This kind of injury was the most difficult to treat. However, not only was Ling Xiao not afraid of being injured, he was even happy to have his soul fight here. If this wasn't a madman, then what was? The pitiful Shuri Dao, a dignified saint, had actually been used as a sparring partner by the soul of a high-level heavenly venerable in someone else's knowledge sea. His soul power had been scattered, and a generation of saints had quietly fallen just like that. While Ling Xiao and Shuri Dao were fighting in his knowledge sea, Han Kai was anxiously watching Ling Xiao. If he could, he really wanted to use his own soul to enter Ling Xiao's knowledge sea and expel Shuri Dao. However, if he did that, it would probably affect Ling Xiao's knowledge sea and cause great damage to his soul. However, if he didn't go in, Ling Xiao's soul would be devoured by Shuri Dao, and Ling Xiao's body would belong to someone else. That would be even worse. After hesitating for a moment, he still decided to go in and take a look. He had to protect Ling Xiao. At this moment, Mad Tooth barely opened his mouth and said, "Han. Brother Han, you. Don't worry, young master will be fine. Don't forget that he still has the heavenly fire in his knowledge sea." Hearing Mad Tooth's reminder, Han Kai slapped his forehead and said, "That's right, how could I have forgotten about this? With the heavenly fire, it would be difficult for any soul to harm him." It was no longer a secret that Ling Xiao possessed the heavenly fire. Thinking of this, Han Kai could be considered to be at ease. He had thought that Ling Xiao would recover very quickly, but he had actually waited for an entire day. This made him and Mad Tooth a little worried that something had gone wrong. Fortunately, Ling Xiao finally woke up. Han Kai looked at Ling Xiao with some vigilance and asked, "Brat, are you all right?" He wasn't sure if Ling Xiao's body had been taken over by someone else. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Elder Han, don't worry. How can a mere soul force hurt me? I was just using him to practice, but I didn't expect him to be so weak. He's even a saint." Han Kai was speechless. He cursed in his heart, "This brat actually looks down on saints. Didn't he look down on an old man like me? How arrogant." Although he was cursing in his heart, he was too lazy to say it out loud. He could already confirm that Ling Xiao was still the same Ling Xiao, and that his body hadn't been taken over by the other party. Immediately afterward, Ling Xiao carried Mad Tooth and returned to the proud smiling palace with Han Kai. As for Ji Dao's corpse, it would become a wild animal. Sooner or later, there would be spirit beasts that would devour it like a delicacy. When Ling Xiao's group of 3 returned to the proud smiling palace, everyone was waiting for them. Seeing Ling Xiao's group of 3 return safely, everyone was relieved. "Welcome back, Palace Master, Sect Protector Elder." Everyone knelt down and shouted in unison. After this battle, many people of the Palace of the Proud Smiling Palace finally knew what they were relying on. They respected Ling Xiao from the bottom of their hearts, and were loyal to the Palace of the Proud Smiling Palace from the bottom of their hearts. They regarded themselves as part of the Palace of the Proud Smiling Palace, and they all had the idea that they would live or die together. Ling Xiao looked at the crowd with satisfaction. He knew that after this battle, his group of people had a new understanding of the Proud Smiling Palace, and they had a new position. This was truly a good thing. Rise all of you. You are the heroes of the Proud Smiling Palace, and the elders and deacons who died are the martyrs of the Proud Smiling Palace. Let us all remember this battle. We killed all the people of the Black Demon sect, and we will tell the world that the proud smiling palace is not afraid of the Black Demon sect, and we are not afraid of anyone's challenge. We will let the world know that the people of the proud smiling palace are not to be trifled with. Ling Xiao said in a sonorous voice. His words undoubtedly ignited the confidence and pride of the people of the proud smiling palace. They shouted in unison, "The people of the proud smiling palace are not to be trifled with. The people of the proud smiling palace are not to be trifled with." Chapter 842. The Black Demon sect's 5,000 wolf eagles had attacked the proud smiling palace at night, but they were all killed by the proud smiling palace. This news was like a plague that spread swiftly throughout the Central Territory. It became the hottest topic in the Central region. What kind of power was the Black Demon sect? It was one of the most powerful sects in the 18 regions. No matter where they went, the other forces would avoid them. The Wolf Eagles of the Black Demon sect were a powerful elite force of the Black Eagle sect. They had sent 5,000 people to attack the proud smiling palace. Not only did they fail, but they were also all killed. It had to be said that this news was very shocking. Did you hear? The Black Demon sect's attack on the proud smiling palace failed. None of them survived. I just heard about it. Isn't the Black Demon sect very powerful? You can't even destroy the newly established proud smiling palace? You don't know? The proud smiling palace was founded by Ling Xiao, the only disciple of one of the 4 legendary evil emperors. Do you know Ling Xiao? He was the first emperor-level expert in the last Imperial List tournament, and he even defeated the chief disciple of the Martial Spirit Pavilion, Wu Bufan, at the Lake of Skyju. Moreover, he was someone that the Gu family wanted to kill. Later on, the Gu family failed to kill Ling Xiao, so they had no choice but to lower their stance and ask Ling Xiao for peace. Oh, Ling Xiao. I've heard about him. He's the most talented man of the new generation. He's my idol. It seems that the proud smiling palace is qualified to be a big force. I should be polite to the people of the proud smiling palace in the future. Ling Xiao is not afraid of anything. In the blink of an eye, the proud smiling palace and Ling Xiao had become the focus of the central region. This time the proud smiling palace was very successful. Their sect's reputation became prominent. The affiliated forces of the proud smiling palace all had their own considerations. They wanted to maintain a good relationship with the proud smiling palace so that they wouldn't have to worry about anything bad happening in the future. The proud smile palace also took advantage of this craze to officially recruit inner and outer disciples. As long as there was a 10 bin, any child under the age of 15, no matter where they came from or what their attributes were, could participate in the selection process of the proud smiling palace. The children who passed the selection process would become the first disciples of the proud smiling palace, just like the children who had been recruited in Wind Cloud City before the proud smiling palace opened. At the same time, the proud smiling palace announced that every 5 years, there would be a grand event to select disciples for the proud smiling palace. People from all over the world who heard the news all planned to send their children to the Laughing Palace to participate in the election. They wanted to strive for a connection with such a big force like the Laughing Palace. At the same time, they also hoped that their children could be chosen by the palace master Ling Xiao. When the palace was in the limelight, Ling Xiao did not have the time to care about these things. Everything was handled by Xian Yao and Yi Yunfeng, and his woman Feng Xianyun was his assistant. Ling Xiao himself went into closed-door cultivation again. There was no limit to martial arts. If one did not advance, they would fall behind. Ling Xiao was almost caught by Sha Tian, and he had seen the power of many saints and 8th-grade spirit beasts. He was eager to become stronger. Relying on external things was not the fundamental way to protect himself. From a heavenly venerable to a mystic emperor was not only a process of power accumulation, but also a process of constantly improving the power of the world. It was not something that could be achieved overnight. It was unknown how many martial artists were stuck at the heavenly venerable stage, unable to move forward. With Ling Xiao's 10 bin, it was only a matter of time before he became an emperor. He had an unparalleled advantage in the accumulation of power compared to others. The 3 foreign objects in his sea of consciousness were constantly absorbing the spiritual energy of the world. The speed of absorption was not comparable to the speed of absorption by any cultivation technique. Although only a small part of the power absorbed by the 3 foreign objects was absorbed by him, the power was still unusually large. Moreover, the supreme Guiyuan technique that he cultivated was a god-level cultivation technique. It could guide any kind of energy into the attributes of 5 different types of energy in his body, allowing the 5 types of energy to reach a balanced state. Because of this, whether Ling Xiao cultivated or not, his power would continue to grow rapidly. The reason why he wanted to go into closed-door cultivation was to further strengthen and perfect his power of the world, so that he could more naturally control the power of the world. Moreover, he wanted to understand the true meaning of the 9 sun burning heaven technique. Once he cultivated such a profound and powerful cultivation technique, he would have another powerful attack method, which would give him more ability to protect himself. The 9 sun burning heaven technique was a powerful cultivation technique that condensed 9 different types of true flame of the flames, which were used together with the fist force. If one wanted to cultivate the 9 yang heaven burning art to the great accomplishment stage, one would need to open up another 9 yang meridians in one's body and fuse 9 different kinds of true flames of the sun. These 9 different kinds of true flames could be converted and used at any time. In the end, one would be able to reach the great accomplishment stage of the 9 yang unity stage. Previously, when Ling Xiao fought with Lu Su, looking at his current state, he had already opened up 7 yang meridians, and fused 7 types of true flame of the sun. He only needed 2 types of true flame of the sun to reach the realm of great success. Opening up another 9 yang meridians was not an easy task, and to fuse these 9 yang meridians with different types of true flame of the sun, he had to endure the pain of burning his meridians. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to cultivate it successfully, he might even be tortured to death. Long ago, Ling Xiao already had a certain understanding of the 9 sun burning heaven technique. Now that he had a deeper understanding of this cultivation technique, he felt that while this cultivation technique was powerful, it was not so easy to cultivate. Without great willpower, people would not dare to cultivate it easily. It was no wonder that Lu Su had handed over the cultivation technique so readily. The reason why Lu Su was able to cultivate to his current realm was because he had obtained the inheritance, and had the deepest understanding of cultivating the 9 sun burning heaven technique. He did not need to fumble around to be able to distinguish the advantages and disadvantages of cultivating this cultivation technique, and choose the best cultivation method. No wonder this cultivation technique is not weaker than the ancient emperor mystic technique. Once cultivated to great success, not only would one's battle strength be astonishing, the healing speed would also not be slow. Ling Xiao's tiger eyes emitted a bright light as he muttered. This 9 sun burning heaven technique did not only have an attack section, but also a healing section. Borrowing the power of the true flame to heal injuries, it was also quite fast. However, compared to the ancient emperor mystic technique, there was still a certain gap. However, the ancient emperor mystic technique focused on defense, and in terms of offense, it still needed to be combined with other cultivation techniques in order to display its power. Ling Xiao did not hesitate and immediately entered into a state of cultivation. The first thing he needed to do was to plan out the 9 yang meridians. There were countless large and small meridians in the human body, but the most important ones were the 365 main meridians. They were indispensable to the human body, and it was not difficult to choose 9 yang meridians from them. The difficult part was how to train these 9 meridians to be strong and wide. For others, they might have to train these 9 yang meridians again. But for Ling Xiao, it was completely unnecessary. When he cultivated the unique Guiyuan technique and the ancient emperor mystic technique, he had trained each of his main meridians to be incomparably strong and wide. Each meridian seemed to be cast from gold, and they were incomparably strong. Their width was also incomparable to ordinary meridians, and the amount of spiritual qi they could absorb was more than 10 times that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, how could Ling Xiao's defense be so strong, and how could his battle strength increase to such a terrifying level? Now he only needed to choose 9 meridians, run them a little, and divide them into yang meridians. Since the 9 meridians were settled, the next step was to store fire spiritual energy in them, maintain the most primitive fire energy, and then fuse 9 different types of true flames into the 9 meridians one by one. Then it would be a great success. The heavenly fire was originally a yang fire, and belonged to the most powerful yang fire. Its existence helped Ling Xiao complete the fusion of one of the yang meridians. The heavenly fire and Ling Xiao were already one, and its power would not cause any burning pain to Ling Xiao, so Ling Xiao easily completed the first layer. However, the demonic demon heavenly fire was a purple flame, suitable for the 7th meridian of the 9 suns burning heaven sun, the 7th layer, the purple flame divine Sunday. Therefore, even if Ling Xiao fused with the heavenly fire and completed the first yang meridian, he still could not cross the first 6 layers to use the purple flame divine sun. Only by fusing with the first 6 layers of yang fire would he be able to use the purple flame divine sun. Then how could he fuse the other 8 types of true yang fire into the other 8 meridians? The first layer of the first meridian, the scarlet scorching sun, was the easiest to obtain true yang fire. That was to absorb the yang energy from the rising sun and absorb the sun energy into the first meridian, then it would be considered to have cultivated the first layer. Every morning Ling Xiao would appear on the main peak and meditate for a few hours. His upper body would be bare and he would absorb the sun energy with all his might. The force of the first sun was relatively mild, and Ling Xiao's meridians were not ordinary. Every time he absorbed the force of the first sun, he did not feel any pain, but only a slight itch. After absorbing the sun energy for 3 months, Ling Xiao filled the first yang meridian, and he could finally use the power of the scarlet scorching sun. As for the other 7 types of yang energy, they could only be obtained through a special method, and it was not something that could be achieved through cultivation alone. For example, for the second layer of the second meridian, the golden flame spirit sun, he would need to find a type of golden yang fire to fuse with the second yang meridian. This type of golden flame was not easy to find, and he would need the help of spiritual herbs or spiritual beasts that contain the yang energy to be effective. The 5th rank golden flame grass could cultivate the golden flame energy, and there was naturally some golden flame grass in Ling Xiao's collection. However, if he wanted to fill the whole meridian with golden flame grass, he would need a huge amount of golden flame grass. He did not have that many golden flame grass at the moment. Therefore he could only send out orders to his subordinates to search for or purchase golden flame grass. In this way his half a year of closed-door cultivation had come to an end, because he knew that to cultivate the other yang meridians was not something that could be achieved in a day, and he still needed the help of many external objects. After Ling Xiao came out of closed-door cultivation, Feng Xianyun hurriedly called Ling Xiao over. She had something to discuss with Ling Xiao. "Xiao, now that the palace gate has stabilized, I want to go back and see Grandpa and Tiana." Feng Xianyun said with a face full of expectation. "You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."